After 3 weeks and over 100 matches here at the beautiful Santharan Cricket Ground, our journey in 2024 comes to an end today. What a series it's been. 14 teams started this journey. 5 made it to Super 5s. Unfortunately, the fighters dropping out yesterday, so just the final 4 remain. And this one is wide open. Get ready for a big day of action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Portugal Finals Day, and it starts right now. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day 20 of this European Cricket Series is finals day. 4 contenders, and they are so close to each other. It's hard to pick who will be raising the trophy at the end of the day. So we had a really strange table at the end of the Super 5s, with all 4 teams that you'll see today being tied on 13 points. So it's just net run rate that separates them. Gamblers SC finished on top. Awarish finished in second, but first we're going to see the eliminator. This is Punjab CC Amadora taking on Marlow in this one. Unfortunately, the loser of this is out of the running. The winner will continue on in finals day. So there's no second chances for these teams. Weather-wise, as you can tell, it is sunny. It's beautiful, actually. Couldn't be much better. About 21 degrees to start the day. We're actually expecting 30 degrees again. So I think it's going to be a magnificent day of cricket. Plenty of players to watch, but I'm now going to watch the coin toss because Tyrone Peters a little bit earlier had the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss in the eliminator.
Marlow the call. Hit is the call. Tell us. Are you going to bowl?
There you go. So Punjab CC Amadora, they do win the toss. They have elected to bowl first, so they're going to have a crack at Marlow here. And I think this is going to be an absolute banger of a game. And a banger of a day, really, because absolutely anything is possible. It's been that kind of a series. As we go back and have a look at yesterday. Well, yesterday was the fighters' last stand. Obviously, they weren't really able to make too much of an impact in the Super 5s. Whereas kind of swept them away first game of the day, 189, playing 111 in that one. So that was officially the end of the fighters' campaign, not able to secure a point in the Super 5 stage. But it did leave 4 teams fighting for 2 spots in the double chance. So very, very interesting rest of the day, as in the next game, it was Marlow versus Punjab CC Amadora. Marlow had to pat themselves out of a tight spot. In fact, they were 47 for 7 at one stage, but Azim Saab with 42 got them up to 112. Punjab CC Amadora ended up chasing it down thanks to some quick work from Rao Imran, Pavin Singh towards the end as well. 115 for 2. Just missing out on the bonus point. And actually, for Punjab CC Amadora, that comes back to bite them because we'll see what happened later in the day in a moment. Marlow versus Awarish. This was another cracking game. Awarish going down by single digits, 159 to 152. Najam Shahzad with 63 off 18 was very impactful. Amandeep Singh batted really well, 56 off 23. Bardenhorst brought it back and kept them in the 150s, but Awarish, though they were ahead in that chase, they couldn't quite hold on. So no one got to 40 for them. Stoneman top scoring with 38, and Wirrakun pretty good in another losing cause. And then Awarish, they did get a win that they needed to kind of keep in the hunt. They ended up putting away Punjab CC Amadora by 26 runs. And yeah, you'll see this is kind of the start of Punjab CC Amadora going from kind of leaders, I suppose, in the sense that they were chasing that double chance. Simranjit Singh with 59 batted really well, wasn't enough. Stoneman, Francois Stoneman, that is, 61 not out, the top scorer in the game. Junaid Khan, 4 for 16, including a hat-trick in that one. And then what a game. And Punjab CC Amadora with a win, they'd get the double chance. Either team, if they won this, they're getting the double chance. Punjab CC put 173 on the board, including 73 not out from Simranjit. What an afternoon he had. But Gamblers with the right of reply, and Zayn Naqvi, the Italian international, cracked 112 consecutive centuries for Naqvi in this series. And they chased down the 174 with 8 balls to spare. Now, that made the table crazy, because all 4 teams today, they're tied on 13 points. And it was only net run rate that actually separates them. Gamblers went from 4th to 1st after that last innings of the day. Oweresh actually sneak into 2nd despite only winning 2 games, but because they carried through those 4 points from the group stage, they finished on 13. Everyone did, and so margins mattered. Oweresh, their 2 losses were tight, and so that's why they had that net run rate of plus 2.3. Gamblers got there only because of that last innings of the day. And Punjab CC Amadora, they ended up out of the top 2, even though they looked a shoe-in at the start of the day. And yeah, their net run rate took a bit of a hit. It actually kind of went down so fast, partly because there's only 4 games in that Super 5 stage, but also, yeah, batting run rate was pretty high because they'd chased and maybe hadn't faced that many overs. Okay, so what does that mean? It means Punjab CC Amadora and Marlow in the 3 and 4 position. They're fighting for survival. Only one of these teams can progress to later in the day. You saw there a little bit earlier at the toss, Punjab CC winning the toss, electing to bowl. So, yeah, hoping to do a bit of a number on Marlow. And, of course, this is a rematch of that game yesterday. You saw it right there where Punjab CC were able to get the better of Marlow back in match 7 of Super 5s. On that occasion, Marlow collapsed early but recovered to 112. Punjab CC, Amadora able to chase it down. So I think that's why they win the toss and they bowl on this one. Plenty of players to watch on both sides. Plenty of players having very good series. Marlow still given favouritism. Let's not forget, Marlow, every time we've had an ECS on this ground, they have won. So, bright conditions. The players are out there now. Marlow openers will be hoping they can make something happen here. Might notice today, all the games are 15 minutes behind the usual starting time. No big drama there. Gave us an extra 15 minutes sleep. Hello to Rob Thompson in the chat from New Zealand. Great to have you. Hello to Nick as well. Jamie Dodger saying he really enjoyed the Western Shield last weekend. Unfortunately, DDC didn't fire there, but he'll be in action today, actually, for Spain against Jersey. I'll be keeping half an eye on that as well. And Terry Richmond watching from down under. If yesterday was good, today will be great, I think. Marlow, I said to them this morning, look, if you guys can win the trophy this time, it'll be your best yet, even though it'll be their 7th ECN trophy. Here's the start of finals day. And it starts with a big in-swinger. And Mian Shahid, interestingly, he's put himself back to the top of the order. And he's going to start with 4 runs. So, one thing here is that Imran Khan, he's not in the lineup. He injured his hand yesterday. And so, Mian Shahid goes back to the top of the order, makes a solid start. Shahid will be partly known for having 13 ducks on the network, but this won't be one of them. Ranasawa bowls big in-swingers. Why don't you say hello in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Super excited for today, because all these games are too close to call. Let's see how long Marlow can stay ahead. 56%. Punjab CC rocked and shocked last night, I think, to lose the top 2. Tournament on the line. Sheed pushes, runs, fumbles. There, Tariq. I think if he picks it up and throws, that's a chance for a run out. So Amandeep Singh gets the nod. Interesting, they're not opening with Amir Zaib, which is what I would have expected. It's got a double change at the top. Amandeep gets across, he knows what's coming. Just taps this, they should get 2. Shahid probably doesn't know that 2s are possible, but we'll call him through in the end. It was Amandeep going to the danger end. Rob Thompson saying, looks like it'll be a late night tonight in New Zealand. Hello to Kevin, who's watching from the UK as well. How's the weather in your part of the world? Good to see we put all the rain behind us here in Portugal. Amandeep pushes and runs. And also, what's a good score here? I know the par was like 118, 119 through the group stage. I predicted it would be about 130. Maybe it's even higher with these top 4 teams. When they played each other yesterday, and in the Super 5s, these 4 teams, the run rate was about 14.3. In swinger here. Shahid not able to put it away. So yeah, I'm thinking, where does par end up for me? I think 130 to 135. maybe a bit like the Western Shield. Bowlers will win your tournaments today. The tournament. Pretty good location. Accuracy is everything. It will make the difference today. End of the first over. And Marlow are 9 without loss. Let's have a look at finals day. This is how we're looking today. Eliminator first. 2 teams that missed out in the top 2. Only on net run rate, Punjab CC Amadora and Marlow doing battle here. Gamblers finished top ahead of Werash. And they will play in qualifier 1. The winner of that game goes straight through to the final. The loser has to play the winner of this game. So stay tuned. It's going to be a big day of action here. All right, looks like Parveen is going to get the second over. Out of the money first up. This is a really, really fun day to watch, I think, because 4 really even teams. It's even this game right now. You can see it's about as close to a 50-50 as you'd hope for. Walks at this. Amandeep is good over the offside, isn't he? It's a strength of his, and it makes him hard to bowl to. Parveen got a bit of a pasting yesterday. And this isn't a great start for him. Out down the leg side. This will be called a wide. I want to know, you fans out there, you've seen a fair bit of the cricket. Do you have anyone ahead of the pack today? I've got to say, I find it too close to call. This is a shot from Amandeep. Parveen's just lost a bit of his natural zip, hasn't he? And this one's going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo. Powerful strike. I know that Marlow, they've got depth in their squad. But I suppose all these teams do, don't they? Now, nice straight hit. That's going to clear the fence as well. Maximo. Really good shot. Marlow, no sense of the jitters from yesterday. It's a remarkable match, that one, yesterday, and it wasn't the only one. This is just flicked away, and eventually it's caught up with. Shad Ali comes into the side for Punjab CC Amadora for this eliminator. For Marlow, Shamshir Singh comes in for Imran Khan, who's out with that finger injury. Daniel Askar, the left arm spinner, in the side as well. This one's on the legs. That's going to be put away. Not a good ball from Parveen. Wasn't a great over, to be honest. Looks like day 20, the way they come out of Parveen's. And that'll take us to the end of the over. It's 33 without loss after 2. 2 overs in. Have a look at this table. We had to get the pen and paper out last night because, yeah, the net run rates, they do change quickly when it's just a 4-game group. Pretty much exactly like an ECL group this final 3 days. But what is different is you do carry points through based on your group performance. That wouldn't normally happen in an ECL group because everyone starts from scratch. And that actually had a huge impact because, whereas they get the top 2 just because they top their group, basically. Actually won one more game than Marlow, for example, who are below them. And then he lost. So they lost one more game than Marlow. And a 2-2 record versus a 3-1. Just hit down the ground and only get a single. Yeah, Mr. J. Grant, same closest group of teams that he's seen. It'll take something outstanding from one person to be the difference. Yeah, well, it's a team game, but individual contributions are so important, aren't they? All right, high in the air. Yeah, this is a chance. Can it be held? It will be held. Disappears in the hands of Mubin Tariq, who's a very good fielder. And so there is the first wicket of finals day. Amandeep with a cameo of 25. It'll go no further. Punjab CC with the breakthrough. It's 34 for 1. Nicely judged catch from Mubin Tariq. Nice effort, though, in the end. Yeah, Amandeep kind of does his job, doesn't he? Which is, I think, to get them off to a bright start. And now we'll see Najamsha's out at 3. Still a little bit curious that we haven't seen Amir Zaid. Maybe he's just a little bit under the weather this morning or something like that. Not sure. Well, doesn't look at Shazad because he's going to just come out and smash it to the boundary. Good start. He's a very good striker of a cricket ball. Ranasawa brings himself back in this over with some success. Now on the charge. Shah goes inside out, beats the fielder. That'll be 4 as well. Cuatro carreras. Marlow putting the foot down here. Punjab CC. I mean, the bats haven't really been the problem in this series for them. Sometimes have struggled to contain. It's looking like it could be one of those occasions. Marlow on for 150 at the moment. Missing leg stump with that in swing that Sawa gets, but pretty solid spell from him. You know what you're going to get from Ranasawa. He'll finish with 1 for 18 here in this eliminator. 2 teams will show. 1 team will have to go. After 3 overs, Marlow are 42 for 1. 9:24 and 9. See Parveen's over. Got smashed. Like I said, he just doesn't look in rhythm at the moment. Yeah, have a look one more time here. So you can see whoever wins this, they go through to qualifier 2. But essentially what it means is that if you finish in 3rd or 4th position, you have to beat each other team that's here on finals day. You have to win 3 games. So whichever team wins this will also have to beat Gamblers, will also have to beat Awarish later in the day. Which order we don't know. That second game Should be a very good one as well. Rematch of a tight one in the Super Fives. Okay, well, here's a player that's come in to the side. Shad Ali starts pretty well. Hit straight, but off the bottom of the bat. Holding up in the air and caught. Parveen takes a nice catch running in. And Shad Ali gets the breakthrough. I've seen him during the series. He does have 3 wickets. This is the biggest so far, though, because he gets Mian Shahid, the Marlow skipper, for 8. Marlow, after a bright start, have lost a couple of quick wickets. The score now 42 for 2. Nice catch running in from Parveen, who had to judge that one. And here is The Rock. Scored his first 100 a couple of days ago. He'll be hoping for a big finals day. Okay, big partnership on the cards here. Zaib wastes literally no time and flat bats this down the ground for 6. Maximo! That's a pretty confident start if ever I've seen one. Again, you've got to ask yourself the question, why isn't he opening? He's been opening pretty much every game. Maybe it's just a late decision to throw a couple of players up there as a free shot in the power play. But that's a pretty authoritative start from Amir Zaib. Down leg side, straining for some extra pace. Shad Ali will be called for a wide. There's Buck Stoneman. I've got to say, shout out to all the umpires here, to Bucks, to Malik, to Crute, and to John. It's probably the best performance I've seen over such an extended period of time from an umpiring crew. This is a really nice shot into the gap. That's going to be 4. The 50 comes up for Marlow now in the 4th over. These two have a big responsibility to keep Marlow in the competition. Oh, bit of a lucky one for Zaib. Good stop. Faisal Mushtaq behind the stumps. Could have easily gone onto the stumps. That's wild. And Mushtaq, well, he cops out in the end of the finger. Probably 2 there if they want to go for it. They will. Mushtaq doesn't fancy getting it on the end of the other finger. It's wild though. Shad Ali just losing his line completely there. He's bowled 9 overs in the series, so he hasn't bowled a lot. Best of 2 for 18 against the Super Giants. Great timing from Zaib, and he's going to Tortuga the fielder. That's Nanali out there, won't be able to make the stop. So momentum's a funny thing. You get momentum in games, but you also get it across games, and you just feel that Punjab CC Amadora, they're on a bit of a downswing after obviously dominating the early stages of the Super Fives. They won their first game against Fighters easily, rolling them for 74 and chasing it. They actually won pretty easily against Marlow as well, rolling them for 112, then chasing it. And losing to Werish by 26, blowing a 173 score last night. And right now they're against the 8 ball here, 60 for 2 after 4. Now, that game against Marlow yesterday, Punjab CC looked like they might be able to chase it in 7 overs. In the end, they chased it in 7.1. Now, why does that make a difference? It means they only took 3 points out of that game. And if they'd taken that extra point, they'd actually be top of the ladder right now. Not out of the top 2 and fighting for survival. Great bowling here from Gurjit Singh first up. Good length. Hello to Emmanuel Robbins watching from Brisbane. Great to have you as always. Yeah, but see how important are these bonus points? They will be this year, especially with things like ECS survival on the line when we get to the Euros of Cricket in September and October. This one's in the slot, in the air and smashed. Maximo! Shazad. Well, sometimes this has got him into trouble, but this one was in his zone. He didn't miss out. Occasionally he's missed hit this kind of a ball. And that wasn't a miss hit. Does like to kind of fetch the odd ball from outside the off stump. Hello to Zishan Khan. Oh, good to see you watching from Malta. Hope you're having a lovely weekend. What's the weather like in Malta? Must be hotting up down there, I'd imagine. Uh-oh. Got a feeling this might be high. Checking out the replay. But just the way he played that. That's top of the fence, see? So look at the top of the fence. No, I think pretty clear call. See? Top of the fence. That's how you can judge it. Can't want his tippy toes on one foot. So that's the idea of that playing addition, to give those marginal ones. Shouldn't be bowling like that. And now Zaib is going to get the free hit. He'll put it out of the ground. Maximo. So started so well, didn't he, Gurjit? Yeah, consistency so important. Now this one's just short of a length. Zaib's so quick to turn on anything short. .161 predicted at the moment for the defending champions. Now another wide. Krip Patel signalling that. He's been excellent in the series as well. Yeah, we actually haven't talked about the umpires too much, so sometimes that's a good sign. Normally it is. I just thought take this opportunity to say that they've been very, very good. Remember, this is the fastest paced form of the game. But then to do it over such an extended period is mentally quite fatiguing. I think they've held up their standards really well. Saib is going to plonk this down to Ranasawa. One bounce. I wonder if they're going to go to someone like a Mubin Tariq here, who they brought into the side for the Super Fives, just to kind of change the rhythm of this game. Because the seam's not really working. And that's not working either. That's going to be a no ball. Pretty good stop that. But yeah, no ball for off the pitch. Bridget getting some good swing. But yeah, you could see there the sand. And so another free hit coming up. Oh, wow, that's only just on. Probably irrelevant if it's a no ball or wide here because it's still a free hit. It'll be 2 wides this time. Free hit will remain in order. So it's just on the cut surface, and I mean just. In some places they might call that a no-e, but like I said, doesn't actually matter in this situation, if anything. I think it's a bit of an injustice, for example, a no ball off the pitch. The batter can't hit it, but they get credited with a ball against their name. Dot ball. Gurjit comes back well and doesn't get hurt on the free hit. This over's gone magical now. Now this one is whacked straight by Shazad. Maximo! He looks on, doesn't he, at the moment? That one's up and out of the ground. That'll also be the end of the over. So Marlow up and away in the first half. They're 86 for 2 after 5. As you can see, some of these numbers, and You can see that run rate. That's across all of the 94 matches played so far, but it's climbed up to 122. If you go just on this kind of super fives, it's more like 14 and over. Maximo's overtook fours actually yesterday as well, averaging 9 sixes per 10 overs and almost 9 fours. So what does that tell you? An average of 18 boundaries per 10 overs. So if you can hold the opposition to less than 2 boundaries in the over, you've actually done your job. 2 boundaries is about the par. And Anali ready to bowl. All right, here we go with the 6th. Hit straight, and he pounds it. Uh-oh. That wasn't a good sound, Maximo, but that's camera territory. I think that might have actually hit the main camera. So only ever, in Austria, it was actually hit. Watch out, here it comes. Bang. Yeah, that's got it. Now, that didn't hit the lens. In Austria in 2021, we had someone actually hit the lens of the camera up in the tower. So that might just take a second. At least it, I think it's Martin's up there trying to sort that out. Might be a slight delay. Safe to say, it's about as straight as you can hit a cricket ball. What a shot by Zai. Maximo time. Okay, we're back on. Now this is holding up in the air. And he's going to be gone. Well, there you go. We won't be able to get that because the camera's getting fixed at the moment, but the ball is taken on the boundary. And so Zaib goes 6 and out. It's a big momentum swinger, really. But so yeah, Zaib's going to go. And Ananali can probably trade the 6 for the out because Zaib has been in really good form. Score now is 92 for 3. You might want to know why we couldn't quite get the ball getting caught in the camera. It's because Martins is normally on that camera. He was actually setting up the main camera. But anyway. Bit of a crossroads, but Sawa, he was good when the going got tough yesterday in this fixture. .92 for 3 in the 6th over. First one is just dug out for 1, so Shazad becomes even more important now. Yeah, how do you like the Grizzly let loose in the camera tower? It was Claire Kailash of Austria that hit the camera, and actually he broke it. The camera started doing things without being told, like zooming, and hey, yeah, smashed the camera. And that's a good, it's a good hit to get it up there. Mr. J. Grant saying the cameraman needs the concussion test, maybe. This is just glanced away, and then gets a little bit leg stumpish and pays the price. 4 carreras. Beautifully turned around the corner. Our crew at Spring Media do really well. I know we lost a couple of cameras to the rain already. We don't really want to lose another one to the Grizzly ball. Yeah, some people saying the wicket was revenge for the camera. That's the shot that Shazad needs to kind of get out of his system. He knows hit that straight or even hit it offside, but it's a slight air of premeditation to this shot. And I will say, for such a good player, and he is a good player, we know that, he does get himself out quite a lot. haven't got him out yet, and he's 25 and ticking. Last ball of the 6th. Charges and actually Yorks himself here. But he will keep the strike as Simran will clean up. And at the end of 6 overs, Marlowe 98 for 3. So no signs of the drama of yesterday. Back in Super 5 match 7 when Marlowe, they batted first and they got themselves into a right royal mess. Just losing a bunch of wickets. At one point, they were 47 for 7 in the 5th over. Actually, at this point yesterday in this match, Marlowe were 60 for 8. But now 98 for 3. They're on for 160, it says here. Punjab CC, though, they got the batting to chase almost anything down. Victims of a big chase last night as gamblers stole a double chance from out of their grasp. Here's Kazim Anwar having a bowl. He starts with a big hanging full toss that's dispatched out of the ground. Maximo. Again, does normally swing the ball pretty well. I have seen him earlier at times, but really, this is asking for trouble. And Seis Carreras gets us going in the 7th. She's at 32. Now goes straight. And he picks this up. And it's a better shot than the one he attempted last over to a similar delivery. Because he hits it straight through the line. Maximo Seis Carreras Mas. It's funny listening to the Cricket Scotland podcast. In fact, I might put that in the chat if anyone wants to listen to it in one of the breaks today. But it was an interesting one. Jack Hogarth said anytime he's hit for 6 first ball of the over, this is the Forfarshire skipper of Scotland, he only thinks one thing, it's 36. And really, the reason I brought it up is because that's what we're on for at the moment, because 6-6-6. Anwar getting taken down early. Maximo. And Anwar doesn't really have these answers at the moment. Oh, well, it's uncontrolled, but it's still going to go for 6. Well, that shows you how things are running at the moment for Punjab CC Amadora. 1, 2, 3, 4 Maximals as this goes magical, and Shazad brings up his 50. And the last half of those have only taken 4 balls. Swings hard, loses his shape, but third's up in the circle. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. It's going to be a wide, I think. It's wide on height more than anything. And you can see this one passes well above head height. Touch and go with the width. Back to live action then. Well, he'll avoid the 6-6s. In fact, if that hits, it will be out. Sawa probably thought it was worth going for the run. You've got to be unselfish sometimes. Probably better than a 50-50 chance to make that direct hit from the infield. Hits this straight, and because it is so straight, doesn't find the fielder. Shazad likes the idea of 2 to keep the strike, but also doesn't want to run himself out. So they'll get 1 off that. Anwar goes magical in the 7th, 125 for 3. So looking at yesterday, have a look at the rate, 15.3. So that's pretty good. Obviously, the Super Fives, bringing the best out of these players. Yeah, it was 12.4 on Friday, 15.3 yesterday. If you take just the games where these four teams played each other, I think the rate in the last 2 days was 14.3. So that's kind of telling you 140 par. I tend to think on finals day maybe slightly lower. Anyway, Sawa goes down the ground and strokes this nicely. It's going to carry all the way. Maximo. 6 carreras. This one's lifted up, a lot of bottom hand from Sawa, and that'll get over the top as well. Maximo, back to back now the lefty, getting in on the action. Well, Sawa says, now it's my turn. Come back though from Adnan Ali. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the podcast of Jack Hogarth of Forfarshire, the Scottish club in the ECL. I'm going to put it in the chat. Maybe copy that link, and when you get a chance, maybe in one of the breaks today, we do have a couple of extended breaks. You can have a listen to that. It was a really interesting interview. Doesn't get under this. Two's the call, but they won't need to even run, because that's into the gap. And again, this outfield just so fast. Punjab CC were the victims of a 170s chase last night. This time maybe they'll have to be the chasers. $80-20 at the moment. Marlowe ahead. Into the bat this time. Again, would have been out. Sometimes, going to try one to get one. That's what happens there. Decide to take on the throw. And because of that, there's an overthrow. This is looking pretty destructive at the moment, isn't it? One stump to aim at. So that's an equation in your favour. Now, thick head flying away, and that's going to be one bounce 4. So that'll end the over. Another one that goes magical. Adnan goes for 22 in the over. So the last 2 overs have brought 49 runs, and at the end of 8 overs, it's 147 for 3. $180's on here, says the computer. Actually, they're going at slightly more than that at the moment. 184 pace. But John thinking it'd be great if the Bison blog was a thing. Yeah, Bison is Jack Hogarth's nickname. Yeah, but the bit that made me think of it is seeing those 4 sixes in a row. Jack says in no other form of cricket that he's ever been hit for 6 first ball and has this thought. But when he goes to the Carlton Oval, he's just thinking 36. Please don't be 36. It's a scary thing as well. 36 isn't even the biggest over we've seen. Seen a 45 run over twice, including in the recent ECL. All happens in the 9th, and Shazad will lift this up, and he's going to be caught. Pavin hasn't been bowling that well, but he has been catching well. So Shad Ali will come, and he'll get a 2nd wicket in this eliminator. Shazad kind of upstaged by Sawa in the last over, but a rapid half-century from Najam has Marlowe in good position. The score, 147 for 4. I'll say also, if you can put in a good last couple of overs here, let's say keep it to 160s. That's a lot different to trying to chase 180s, we know that. It's kind of like a bell curve. The higher you go, it gets very, very unlikely to chase. You can see that a few players are ready for action. All right, here's Ikram coming out at number 6. And he's going to try and straight pull straight away, but he could be gone first ball, and he will be. So what about the work from Shad Ali here, who's come into the side and now finds himself on a hat-trick. It's his 3rd wicket. And he's got 3 for 18. Marlowe just hitting a bit of a speed hump here in the 9th over. Now 147 for 5. Well, Derek makes his first appearance of finals day. And I think actually we'll see a bit more of him. Well, we had a hat-trick last night, didn't we, with Junaid Khan. His first ECN hat-trick. Big moment for him. That was against Punjab CC Amadora. It was kind of in this exact situation as well towards the end of the innings. Anyway, here we go. Shad Ali, wouldn't he love an ECN hat-trick? Be a very, very good effort. I mean, before this game, he only ever had 3 wickets in 9 matches. He's got 3 right here. Okay, hat-trick ball for Shad Ali. And he bowls it down the leg side. I wonder how often Shad might be on a hat-trick on the network. Unfortunately, he wastes that one. Shamsher Singh, the new batter, coming out at number 7. I think Shamsher says, all right, Azim, you've whacked a quick 24. I'm happy just to take the one. Don't want to keep you off strike too long, but let's see if Sarawak can bring this home. Ranasawa's just gone off the field, by the way. Maybe just injuring himself, taking a catch. Although, I'm not so sure how, because he hasn't taken a catch. Might have been a bit of ground fielding. Full toss. This is hit down the ground. Just be a single. Done very, very well here to bring this back. This over's just gone wide. A wicket, wide, 1. 150 is up now for Marlowe. And Shamsher, whack 1 or 2 here. A little bit short this time, and yeah, nothing happening in the 9th. It's a good fight back over from Shad Ali. Last ball of the 9th. They'll get in for time. Late on this, so it's a brilliant over. They'll have another pop at it. Actually, he takes it now, actually throws it away. They'll give up an overthrow. The bowler actually takes it. Actually had time, I think, to take the bails. But you have a look here. Oh, no, he never actually takes it. I thought maybe took and flicked it away, but never actually had the ball. It was a tough one. Ended up between the ball and the stumps anyway. But that'll take us to the end of the 9th. Hey, what an over from Shad. Gives up only 3 singles, a wide, and that 2 there. One of them was an overthrow. So 6 runs come off the 9th. And that's coming off the back of 2 magical overs, 27 and 22. Finished 3 for 24. Great effort. Look at those bowling figures, though. Who are you bringing back? You've got 3 bowlers available that have all gone magical. I think you go back to who you'd expect in normal circumstances to be your best option. That's Parveen Singh. He's bowling at new players now. Went for 24 when he bowled the second. That's a good start for Parveen. Let's shut this down. Maybe and keep it in the 150s. That'd be a dream result. Just run the one here again. The boundary drought continues. See the importance of taking those wickets. Sawa looking for a final push. Okay, just 4 to come. Can Sawa turn this around? Nope. We'll get one. Might as well hold on to that. This is such a momentum booster. Parveen, it's a different world to when he went for 24 in the second overs. Big edge there, you can see that into the pad. All right, that's miles in the air. Well, this will be 2 or out. Here comes the fielder, and there goes the ball. Simran drops it, and as advertised, they get 2 runs, 2 in the air. Two to come then. Slow ball, waits on it, hits it. And he'll get the boundary. 4 carreras. Interesting the Parveen goes to that. The stock ball was working pretty well from against these two. Nicely put away by Shamsha Singh. Last ball then, seatbelts on, wide, might as well run. Maybe not. Maybe they think that Shamsha's a better option. I would have thought might have been worth running. You never know. Could create some chaos, maybe some overthrows. Sawa, theoretically, is the established batter, but to be honest, he hasn't done too much lately. Last ball, take 2. Get down the ground. Sawa will try for 2 here, and he'll get 4. Well, this is the pressure of pushing. At last ball pressure. Knows he has to get it in quickly to the bowler, so Adnan jumps straight over it, and Marlowe finished with a couple of boundaries there, but still, last couple of overs comprehensively won by Punjab CC Amadora. But a big chase. 166 for 5 Marlowe have put on the board. Shamsha getting a bit of luck there, remember that he was also dropped when Simranjit Singh wasn't able to hold on, but well, runs on the board, a good run, as they say in the classics. Marlowe, interesting opening combination of Mian Shahid and Amandeep Singh, so going away from Amir Zaib at the top of the order. Mian Shahid started with a nice cover drive, and Amandeep played some really nice shots while he was out there. 25 off 8 before he was the first catch for Mubin Tariq down there. Mian Shahid would manage 8 at the top of the order, but Parveen caught pretty well in this innings. Shahzad and Amir Zaib, pretty important partnership. They came together with a score at 42 for 2. They put on 50 in just 2 overs. You can see this outfield does have a few gremlins in it. We know that. Zaib, well, unfortunately, this was an expensive shot in more ways than one because they hit the camera. And luckily everyone was all right. But Zaib would have some issues next ball when he was caught by Simranjit Singh out at deep mid wicket. And Sawa came out, and Najam Shahzad went absolutely crazy, hitting 4 sixes on the spin, taking Kasim down. Eventually, Adnan down there would grab Ikram first ball. That was after Shahzad went for just 51. So couldn't go on with it then, and they kind of hit the skids in the end. 166 for 5. Remember, they were 147 with 2 overs to go. So we were looking at kind of, well, they get 180 here. In the end, 166. It's a big chase, but it's possible, isn't it? Especially with the batting that Punjab CC Amadora have. And don't forget, they scored 173 last time out. 51 for Shahzad, tops the scoring. Pair of 28s there for Zaiman Azim Sawa, who was undefeated at the end of the innings. 25 for Amandeep, opened the batting, played some nice shots. Shamshir at the end, with a bit of luck and a couple of good strokes as well, scores 13 not out. Boundary off the last takes them up to 166. Bowling-wise, 3 for 24, Shad Ali. What a good effort from him, as he would be on a hat-trick at one point. 3 wickets in the whole series, but then 3 in this game. A wicket also to Ranasawa and Anand Ali with 1 as well. 13 extras. Game on here. 2 teams arrive, but only one will survive this eliminator. We'll find out who that will be after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on finals day here at the Santharone Cricket Ground. Back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we'll get ready for the second half of this Eliminator. One game here to decide who will survive out of Punjab CC Amador and Marlow. And in the first half, we saw a pretty reasonable score from Marlow, to say the least. 166 for 5 off the 10 overs. And now, Punjab CC, they're going to have to bat out of their skin. But they do have the batting to do it. Just casting my eye over Punjab CC, Amadora, what they've done so far in the series. I mean, they have a high score of 173. And you'll know that that one was last night in the Super 5 stage. And they lost with 8 balls to spare. Gamblers chasing it down. But they did score 166 against Lisbon Super Giants. That was back in match number 28. But 167 the target. Askar gets us going with his left arm spin, and he's going to go to the boundary. So exactly the same start we had in the first innings with 4 runs through the covers. This is going to be an absolute banger of a game. Leaving it all on the line. Askar being used to try and kind of sneak through and over. And now hits his spot. Dispenses with the sunglasses. This is going to be a very tense 10 overs, I think, for both sides. Uh-oh, that should be gone. Push through. Sawa misjudges the speed of the ball. And it's a little leading edge, and it loops back to Danny Askar. What a start this is for Marlow. Getting the big hitting run of Sawa for only 4. The first wicket down, 4 for 1. Oh, it's a horror start, really, and Sawa is a big player. Okay, it does bring Imran to the crease, I'm sure, but he'll be disappointed. He could make more of an impact. Here is Imran. They've listed Parveen at 4, but I've just got a feeling they'll push Simranjit up to 4. He's been in such good form. I suppose doesn't waste too much time, so there's that, but yeah, someone's going to have a real heater here. And I think not often you see these 160s chasers. We have seen them coming into the game last couple of years, but still. Askar couldn't believe his luck there. Imran faces up. Now this is pushed out, and that's going to be 4. Okay, nice start from Imran. So powerful. I mean, he just leans into that. Nice stroke. Oh, now this is in the air, and it's just going to get over the fielder. That's going to be 4 as well. It was an unconvincing shot from Imran, but he'll get the result. Got to go at this. What's the rate, basically? They need 33 per 2 overs. That's what they need to look at. Short. Nah, that's not going to work too well for Askar, who drags this down. So look, they get the runs they need, but they do lose a big hitter. They're not dead yet, though. Punjab CC Amadora believe that they've got the batting to chase this down still. It's 18 for 1 after 1. I did say that there was every chance that we could have a golden ball this weekend, and really, this game could be a golden ball. Pretty tight at the moment. 108 matches since we've had a golden ball. Last one was on a finals day. It was Group D finals day in the ECL when PUC, Paris University Club, defeated Dreux. Two teams that'll do battle in match 8 in the upcoming ECS France. So that's going to be something pretty special. All right, so Askar goes for 18 in his over. And now Shamsha Singh is going to bowl. Well, it's a bit of a surprise. I thought Shazad would normally have this over, but Shamsha is going to come on. Not a bad first ball, but hit away to the leg side for 1. Yeah, so entering just a few surprise tactics here. This one's on length and it is dispatched over the leg side. Maximo. Rao Imran moves to 20 and 4 balls. I suppose 3 doesn't go into 2. I think they've got 3 openers in Ranasawa. That's Azhar Shad and Rao Imran. So Imran coming out early, doesn't bother him one little bit. Hello to Wayne, great to see you in the chat as always. It's a good spot from Shamsha. Keeper comes up. Roshan Singh takes that one nicely. A few people tracking the Spain versus Jersey in the first T20 International. At the moment, we've got Spain 68 without loss after 7. Chasing 196 for victory. Wild swing from Rao Imran. Plays the wrong shot there. Tries to hit across the ball that need to hit straight or over the offside. So Jersey 195 for 5 in the first innings of that one, with Patrick Googe with 52 and Caroline making 48. Jonty Jenner with 43 there. Zach Tribe 23. Charlie Brennan 17. So plenty of names we know. All right, uncontrolled top edge, hanging. But, oh, what a catch. That's a brilliant catch from Amir Ikram. I gave him next to no hope. He had to kind of run with the flight and then turn to his right and take it over his shoulder. They say catches win matches. This is a big match. That's a big catch. I think there you've got your HCL Software Player of the Day, because Imran's going to have to go for 20 in quick time. Have a look at the little turn here. Never took his eyes off the ball. But that is a really challenging catch. And for Imran, it's the end of the line here in the eliminator. The score now is 25 for 2. That's a very, very good catch. Fielding so often is the difference, isn't it? Yeah, Amir Ikram just never gave up on that, and then sort of an awkward position that he was forced into. Okay, then here's Simranjit. He's been in good form. Bucks doesn't hear an edge. And batter poker faces it, so I guess we'll never know. Nice take by Roshan, though. And the decision to bowl Shamsha Singh working out pretty well for Marlowe. Ahead at the moment. They're 25 for 2 after 2. Punjab CC Amadora. Yeah, so looking at this table, it is a bizarre table, really. It reminded me a little bit of back in 2021 when we had 7 teams playing. They played 6 matches. And if one game had gone the other way, every single team would have been 3-3. In the end, Marlow beat Friendship, so they were 4-2. Friendship were 2-4. But every other team was 3-3. All right, Asker comes back to bowl out in the third. Step across. This one doesn't get past Shazad, who's up in the circle. A little bit short. Adios, Pelota. Ashad getting better and better as we got into the weekend here. Maximo. 6 carreras. Just need to recover. Parveen Singh's coming in next. Now he is in pretty good form as well. Adnan at 6. Just think this is a real key partnership. Down the ground. This will just be a single to Shazad. So have a look at that run rate required at the moment. It's just hit 3 a ball. 18 and over required. Here's Simran. Back-to-back 50s yesterday. And he's going to go straight. He's going to get 6. Well, he is on, isn't he, in this late stage of the competition. Maximo! The scary thing about Simranjit Singh is he wasn't required for quite a while. Only needed the top 4. He was kind of sitting in the wings at 5. Once he has come out and shown what he can do, he's quickly worked his way into the top 4 over Parveen, who, to be fair, has actually hit the ball pretty well as well. We need more of that. Misses out this time, though. Not quite a wide. Yeah, so yeah, Spain versus Jersey today. Give you the last score I've got in a minute. Now, look at the wrist work here to get that up and over the fence. Maximo! Time to knock next door, because that one has left the Santarém cricket ground. And it will take us to the end of the over as well. It's 44 for 2 after 3. So in that Jersey game, they made 195 for 5 off their 20 overs. So setting 196, which is around about 10 and over. Spain in response. Last score I've got, 68 without loss after 7. With Baba making his T20 international debut. He's 46 off 22. Out there batting with Yassine. Interesting. Christian Munoz-Mills, good to see him back leading the side as well. He's signed in there as an option. So, yeah, wickets in hand. Pretty interesting game. That's why Corey, he's not with me in the box. He's out there coaching. And I hope he's wearing sunscreen because the weather in this part of the world, it's not really good news for his skin. Gone through several layers of dermis and epidermis over the last couple of weeks. Anyway, here's Shahid. It's been a real nag with the ball, but the first one is a pretty loud shout from Ashar to put some up and out of the ground. Maximo! The thing with Shahid, he looks like a guy that you should just be whacking for 6 every ball, but he's so accurate. He's wily. And he's been really successful. He's basically bowled his way into being one of the 5 bowlers for Marlow. But that first one kind of in the slot. The 50 comes up for Punjab CC Amadora. Well, this is up, and it's out of the ground as well. Maximo. Well, there's Macy with the creative swimwear. Oh, you know what? That could be a no ball as well. I reckon that's trouble. And I think they've seen it now. It's going to be a no ball. A little bit of calisthenics. Mian Shahid goes wide of the crease. All right, mind the windows, Tino. Free hit. Oh, no, it's another one. That's going to be a minimo. Well, that ball's worth 12 and counting. You give a guy a wrap. We did have, actually on that podcast, Jack Hogarth talked about the magical ball he bowled, where one ball went for 20. Went 7 up, 6. And suddenly this 167 not looking so impossible. Free hit stays in play. Arshad. Well, he'll be frustrated. Mian Shahid, well, he's an experienced campaigner. He'll know. Okay, that's that. It's had a bad minute or so. Can still come back and win the rest of the over. Up in the air, and this could be out as well. It's caught. And so Arshad looks like he's going to hold out for 20. It's pretty tight as well. Remember, it's got a touch over the line. It can be in the air, but he's certainly pushing things. I think that one, the heel doesn't touch. So he's just okay, and he'll get the wicket. Look at a little bit of the old moonwalk tactics there. But Askar takes the catch, and so Arshad goes for 20. And the score is 62 for 3. Well, normally if you need to chase something kind of 165 plus, you need someone to go large. We saw Nakvi do it last night. That's how they chased the 174, Gamblers SC. But they've had Imran make a start, get out for 20. They've had Arshad make a start, out for 20. Simranjit is joined at the crease now by Pavin Singh. And Mian with the perfect response after he had that horror start to the over. Really, at one point, he had figures of none for 18 off one ball. Economy of 108 runs per over. That's quite a lot. Big swing, good take by Roshan. Roshan, tell you one thing he does well most of the time is he keeps his head behind the line of the ball. So have a look, he's not just going with his hands here. See how he moves his feet so that his head's still behind the line of the ball, and solid keeping. That's a thick edge and gone. Another wicket. Parveen, he's had a bit of a shocking finish to the series, and he's going to go for a duck in this one. Punjab CC Amadora falling away, 62 now, 4 wickets down. And, well, Shahid, class act, because after that 18-run ball, he's come back with 2 big wickets. It's probably not the right shot. Trying to hit across, that'll work sometimes. But in a big game, that one time it doesn't work. Cost you a lot, Parveen. It's got Derek for company. And really, Simranjit, probably last hope at the moment. As Punjab CC Amadora, 62 for 4. Last ball of the over is Ananali. Gets a good one from Shahid. Well, this is the weirdest over I've ever seen. I mean, he bowls like a mini maiden after going for 18 in one ball. He had 4 scoreless deliveries, including 2 wickets in the middle of that over. So after the first ball went for 18, the rest of the over went for 1. And Shahid, don't really know what to make of that, but it's 2 for 19 off 1 for him. And Punjab CC Amadora, 63 for 4. You can see they're not too far behind the rate. But the main issue they've got is 4 of their top 5 already back in the shed. This is where partnerships become even more important. Honestly, Simranjit Singh has been in such good form. He's not facing this ball, but I think he's the key. If he can whack a lot of runs, I'm talking like kind of 70 or 80 here, maybe they can pull this off. Shamshir gets a second over. First one's not going too far, but Adnan will get a single and we'll get the main man, Simranjit Singh, back on strike. All the pressure really on Simran here. He misses this one. Does this get a bit of the line on the way through? It's a pretty tight call. I'm not sure if that's completely inside. Nothing seems to be going Punjab CC's way at the moment. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Watch that rate climb. Punjab CC Amadora looked to be in control of that game last night. That would have given them the double chance. They scored 173, ended up blowing that game. That's why they finish out of the 2, and they're in this eliminator. Also, remember they chased in 7.1 against Marlow yesterday. If they chased it in 7, they would have had the double chance as well. Simran, third time, is up, and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Well, there's the power. Third time lucky. Brilliant shot, and this is what makes him dangerous. He's not a one-trick pony. You see some guys trying to always kind of go that mid-wicket region. But Miguel, he has a ball. Maybe not the ball. Ball retrievers have been class here in this series. Straight pull this time. He likes it. Back-to-back Maximos. How quick these innings are turning around. I mean, had the 18-run ball at the start of the last over. And then we had that period where we actually had 2 runs off the next 8 balls. But then we get 2 sixes. So it's your classic yo-yo innings at the moment. Load of Nick, load of Helix, load of Wayne, load of Christopher Ward. Marlow looking in the box seat here. But don't forget, whoever wins this, they have to beat the other 2 teams in this competition, being Uerash and Gamblers SC. If they're to lift the trophy. So if Marlow are able to win their 5th ECS here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, I think this will be the hardest one. We've grown from 6 clubs in the ECS back in 2020 here to 14 this time. That says a lot about what's happening. Cricket in Portugal. Still been a pretty good spell from Shamshir. Bit of a surprise option to open the bowling, but he's got 1 for 20. Last ball coming up for him. I think that hits the pad on the way through, just flicks it. So Simran's pretty annoyed that number 1 flicks his pad. Number 2, he didn't smash it. But anyway, it's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 76 for 4. You can see where we are on the tour at the moment. We're in Portugal, and quite a few of the crew arriving today in France for the first ever ECS in France, which will start tomorrow. I know Rico Full will be standing by to take you through the first day of action. I'll be there on Tuesday. I'll be travelling tomorrow. I'll be very, very interested to see how that first day goes. Tomorrow is probably the only day in the whole season, bearing in mind we have 49 weeks of cricket, so like 340 days of cricket in the year. I think tomorrow is the only day of the year that you'll see every team being a new team. So 4 teams will be on display tomorrow in France, 4 of 11 that we'll see in that tournament, and it'll wind up with a 3-way ECI between France, Romania and Hungary. All right, well, 91 required off 30. They need a huge 5 overs here. Can't have any passengers. Punjab CC Amadora. He's Gondal coming on pretty early. His first one called a wide. Gondal doesn't say anything. Has a little bit of a look back at the line. I suppose the question is here, is the ball completely inside or not? Just a reminder that from Monday we'll have a slightly different interpretation where the line will belong to the bowler, but the line never moves. That's going to be interesting. Hopefully it means less wides. It means even if you can bat out there if you want, you're giving up your stumps. Trying it for France because it's a new location. I think what it will do, it'll save a lot of arguments. You might say, okay, it favours the batters because they can go stand out there, but it also favours the bowlers because they now have an extra line and a ball width, because if it hits any of the line, it's not a wide. So, bit each way. Guess time will tell. Less wides are better. So save the arguments a bit. That one does get some of the line. So this is an example of a ball that won't be a wide, I don't think, on Monday, because it's straight over the line. Touch and go. But if the umpire's not sure, they'll still call it a wide. And it's a bit like, the leg side wides, they are harsh, but at least everyone knows what they are. And so, I guess time will tell if it stays that way, if we revert to this current interpretation. The umpire doesn't have to watch where the guy's moving and how quickly. That one's definitely a wide, misses the line. Emmanuel thinks this is still a toss-up. Slightly lopsided coin, I think, but especially with Simranjit there, he's been in really, really good form. Not going to count Punjab CC Amadora out just yet. Ali just kind of stagnating at the start of his innings. Yeah, crew mentioning new teams, so new wide rule tomorrow. Probably a good time to bring it in. Yeah, that's part of it, I think, as well. Also, the clock will start at 36 minutes now that we're giving a minute for every wicket. So trying to bring that back to the pace of the game that we saw last year. So it's just an interpretation. Just be a single, but Simran will get the strike back with half the over remaining. Yeah, so I think in this form of the game, just certainty is really important because you've got all these calls. And so the umpire, remember, he's meant to be looking at the bowler's front foot. But somehow he's also meant to know if the batters move before the ball's bowled or in response to the ball being bowled. And it's very difficult for them to do in practice. So let's see. It's pretty well bowled. Simran can only get a single. I also kind of like, well, the leg stump is a fixed point that if you hit it, it's not a wide, obviously. So the line becomes a fixed point as well. In T20 cricket, typically, if you hit the line as a bowler, especially if more's in than out, then you get the call going your way. We're very harsh at the moment on the line belonging to the batter. But like I say, sometimes you don't know until you see it. I think it's a good time in the season to test that out and see if it gives players a bit more certainty. There's Ali swinging for the fences. They're not coming up with too much here. This is, even at this stage, I don't think I'm taking a single here. That sounds a bit crazy, but I just think Simran is the only guy that can win them the match from here. So you might as well go for it. And he is going for it at the moment. All right, lift it up, and he does get it right when he needed it. Adnan Ali Maximo to finish the 6th over and the score 87 for 4. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest finish from Gondal, was it? Kind of right into the hitting zone of Adnan. 87 for 4 means they need 80 off 4 overs to win. Again, bonus point not in play here because this is an eliminator. Simranjit, he's hit 4 sixes in his 10 balls, but he's also had 5 dots out of the 10 balls. Yeah, so there's the interpretation change, just finally to speak about it. There's something in it for the bowlers and something in it for the batters. So at the moment, the line moves with the batter, depending on how far they move outside the off stump. At the moment, the ball's released, but that kind of takes all that judgment out of it. The line's the line. So if you want to bat over there, you can. But remember, you're also giving up your stumps if you do that. We've seen a lot of batters kind of try that as a tactic and get their poles removed. Okay, yeah, and at the moment, if the ball isn't, the current interpretation today, for example, is if the ball's not completely inside that wide line when it passes the popping crease, it'll be called a wide. So even if a tiny edge of the ball's on the line, then it will be called. Anyway, his side, Mysom. Still got 2 overs. He can bowl. Starts with a slow ball as this is up in the air and it's been caught. The Rock will take it and Simran is going to have to go. It's a clever variation from Mysom first up. Don't think that Simranjit was expecting it, and really hard to see a road back here. For Punjab CC Amadora now, they lose their form middle order batter for 25. And the score's 87 for 5. Disappointment. Punjab CC Amadora, they topped Group A. They kind of had 2 very good wins in their first 2 games in the Supervisor. They've drifted out of the picture really quickly. Kasim Anwar comes in at number 7. The thing is, they've got good death bowlers, don't they, Marlo? So it's hard to see them dropping the ball on this one. But they've got nothing to lose. Look at those percentages now. Be very one-sided. Right, Kasim, can he be a hero? Well, he almost gets bowled first ball. Cannot believe that's missed. Oh, that was so close to taking out the stumps. Now, it's kind of beaten by another slower ball. It's just a single. Not looking good here at all. Punjab CC Amadora. It's always a heartbreak story around them. Last year, they missed out in the Final 4 and playing in finals because they had an inferior net run rate. They had to run about amount of points. But yeah, weren't able to make it through to finals day. It will be a wide outside the line. It's an example of one that will be a wide even tomorrow. It'll take some adjustment, even for me, obviously. Been looking at these the same way. All right. Mysom saying here, just maybe querying why that was a wide, but it looked pretty clear cut to me. Wow, that's missed by a long way. Only just on the pitch. Bit of the sting's gone out of this game now. Got a feel for Punjab CC Amadora. Played a great tournament. Another one. Well, this is going to hit the edge of the pitch, and because it goes so far, they've been calling these wides typically because they're saying, okay, that's on the surface. But Meissen, yeah, just getting it wrong here. I suppose they got the runs to play with. But look at that. Bang. It's a big leg cutter. Now lifted up, and that's going to be out of the ground. Maximo. Well, that ball essentially has gone for 10. It went wide, wide, 2 wide, 6. So that'll help. Still long, long, long way back for Punjab CC Amadora. Another wide. Yeah, he's probably trying a bit too much here. Said Meissen doesn't need to at this stage. It's that slower ball again as he misses comfortably. Well, I've crept from 2% up to 3%. Yeah, might as well challenge the new batter. This is my point. And Nick has a good point, saying when you consider Punjab were 1 ball away from being top of the league, it's gutting. Yeah, they chased in 7.1 yesterday against Marlow. If they had chased it in 7 overs or less, and they would have been top. But as it worked out, all teams finished on 13 points. Just the net run rate separated them. That's not a bad shot from Anwar. Gets a good swing on this, and that's flying miles over the fence. Maximo. Wow, where there's life, there's hope. Yeah, they basically need 20 and over starting this over. So right now, they've got 18 off it. In fact, they'll finish 18 because that's the end of the over. So it's 105 for 5 after 7. Coming up next, we've got Gamblers SC taking on Awerash. With, again, these two teams separated only by net run rate, as all the teams are today. Awerash winning the toss and batting first. They'll want to put a big score on the board. But how much is enough? Because Gamblers last time out, we saw them chase 174 for victory, equals 6th highest score. Chase down on the network. That one starting in around about 20 minutes right here on ECN. Nakvi coming off back-to-back tons. Let's go back to the action here. Gondal gets a good one in first up. And of course, the winner of that next match between Gamblers and Awerash, they'll go straight through to the final later on today. The loser of that match will have to play what's looking like Marlow. Another big swing and a miss. And right now, Ali has only really connected with one this whole time in any serious way. All right, his 3rd time a charm for Adnan. It's just going down the leg side, I think. It's pretty close. I don't think they'll mind Adnan still being there because he's not really looking like a guy that's going to win them the game. Just had a feeling this was angling. Doesn't really straighten. Yeah, missing by a stump. Good decision by Bucks. All right, this is sliced away, and that's going to be 6. Maximo. Well, that's their only way in to this contest at the moment, to be able to clear the ropes. Gondal. That's not a bad ball to bowl, though. Low full toss. Not a bad spot to miss. New Yorker, slightly full, hard to get under it. Marlowe have a knack of finding a way to win, don't they? Adnan has hit 1-6. But out of the other 9 balls he's faced, he's only managed 3, so he's missed a lot. All right, that's hit straight, but it's off the end of the bat, and it's catchable. And it's caught. Mian Shahid takes the catch. And really, he personifies the fighting spirit of Marlowe. Remember how he had that horrible start his over, but he came back and turned it into a good one, taking 2 wickets in there as well. Now he takes a clutch catch to remove Adnan from the equation. He'll go for 9. A bit of an unhappy time for Adnan there. You can see, had the right idea. Goes down towards the end of the bat. And so, CC will finish the 8th over, 113 for 6. Nabeen Tariq will come to the wicket, but he will be at the non-striker's end, because that is the end of the over. I mean, now it's getting beyond the pale, isn't it? They need 54 off 2 overs to jump Shahzad. He's going to get his only over here in over 9. Anwar, he'll go down swinging though. Let's see if he can connect with a couple and keep the game alive. Oh, he misses out. And now they're going to get maybe 1. They could get 2 here. They will get 2. Not the greatest bat slide from Mubin. Oh, this could be interesting, you know. They seem to be there comfortably. So here, this means it should have been out the first time. But then they do actually hit the stumps. Has he got the bat down? Yeah, I mean, the bat's down. Is it in? I don't know. Is that bat in? To me, it actually looks slightly out, if I'm honest. But maybe it's inconclusive because you can't really see the line that clearly. And they'll probably go with what the umpire has said on the field. It's probably all academic at this stage. That's the frame right there. So he's kind of put the bat down. But has he put the bat in or out? Looks on the ground. And he's been given out. And so, yeah, I think the issue is puts his bat down, but I don't necessarily think it's in. Mubin, unfortunately, he hasn't really had the series that he's wanted, and he's got the quite rare Diamond Derek for company. It'll be 1 by and out. And the score is going to be 114 for 7. That was an unusual dismissal, if ever I've seen one. All right, what that does mean is that Kazi Manwa will stay on strike. Shamsha Singh with the direct hit there. Nice work. Now wide. Tell you the funny thing with the modern scoring. Last 2 players to touch the ball get credit for the run out. So do you know who that is? Roshan Singh, the keeper, to Shamsha Singh, the outfielder. Low full toss here. Anwar trying his best to stay in this. But really, that single pretty much shuts things down. Mushtaq's joined him now. I think the issue there with the Mubin Tariq run out was that his bat's down, but it's not actually over the line, I think is what the umpire said. Got him. So Mushtaq the next to go. Shazad comes on late in the piece and gets the ball coming back at a fairly comfortable pace at him. So Mushtaq, he'll join the Duck Club. Now looks down at the bat because it didn't do him too many favours. Shazad cleans up with the caught and bowled. And Punjab CC, Amadora, now 116 for 8 with 1 foot out the door. I've liked the series from Mushtaq behind the stumps. Hasn't always been easy for him, but he's a quiet achiever with the gloves. Unfortunately, can't get off the mark here in the eliminator. Shad Ali, well, he was brilliant actually with the ball. 3 wickets, his best ever figures on ECN in this game. He's a long way back. This is hit, but not too forcefully down the ground. Just be a single. Maybe while we're here, tell us, who do you fancy in qualifier 1? Gamblers and Werash played a fantastic game in the Super 5 stage. Gamblers 142 defeating Werash 138 in match number 3. This is a nice looking shot from Anwar, but only get a single. Amirzad enjoying himself out there. Beautiful day, by the way, for 24. Mercury still climbing. About 15 minutes away from the first ball of that game. Shad Ali will whip this away. So we fielded out there by Ikram. And we'll take us to the end of the 9th over. It's 119 for 8. Yeah, Nick saying Derek Scott and busy. But yeah, give us your thoughts. I wonder what the win predictor's going to say. Could have a little peek. Ah, interesting. Saying Gamblers SC 30%, and Werash 70%. What do you think about that? Myson will get a second over. Bit of a sting out of this game. I feel like we've got some close tussles ahead. Of course, Gamblers versus Werash. I don't think either of them want to take on Marlow in qualifier 2. I want the direct route. This is up in the air. Myson comes around to his left and he almost dropped it. And dropped it quite aggressively in the end. Almost left the infield. Suppose if you're going to drop an easy catch, now's the time. Bit of a strange one here, just misjudged it. No real damage. Shadley will get a 3rd run. Variation, but Amma goes after it. And he's going to be the next to go. So, yeah, Myson rolls out this kind of back of the hand slow ball again, misses the mark, but Anwar goes fishing outside the tram line and all he catches is an outfielder. Zaib loses the hat but holds on to the ball. Punjab CC down to their last batter now. That last batter is Gurjit Singh. Got to say, I'm a bit surprised with the 30-70 though. I thought it'd be, might be 45, 55, something like that. Time will tell. Here's Myson. Can clean it up with 1 wicket. In the air and not quite carrying out to Shazad. So well done to Gurjit. He gets off the mark. At the other end, Shad Ali, well, his previous highest score was 1. In fact, he's only ever scored 1 run on the network. So he took 3 wickets in the first innings. And previous to this, he'd only taken 3 wickets lifetime on the network. So he did a good job with the ball. Unfortunately, this will be the end of his series, along with his Punjab CC Amadora teammates. He tries to go down the ground and does to an extent, but only a single. You've seen Punjab CC here. They're scoring what's more or less a par score for the series if you go on all the games, but you can see how kind of the run rate's gone up, hasn't it, as we've gotten to the business end. I think they're kind of 130, 135 as par. Gets in the way of this Gurujit, but he will get a leg by. Yeah, a few laughs in the chat right now. People trying to make win predictions, and I suppose sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. Oh, what a way for the game to finish. Bounces off the non-striker. That's all she wrote. And it is all over. So, in the end, Marlow have a pretty comfortable victory here, winning by 42 runs. And now we know that Punjab CC Amadora, after kind of big favourites to take the double chance, they can't secure it in the end, and they are going to be out of the tournament. Marlow, the defending champions, stay alive in their quest for a 5th consecutive ECS trophy here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. And we know now they'll go through to qualifier number 2, which is later in the day. Qualifier 1 is coming up next. That's between Gamblers SC and Awerash, and coming up pretty quickly in about 10 minutes. So we better roll the highlights. Of course, the winner of that Q1, they go straight through to the final. And yeah, the team that doesn't, they're going to have to go through Marlow. That's not going to be very easy at all. But yeah, they managed to pick up those early wickets, didn't they? Ranasawa not able to fire. He went very early for just 4. And really, despite a couple of cameos, I mentioned, Arshad make 20 and right, Imran makes 20, but they just can't go on with it. And that turns out to be a giant pain for Punjab CC Amadora. I often say, if you're going to chase these down, you need to be able to have someone go large. What about that catch, though, to get Imran from Amir Ikram running back with the flight, turning slightly to his right? That was a fantastic effort. But Simran Jit, who couldn't quite come up with the goods yesterday, he was incredibly strong with the bat. But yeah, some days you got it, some days you don't. And unfortunately, it just doesn't happen here. Mian Shahid, well, he came back after a bit of a shocker as well. This was a kind of a weird one where Mubin Tariq, I think, gets the bat down, but it's not quite inside the line. Really, writing was on the wall. And they fight to bat out the 10, but they're a long way behind. Marlow survived to later in the day. Final score here in the Eliminator. Marlow 166, Punjab CC Amadora 124. Coming up next, we've got Gamblers SC taking on Awerash. Awerash winning the toss, electing to bat, so good toss to win, I think. But Gamblers went scared off by a big chase yesterday. Naqvi went large. Who can stand up with a bat for Awerash? They'll be looking to put a good 150 plus on the board, I'm sure. Going back to this one, you can see that Punjab CC Amadora couldn't get anyone past 25, so that was always going to be an issue chasing such a large target. Simranjit with that 25, but he wasn't quite what he was yesterday. 20s for Arshad and Imran, again couldn't go on with it. Anwar fought hard for 21 at the end. 19 extras in there. Punjab CC manage 124. As far as the bowlers went, well, they had the runs on the board, so they just had to do a decent effort. And Myson, 2 for 21. He was pretty handy. Shahid, 2 for 19, coming back from a rough start. In fact, everyone that bowled got a wicket in the end for Marlow. Bit of housekeeping because of that late finish to the game. We'll be delaying the next one by 5 minutes. So we'll actually be back in 10 minutes, take you into qualifier 1. It'll be Gambler SC taking on Awarash for a spot in the ECS Portugal final. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Back shortly in Portugal for more European Cricket Series Finals Day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Finals day action here live from the Santarém Cricket Ground. One thing I've loved is this outdoor viewing area. Got some of the Gambler supporters up here. They're feeling pretty confident because they did top the table after the Super Fives. They're taking on Oeiras here. What a game this will be. Just a small margin between these two teams when they played in the Super Fives. Right now, let's go out into the middle where the two captains are with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss for qualifier 1.
Oeiras to call. Heads is the call. And it's a head. They're going to bat.
Conrad Greenshields, the Oeiras skipper, went past 100 games on the network yesterday, and somehow Oeiras finished in the top 2 despite just going 2-2 in the Super Fives. So I suppose mainly because they topped their group in Group B and carried 4 points through to that stage. He wins the toss, he bats here. What a game this is going to be. Really too close to call for me. Gamblers chased down 174 to grab a spot in the top 2, and we've already seen how important that is because Punjab CC and Medora have paid the price for not finishing in the top 2, losing the eliminator to Marlow. And so we know that Marlow's waiting for the loser of this game. Now, percentages? I don't know. Might be time to give the computer a tune-up. 30-70 seems very, very low on Gamblers. But you've got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. And there'll be two teams that will be desperate to grab the win here. If you do win this, you go straight through to the final. If you lose it, you have to face Marlow, who have 6 ECN trophies. They're waiting for you in qualifier number 2. 30-70? Maybe 45-55. Maybe 50-50. I don't know. Naqvi's in some sort of form. But we won't see him with the bat just yet. Looks like this is Nitin Kamboj that's going to get us going. Badenhorst and Greenshields, the openers for Oeiras. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Rob says he's going to have a late night in New Zealand. Probably an early morning as well, I guess, if you're going to stay with us all the way. Lights, camera, action. Here's qualifier 1. It starts with the ball. That's going to bounce off the padding of Badenhorst. Leg by to get us going. Hello to Diesel. Bruno Cavalieri saying good afternoon. Slight delay to this one because the first game ran a little bit over time. An extended break between this game and the next, and then between qualifier 2 and the final as well. So here's Greenshields. Managed to knock up 148 not out earlier in the series, the 5th highest all-time individual score on the network. Starts by getting a wide, that will be called. Kamboj does like to go around the wicket because his natural movement is actually kind of right to left. So he's hoping to angle it in and get it swing away, a bit like that. Just missed the angled in part there. And Dave B, tell me if I've missed something, but are you on the way to Dreux? Are you on the way to the ECS France and you're on the train at the moment? Is that what's going on in the chat? Actually comes into Greenshields, does well to get so much bat on it, and you can see what makes Kamboj a difficult customer. See the ball before kind of curved right to left on the screen. This one, if anything, it comes in. So this is the difficulties that opening batters are having to deal with. Taylor's oldest time. Badenhorst plays a loose stroke. He's lucky to survive that one. He's at his best when he keeps his shape. You saw me there in the introduction with the Gamblers in the background, enjoying the viewing facilities here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. It is a fantastic facility now. Badenhorst, 30% more careful. Just pushes this away for a single. There they are up there. A few people getting ready for lunch as well. Got to say the hospitality has been outstanding here Yeah, biggest day of this series so far, of course, being finals day. Oh, wow, that gets big on Gollier as well. Gambosh getting the ball to talk a little bit early. Early wickets, I think in both innings, could be really crucial, determining the winner here. Good ball. Really good over that from Gambosh. And only 4 come off it, 3 and a leg by. The Swans with a slightly dodgy start. 4 without loss. This is where we're at on finals day, with Marlow through to qualifier 2 by winning the eliminator. Punjab CC Amadora versus Marlow in the eliminator. Marlow getting the win by 42 runs. They're waiting for the loser of this game. The winner of this game will go straight through to the final. So plenty happening here on finals day. And I think they're the... If you want to say every game is a 50-50, I know it's not that simple, but because these teams are also even, they're as good as 50-50s. It just means you've got twice the chance of lifting the trophy if you make that double chance game. Okay, Karanbir Singh, the Austrian international, ball over 2. Beats Badenhorst with a bit of pace and a bit of bounce here. Rob saying that it's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Rob. Now, is that birthday in New Zealand, as in after midnight now? Or is your birthday the 14th or the 15th? Oh, it's a really good shot. So Badenhorst bites back. And the Swans have something to cheer. The first boundary of this contest. I know New Zealand's not quite midnight, so I'm just asking. It's a bit of a thriller in the Spain versus Jersey game. Spain ranked 34th in the world and Jersey 24th. But Spain, they need 5 off the last over to win that. 5 wickets in hand. Oh, Greenshade wants to goes over, committed, and Karanbir forgets how to throw at a terrible time. Look at this. Greenshields was in big trouble there. But Karanbir lost the handle. Half chance. Feel the intensity in this game. This one sprayed down the leg side, but when these two met in the Super 5s match 3, it was a bit of an ECN classic. Gamblers 142, defeated Awarish 138. Awarish actually ahead in that chase for a fair bit, but couldn't quite finish it off. That's why I think they're happy to bat first in, set the pace. Also, I think they like themselves defending. One angles into Badenhorst, gets a bat on it, just one, but Gamblers have done a good job early to keep things quiet, just run a ball pace so far. Rob, because of his birthday, looks like he's gifted an ECN membership and has gone to Nick. That's very nice of you, Rob. Okay, thick inside edge onto the pad. Single. Loving the kind of intensity. I want you to just cast your mind back. I know we showed some of the 2020 series in one of the rain delays. Have a look at the cricket you're seeing right now in Portugal and just compare it to what was going on in 2020. It is so improved. It's so much higher standard. What we're seeing today is fantastic spectacle. Slower ball. Badenhorst goes, runs, will be out, misses. So 2 run opportunities go begging in the second. But still, it's a good start for Gamblers. And run a ball pace. 12 without loss, Warish, after 2. Yeah, so Rob's saying his birthday is actually the 14th. So happy birthday, Rob. Many happy returns. Well, if you're tridecaphobic, you won't enjoy that table. That is the fear of the number 13, because 4 teams have 13 points. And poor fighters, they end up with a big donut down the bottom, not carrying any through, not taking any points out of their 4 games. So it kind of shows you the gulf between these 4 teams and the rest in Portugal at the moment. Rob's gifted another membership. Wow. Here's Cambosh coming back. I've got a feeling they'll be not kind of overly careful, but they won't necessarily be going crazy against Cambosh here. If they could take kind of 10 or 12 off him, they'll be happy. Yeah, so Chris Smith has been gifted a membership now by Rob Thompson. Well, it's your birthday, Rob. Looks like you're handing out the presents. This is driven, and that's going to be 4. It's a bit of a risky one from Greenshields. He's been caught a few times on this kind of angle. Off was up in the circle, but he got it just straight enough to get the result. 4 runs. Not an easy drive, because it was on the up. Rob's given another membership away, so now Siva Gum Selapan gets a membership as well. It did start 30-70, but it hasn't stayed that way for too long. Whereas now down to 52%, so we're talking a genuine coin toss. Looks like Spain have won that game against Jersey with 2 balls to spare. Wow. That has rocketed off the bat. I don't think anyone's seen that because it was hit so hard, but I think this carries the line. One of the flattest 6s I've ever seen. Just watch this. Yeah, that's never really gone more than 3 meters off the ground. Maximo Flatsimo for Greenshields. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. Learnt that from a Billy Ocean song. Now angles this, uses the pace expertly. So this is a really nice bit of batsmanship from Greenshields, who kind of charges looking to drive, but his plan B is a deflection. So you hear high-level coaches talking about like a plan B, which is to have a kind of backup shot if the shot you're looking for isn't quite there. Now this one's crunched through the offside. That'll be 4. So this overturning Oerish's fortunes around. Cambosh now has gone for 19 in the over. Really good cricket shots though. You can see you can't get away with just kind of blindly hacking at this point in the tournament. You need to be able to handle yourself at the top of the order. I said this before, I like Conrad opening. I think in the power play, it's a lot of shots that might be stopped later on if there are outfielders in play or might even be caught. Now this goes magical for Cambosh as he misses the mark. One more ball for Cambosh to try and change the narrative. Hits this leg side, running away. That'll be 4 more. Bit of an under-edge drag. Darji with the hurdle. That will be the end of the 3rd over. It's a big one. 24 come off the 3rd over, and the Swans now are 36 without loss. Third over making all the difference. In fact, they triple their score in that 3rd over. Steve McVeigh watching from not too far away. Bardenhorst hasn't really fired yet. It's probably a little bit dispensable now as we head into the middle overs, you know. It's one that absolutely nails him in the leg. Karambiat comes back. He bowled a pretty tight second over, didn't he? Ouch. And the reason I say he's a bit dispensable, I mean, obviously he's been in good form, but you've got batting to come. You're 3 overs in. You've got 10 wickets in hand. Oof. Make your eyes water. Just can't get himself going at the moment. Not a bad thing if he's at the other end. That's a good bouncer from Karanbir. Goes upstairs. Loving the atmosphere out here at the moment. Might be the one for the over. Greenshield's just a little bit late on the hook. Slow ball does him, and Conrad says well bowled. Conrad quick to say that he was beaten by the flight of that. Bardenhorst. Yeah, I get it, but I think at this stage he needs to be a bit more aggressive. Because with 2 to go in the over, giving Conrad one more ball. It's a tough situation though. Haven't lost a wicket, but only going about 10 and over, probably a bit under. Conrad throws the hands at this one. He'll get 4. So he does look a bit on here, doesn't he? And they see off the openers. They don't lose a wicket. And at the end of 4 overs, whereas 43 without loss. What do you make of that power play? And then the 4th over on top of that. Under 11 and over. I think the par today, it's about 13 and over. 13 to 14. Karanbir does a pretty good job with the rock. None for 15 off his 2 overs. Let's see if the Gamblers SC middle over bowlers can keep this up. Naqvi's going to come on and bowl the 5th. They're forced into a double change here because both openers bowling 2 overs. Bardenhorst 10 off 12. Since the over, I think he's going to have to attack Naqvi. He either takes the 1, gets out the way, or he goes for it. Doesn't either. Conrad thinks about the run, but thought it was a bit of a risk. It's probably right to be cautious there. To get very big scores, normally it helps to have someone make a very big individual score, and obviously Greenshields looks best placed to do that at the moment. Hit straight, and Bardenhorst comes good at the right time and cracks the tower. Maximo! Just the 2nd of the innings. Step hit. And Brendan, he's no shrinking violet. He's actually had a very, very good series for Oiras. Now this one is on the legs. That's going to run away for 4 as well. So both ticking now. So going into today, Conrad Greenshield's leading run scorer in the series with 503 runs. Badenhorst was number 3 with 359. And in the middle, Amir Zaib with 406 runs going into finals day. So you've got 2 of the 3 leading run scorers out there right now. Badenhorst with the best of 92 not out. Uh-oh, minimo time. Nukvi has kind of tried to cramp the batter a few times, and Gollier, not easy to be up to the stumps to someone of Nukvi's pace. He's not slow. You see, Gollier takes a step, but he's just not able to make that position in time. 5 free runs. Gamblers looking a little bit unsettled coming out of that first 4 overs, where they certainly had the Swans on the back foot, but they weren't able to get that crucial breakthrough. This over's already gone for 16. Just 2 balls. Gollier goes back now. Once bitten, twice shy. This one's pulled straight from Badenhorst. This will just be a single. This is going to be a day where we're going to see some pretty good one-on-one battles as well. And Cezanne Nukvi going at Conrad Greenshield. I suppose the question, though, in this game, how much is enough? We saw Punjab CC Amadora put 173 on the board. That wasn't anywhere near enough. Gamblers chasing that down with 8 balls to spare. Biggest chase we've ever seen in Portugal. It's been a good over, so Greenshields just pushes a decently pitched ball. Gets a single. Yeah, so sounds like Dave's on his way to the ECS France. He said it's good to have ECN on the trip. It's a good way to make time fly if you do have internet access. Down the ground, but Badenhorst can't elevate. Ankush Kumar doing the fielding. Even game this so far. Remember, Warash never won an ECN trophy. They made it to the final in 2022. Marlowe edging him out 99 to 85 in a bit of a low-scoring thriller. Good Yorker. Greenshields keeps it out. End of 5 overs. Warash up 62 without loss. So 19 off Nukvi's over. Remember that actually of the first 2 balls at one point, 16 had come off it. So only 3 come off the last 4. Good comeback. In-game analysis. Well, I will say that at this stage of the tournament, it's important that you can score runs against good teams, because I think maybe in the group stage, you're getting guys bowling 3, 4 or more bad balls and over. But here, you're not going to get that. So I think you're seeing batters having to work a bit harder for their runs here. I think also the importance of capturing early wickets in these big games. Gamblers haven't been able to take a wicket yet, but the fact that they've only conceded 12.4 and over, they're still hanging in this contest. You know, they've got a lot of good batting of their own. Ankush Kumar to bowl for the first time in over number 6. Keeper up to the stumps, Gollier. Rolling cutter first up. Ankush uses this ball quite a lot. It's kind of like a fast off spinner. Just have a look at his hand here. Now, next one is up in the air, and it's going to be caught. What a brilliant catch that is, down on the boundary by Vikash Sikri. And he keeps himself the right side of the border. Badenhorst is going to have to go, and that's a classic catch. Fielding standards in Europe have been going through the roof with the amount of this form of the game being played. Have a look at this. Great catch. Runs, sees the rope, absorbs the impact. But Siegfried take a bow. Badenhorst does get a couple of blows back in anger, but he's going to have to go for 22. And Awaris lose there first, 62 for 1. Wow, that was spectacular. Ikram took one early on, that was pretty good. Could argue this was just as good. Francois Stowan comes to the crease. Stoneman in the number 3 position. What a great grab that was. These two love batting together. They also run very well together. Kumar with the early pole. This is hit back down the ground. Should just be one. Well fielded there by Karanbir. On for 138 at the moment. Whereas they'd like 150 plus, but it's not going to be easy. Kumar, his stock ball at the moment is that rolling off cutter. It might have been the one, it's a bit more pace on. Perhaps Greenshields, he'll only get it a leg by here. What a great catch that was, though, by Siegfried to get Badenhorst. But like I said, maybe not a bad time to put Faf in the mix. Got batting to come. Kumar. This is the ball that I'm talking about. That, just look at how it comes out of his hand here. He's rolling the fingers on the ball. See? And it comes out with that left to right spin. Last ball the over. Bowls it again. This one hits straight at the fielder. That's a great over from Ankush. Just 2 and a leg by off that over, so 3 in total. And after 6 overs, Awaris are 65 for 1. ECC, of course, very exciting tournament. And really, it's 2 tournaments in one this year because we have the ECCX, which is the feeder division, which will start proceedings off on the 23rd of September. That's its own tournament, has its own trophy, has its own finals day. 2 teams will be promoted from the ECCX into the ECC next year. But this year, those 21 teams on the right of screen will do battle in around 2.5 weeks. 4 groups of 5. The group winners joining England 11 in the championship week. The ECC is the Euros of cricket, and you'll find it here on the European Cricket Network. Portugal, pretty interesting group for them, with Ireland 11, Scotland 11, France, and Guernsey in their group. Parkash gets a ball. He was getting it to zip through yesterday. A fumble from Kambosh. Having to work pretty hard for their runs at the moment. It's 11 balls without a boundary now for Awaris. And now Gamblers actually poked their noses ahead for the first time in this game, 51%. Goes after this, watches it, and he's gone. Once again, Greenshields gets caught at long off. Trying to get on with it. Didn't get the contact that he was after. Prakash with a big breakthrough. As Conrad has to walk off with 30 next to his name. And Werash just hitting the skids a little bit. Here in the 7th over there, 66 for 2. Nakvi was never going to drop that. But yeah, I think you've got to give credit to Gamblers that they're really building the pressure with the ball. Greenshields frustrated, 30 off 17. 5 4s and a 6 in there. It probably tells you all you need to know. We've only had 2 Maximos in the first 38 deliveries of this one. At this stage, it normally would have around about 5 or 6. Helix calling Group A the group of death. What about Group D? With the Netherlands as well as Italy and Jersey in there. Thing is, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. So it should be a very entertaining tournament. Vishwakarma, the lefty, comes out at number 4. Just plays across this slightly. Prakash makes the adjustment for the lefty. Hello to Martin Foster, good to have you. Faf Stoneman. His form improved a lot as the tournament went on. We didn't see him early in Awaris's campaign. He was still in South Africa playing cricket. In fact, he'll be going to the Netherlands for some cricket this summer. Pulls across this, doesn't really time it. And they take off straight away. Fairly comfortable single. Bit of a rough throw for Goliath. Gamblers, 66% now. It's taken a jump with that wicket of Greenshields. Vishwakarma runs and Yorks himself. Stoneman's pretty quick. He gets home fairly comfortably. Martin Foster has come out as a bit of a lurker in the chat, saying he's always watching, just can't always interact. That's understandable. I want to say hello to all the lurkers out there. Bowled him. Stoneman plays across it. Prakash breaks through. He has 2 in the over. And Gamblers are laughing out there at the moment. They're loving their work. As Stoneman plays across this, middle and off. Get taken to the floor. Francois Stoneman goes for 4 and the score 69 for 3. What a great couple of overs. 1 for 3 in the 6th. Now 2 for 4 in the 7th. 7 overs down, 69 for 3. And Prakash, he's fired up. Gamblers supporters. Pretty numerous out there in the viewing deck. Making a lot of noise. 69 for 3 after 7. Yes, I'm going to say, all you lurkers out there, why don't you drop a message just once? Let's do a bit of a lurker call out. So come at us, come at us, come at us. Let us know where you're watching from. Martin's a bit of a lurker. I'm a lurker sometimes. If I'm not working, sometimes I can chat, sometimes I can't. I typically will have it on in the background. Ankush Kumar comes back. And here's the thing. Kumar and Prakash have had really good overreach, and they can come back and bowl 8 and 9. So can anyone buck the trend? Wirakun comes out to bat. He's not facing Vishwakarma. Start of the 8th. Goes leg side, another one. Oh, well, what a passage of the game this is. Gamblers SC rolling the dice. And it's coming up snake eyes for Awarish at the moment, because that's another wicket. This is turning into a bit of a collapse, because they've lost 4 wickets for only 7 runs. And that's in the space of 12 balls. The next one to go is Vishwakarma. He's well caught in the deep by Amandeep Kokar. And Ankush Kumar has his second wicket now, and Awera 69 for 4. Well, this is a kind of situation suited to Junaid Khan. He's come in difficult situations before. He's pretty accomplished at hitting boundaries early in his innings as well. But just can't seem to get a hold of Ankush Kumar. Well, goes the rolling cutter first up. This one is skied, and another one. Oh, well, make that 5 wickets for 7 in 13 balls. Calypso Collapso style. Ankush Kumar has 3. He's on a hat-trick. It's a golden duck for Junaid Khan. And Awaris now are 69 for 5. Junaid takes them up. Probably was the shot to play, but it also carries risk. Zainakvi takes the catch. Disappointment for Junaid. And almost like the pressure's built up and the dam walls burst here in the second half of the innings. And, well, in a twist of fate, Junaid was the last player to actually take a hat-trick. That was last night in the Super Fives when he took 4 for 16 against Punjab CC Amadora. He could be the middle leg of a hat-trick here. Girish Singh comes out to bat. Not a bad number 7. Has a half-century in the series. Right now, here's the hat-trick ball for Ankush. Edges away from the fielder. He's going to run away for 4. Parkash, his partner in crime, and Ankush was just wishing he was a metre in, metre to the right, and that could have been out. Is there a rear guard action here right now? They're expecting 101. That looks very thin on the ground. If they could even kind of lift that to 120. They're a good defending team, Awera. Some good bowlers in there. Good fielding team as well. Girish off the mark. There's that rolling cutter again. It's been so effective. And that boundary breaks the run of no boundaries, doesn't it? It's 19 balls without a boundary until that edge flew away for 4. Now takes on the cutter again. Not quite all the way to Karambir Singh. I suppose if you are going to lose 5, they had 10 wickets to play with, so I wouldn't say they're running out of wickets here. It's just these are all dot balls as well. Yeah, so Charlie Hunt has popped in as a lurker. Hello to you. And Binge Watcher been doing a bit of lurking as well. Steve C as well. Great to have everyone coming out of the woodwork. Hello to Silkesh. Popped in as well. Last ball, the 8th. What a great spell from Ankush Kumar. 3 for 7. Wirakun swings straight through his first ball. And Awera are 74 for 5 after 8. Get used to hearing a bit of Charlie Hunt. Hear him calling the Dina Cup T20 in France, which is actually probably only about 3 weeks away. Also, he'll be part of our competition team for the first ECS in Estonia since 2020. The 2 overs to make something of this innings. What could they do? Even like 15-15's 104. It's looking light. Parakash can bowl out, and he does. The first one will be a single down the ground. And then Nakvi, probably who they'll go to in the last over. They've got some other options, though, like Sikri, like Mela. And I feel they might go back to Nakvi. Parkash, 2 for 4 in his first over. Straight over the stumps. Whereas really having their feet put to the fire here. Wirakun He's kind of done his best work under pressure. And that has been in the second innings during the Super Fives, but this time he has to do it in the first. Flicked away, just out of the grasp of the fielder. I'll have to settle for a single. You can hear the noise at the moment. Gamblers, SC fans beside themselves. Hear the noise they're making every ball. They're expecting a wicket every ball at the moment. This one's playing away. Oh, it gets through one fielder, but it shouldn't cost him. They're going to take on the two. Kokar takes a couple of extra steps, and so Girish gets back fairly easily. Could see Cheryl in the chat as well. Hello, Cheryl. Nice to see you, partner of Terry. Are you in the same place or watching separately, you two? Okay, goes down the ground, gets a bit of wood on it. There's a misfield, but again, the backup's there. Doesn't cost him anything at all. Just a single. This is some comeback from Gamblers. Parkash has been outstanding here. Last ball of the ninth. Wirakun, well, he finally gets one out of the screws. Maximo! Badly needed, to say the least. In fact, it's only their third six of the whole innings. Maybe the average is 9. The average here in the Super 5 is more like 11 or 12 as well. So that 6 run's pretty handy as Wirakun swings it out of the ground. 9 overs in. And Oerash are 85 for 5. Gamblers probably bringing back Nakvi. They do have a couple of other options up their sleeve for this 10 over. 10th over. Have a look at the falls of wicket. 5 wickets falling for 7 runs and 3 wickets falling on 69. Nakvi does get the 10th. Can they get the 15 to get them to the ton? They judge a game till 2 sides bat, by the way. Where she'll be putting on the pressure in the second half, regardless of how many they score. All right, this is skewed up in the end. Nakvi calls everyone off it. He wants to take it, and he will. Owning the game there, Zain Nakvi. The other fielders were mildly interested. And Mandik Saini was around there. But Nakvi says, don't you worry, I've got this covered. And it never looked in doubt. So Girish will go with 5 balls remaining now. Whereas 85 for 6. See here, kind of outside half of the bat. Good communication. Communication's a two-way street. You've got to give it out, but you also have to be prepared to receive it. And Saini, here's the call. Leaves it alone. I said at the start of the day, teams that bowl well and bowl accurately will have a good day. And you're seeing that. Gamblers at the moment have been brilliant, heaping on the pressure in the second half of this innings. Taj Muhammad gets a hit at 8. And he's going to get bowled first ball. Yet another duck. And Nakvi comes to the party now. He's on a hat trick. Gamblers pretty comprehensive here at the moment, shining brightly in their ECL blue kit. This one comes in a bit. Look at where it bounces. Pretty much in line with the front foot of Taj Muhammad. Was sent up ahead of Miguel Stoneman because he's more of an out-and-out boundary hitter. But 2 and 2 to start the 10th. Golden Derek once again is activated. And Oeris are 85 for 7. Miguel Stoneman then comes out at number 9. Disappointment for Taj. He'll have the right of the reply with the ball. But Miggy has a 55 in the series. Feel like he will look to push the one here and try and hand it back to Wirakun, who's lost a bunch of partners so far. Miguel's his 5th batting partner. Here's a hat-trick ball for Nakvi. What a shot. What a shot of a hat-trick ball. Well, never mind the one. Maximo getting Miggy with it, as I didn't see this one coming. Step out of his crease, sees it. That's a brilliant swing of the bat. We have seen Miggy batting as high as was opening really in the series. 91. That's what I love about this format of the game. Nakvi with a comeback ball. Bounces a bit more. Get through for a single. So Wirakun can have a dash at this one. Look, even with that 6, it's still not a bad over at all. It's gone wicket, 6-1. So 7 off this last over, 2 to come. Yeah, Steve McVeigh was expecting the tap and run a single. But I love being surprised. Nakvi has 2 to his name. And he gets flicked away behind square. I think this might have landed on the rope or maybe just inside. Wait for the call. Uses the pace of Nakvi that time. It was a bit too leg stumpish. And this one... Yeah, I think it's hit the rope. Or was it just inside? Am I crazy? Yeah, see, Malik's called it 6 on the field because he sees it hit the rope. So I think they'll stick with the umpire's call there. So Maximo, the tiniest of Maximos, but a Maximo nonetheless. Great eyes from Malik. You see him there in the background. Right, 98. Can they get to the 100? They've had to work super hard. Probably should be out. It's hooked up. Can run hard though. It's a tough one. Darji takes it. Well, that kind of sums it up. A pretty complete bowling and fielding effort from Gamblers. And they will keep Oarish to double digits in the end. The final score in the 10 overs, 98 for 8. And just 8 4s and 5 6s in that innings as well. So, yeah, 13 boundaries. Remember, the average is about 18 in an innings. A very, very good effort from Gamblers. Remember, looked like they'd finished 4th in the Super 5s, but with a dramatic chase last night, they were able to get up to the top spot. And that's the way things roll here. You never know what's around the corner. Let's go and have a look. Badenhorst and Greenshields opened up and would end up putting 62 on the board, but they were just a little bit behind the 8 ball as far as the run rate is concerned. And really, all 8 of these wickets fall for 36. And that's what started off. That was a great catch by Sikri. Yeah, it was the first wicket and the last wicket that were outstanding catches. And it makes such a difference. Also, backed up by the bowlers. Because at the halfway point, whereas they were kind of looking on for a decent score, they had all of their wickets in hand. They were 62. So they were kind of looking, yeah, let's say 130s, 140s, potentially with a good finish. But then the wickets started falling, and they just kept falling, didn't they? And they just seemed very in control of the game. Akush Kumar turned the screws. Parkash was good ally through overs 6, 7, 8, and 9. That 4-over period was a bit insane, where there were only 23 runs in that 4-over period. Normally when you're accelerating, so 23 off 24 balls, and they lost 5 wickets in that period as well. Couple of blows late in the piece. Couple of 6s in the last over. They get 13 off that, but also 3 wickets falling. And Gamblers, I think they're very, very, very happy to be chasing 99 for victory. 30 for Greenshields, ends up as their top score. 22 for Badenhorst, but he wasn't quite himself out there, was he? Wasn't allowed to bat very well. The pressure eventually told on Awarash, bunch of quick wickets in there. Weren't really able to get to the 3 figures in the end. Still, Wirrakun tried hard. He was able to manage 13, but pressure. Gamblers with the bowling are pretty good, and really, credit to the openers who kept things reasonably tight, including Karambir for 15. But Kumar and Prakash really did a good job through over 6 through 9. 3 for 7 for Kumar, 2 for 15 for Prakash. So you combine their 4 overs there in a row, and you got 5 for 22. Naqvi with 3 wickets in the last. He was pretty good as well, coming back after his first went for 19, just 13 off the 10th over. We'll take a break, back shortly, and it should be a good one because Gamblers 99 looks easy on paper, but there's nothing easy when you get to finals day. They'll be fighting with every fibre of their being to defend this 98, and it'll be a rare double-digit defence on the cards. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for ECM. We'll take a quick break, back shortly. Second half of Q1 just around the corner. Here in Portugal, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. The sun is out and it's time to play. It's finals day action in this European Cricket Series. Now we're watching the second half of match number 2 of the day. It's qualifier 1 between Oeiras, the Swans, the hosts of this European Cricket Series, take on Gamblers SC, but the Swans, they were kind of gunned down, weren't they, in the first half. 98 on the board, 99 the target for Gamblers. Here we go. Golia plays the first one out from Taj Muhammad. Interesting also, they've just given the ball to Taj Muhammad and said, right, bowl quick. Faf Stoneman was bowling the first over yesterday, doing a pretty good job as well, swinging it around. But really, it's a long way back for Oeiras. 15% computers giving them here. This one swings out, Golia punches it. No run. So important to have a decent power play to stay in the game here for the Swans. Just going to look up the best defence in the series because we just don't see too many double-digit defences these days. All right, in the air, but that's going to fly, and it goes miles over the boundary. What an edge. Maximo is over the roof and far away, coming in another day. When you kind of just hang on by a thread, these are the moments you feel like, well, it looks like things aren't really going our way. Let's see if they can come back and try and make something out of this. Whereas just basically need to do what was done to them. We're bowled. How funny is that? He almost runs himself out, which, by the way, if he was out here, he wouldn't have been out because it's not touched by a fielder. Naqvi, he's hitting him so well, he's hitting him when he shouldn't. Actually, I think his bat is knocked in the air. Look. Anyway, this is hit down the ground, hit pretty well. That's going to be for Gamblers. They do get the couple of boundaries they want here. Looking pretty good at the moment, aren't they? Full toss, Kuldeep clips it away, and it's going to be gone. Faf Stoneman takes the catch. It's a full toss that does it, but they won't care, the Swans. They get Kuldeep earlier, and finally, something going their way. They'll believe it's the end of the first over, 10 for 1. And the decision to bowl Taj Muhammad pays dividends. Great catch by Stoneman. 10 for 1 after 1. But Golia, he'll be a bit disappointed. But the only way he can do this and defend this kind of score, you basically got to take wickets and take plenty of them. A lot of noise around the ground. Wouldn't want it any other way. Junaid Khan coming off a hat-trick last night. He's going to bowl over number 2. Let's see Oeiras making a lot of noise here. They're going to give it everything they've got, otherwise they're going to have to face Marlow in qualifier 2. It's the right to stay in the series. Junaid gets the wrong first up. Girish liked his keeping during the series. This one's in the air. Doesn't carry. You can feel the tension in the air at the moment. These always look easy on paper, but you don't play cricket on paper. I love this kind of atmosphere that we've got going at the moment. Well bowled by Junaid. Mate Darji actually hit the ball pretty well when he came in earlier. But pressure's funny. It's hard to describe if you haven't experienced it yourself, but Darji turns on this and gets it through the field. That's going to be 4. That'll settle things a little bit. So hard work at the moment. But yeah, you love to see it. That one just stays inside. It's pretty well bowled. Oh, Crute. Yeah, having no sympathy there. Felt like that one past the line probably was just inside. Yeah, it's hard to tell when it passes the line, but tight call. Now, in the air, that's going to find its way to the boundary as well. 4 carreras. And Darji just kind of bunts this out, doesn't he? Yeah, we haven't seen double digits defended in this series. The best defense we've had is actually all the way back in match number 42 in Gamblers. Actually weren't able to chase 110. Junaid does get this call. Yeah, so kind of funny that the lowest score defended was Lisbon Capitals 109, defeating the Gamblers 98. Well, it's clearly inside, you can see that. Last ball of Junaid's over. He's gone for 11 here. Good over. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Plenty on the line here. We'll get to the end of the over. And the score 21 for 1 after 2. One thing for sure, if we're actually going to defend this, they need to have all their bowlers keep things under control. 4 teams had 13 points at the end of the Super 5s. Bearing in mind that Werash and Punjab CC Amadora carried in 4 points. And the others only carried in 2 that qualified here for finals day. So that's essentially what gets Werash into this double chance game. 21 for 1. Taj to bowl out in the third. Well bowled. Goes the Yorker. Dug out. Naqvi, don't forget, he's coming off back-to-back centuries. He's only faced the one ball so far. That's his second. He's the big fish at the moment for Gamblers. Naqvi facing up. Nah, the good Yorker. Loving this. Loving this pressure. Loving this contest. Naqvi probably feels, okay, I don't have to go after everything. Get a ball like this. I'm not going to throw my wicket away. I'll just wait for something that's more hittable. Now, goes straight, and it's a cracking shot from Naqvi. This one isn't quite a Yorker, and he hits it as straight as the day is long. Maximo! So, miss, hit, if you like, ... 6 to start the over. This guy's made such a difference for Gamblers SC. He's going back in the chat. Dave's saying he's going to draw, but had to leave the guitar behind. He's got his violin, though. Okay, Dave. Chopped on! Oh, you wouldn't believe it. This one's short, it's wide, and Taj Muhammad is fired up. He gets right in the face of Naqvi there as he sends him walking off, and Gamblers, they go 6 and out here in the third. It's 27 for 2. Well, you can feel the emotion here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. He doesn't really move his feet here, Naqvi. Kind of turning on it, lost his shape, and then he had some company, didn't he? Taj comes up, and well, he sends a pretty forceful message there. The big haymaker thrown by Taj, but he does get the knockout blow on Zayn Naqvi, who's going to have to go. The score is 27 for 2. Naqvi goes for 7, breaks his run of back-to-back centuries. Kumar comes out, and he gets one that's on a length and turned around the corner. That's 6. Maximo! Well, momentum's a funny thing. You build it up, it can disappear quickly. Kumar knows Taj's got pace. He just has to make decent contact, get in good position. He was pretty nonplussed with Taj following through, and it's competitive, put it that way. Last ball of the power play. Lifted up in the air, and there's nobody back there, so that'll be 4. 6 and 4 to finish. And look, they take 2 wickets, but also Gamblers, they put a big dent in the target at the end of 3. Gamblers SC 37 for 2. Taj Muhammad 2 for 26. Well, I suppose he does what he's meant to do, which is that he gets the openers. But now you've still got plenty of other very, very capable batters there. I just think the fact you've got Naqvi in the power play gives you a shot. But, I mean, you've got Darji and Kumar there. You've got Kokal listed next, but I feel like they'll probably go Karambir Singh next. So you've kind of got a genuine batter still there. Given some sort of a chance, though. Faf Stoneman to bowl over number 4. He's been getting the ball to swing a lot in this series. Like I said, they need all of their bowling unit to respond. Awerash, how are you liking the high emotions? That's what I mean. This is something I don't even think you see it in franchise cricket and these kind of things. You don't see these raw emotions. Because we're only in Portugal 2 weeks a year here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. This trophy's only on the line once here. Darji, the left-hander, faces up. over number 4, middle overs. Here we go. Well, here we don't go. I said this at the ECL. ECL is probably heightened because all the teams that qualify for that, they've already gone on such a journey. And ultimately, 3 days of cricket will decide if they get to stay or go. We saw that journey with Gamblers SC, who topped their group, unfortunately went out in straight sets in Group C. First one is probably going to be 2 wides here. Krip Patel getting ready to signal. That one not really straightening the way that Faf would have liked. Hello to Michael Daub, watching from Germany. Great to see you. Michael asking, watching such wickets like the chop on there, how much of it is the skill of the bowler and how much is the unluck of the batter? Good question, Michael. I'll try to do my best to answer it. This one never really got through to Kumar. Again, looking to turn it around the corner. Look, I think that wicket, for example, it is unlucky for the batter, but he creates his own bad luck in a way by not really moving his feet outside the off stump and getting in a good position to hit the ball. And for the bowler, okay, it's lucky for him, but in the sense he creates his own luck by putting the ball on that offside to the left of the wickets, where generally good things happen to you if you can bowl it there consistently. And leg side, Stoneman hasn't really moved it off the straight yet. So, yeah, Michael, I really liked that question. There's always luck at play. But I suppose, to use a kind of gambler's mentality, you kind of want to put the chips in when the odds in your favour. And it's basically what Taj Muhammad does there, causing the chop on. He's bowled him. What a ball, straight through the gate. And Kumar has to go. This one just nips back a bit. Faf's fired up, gives it to the crowd. There's plenty of feeling in this game right now. Over goes the castle, and Gamblers are 40 for 3. Faf Stoneman brought on in the 4th over. Hasn't really been bending the ball, but this one just sneaks through between bat and pad. Trying to play defensively here, Kumar, but he's not able to keep it out. Definitely decks back on him. And, well, a little bit of shush, shush, shush action from Stoneman. And that's the thing about Faf. You can rarely understand what he's saying, but you know it's loud. Kokar will come out at number 5, and there's some pressure in this game. And you know you're doing well if you can bowl someone out that's actually trying to defend, and that was the case there with Kumar. Here's Kokar coming out at number 5. And Kokar playing pretty defensively as well. I mean, there's plenty of feeling. I know some people might say, yeah, there's a line, you don't want to cross it. Everyone's line somewhere different. But I often say, I love to see these guys caring too much rather than not caring enough. Hello to Sagar Kataria. Well, I'm missing you, Sagar. Probably back in Germany right now. But he was part of the group campaign for Gamblers SC in Group A. Hello to Manjeet Singh as well. All right. Darjeet faces up. He's 8 off 5. Do not look away from the television right now. Stoneman's going round the wicket. And I think he's trying to knock those pegs over with Mayank Darjeet. Curran Beer listed to come in next. Oh, it's a good seed from Faf. The other thing is, we've only had 4 runs in this over. There was a wide +1, there was another wide, and there was a single, and that's it. See, with Faf, off the field, he's pretty quiet, reserved kind of a guy, well-mannered. On the field, he's a maniac. Edge, that's flying away. That's going to be 4. So credit to Darji. He's able to get a bit of bat on this. It was always going to fly. 4 carreras. Stoneman probably just trying to beat the bat there, maybe get a dot. Little Nick, maybe to be caught behind, but steadying boundary for Gamblers. Marginally ahead of the rate at the moment, but 3 wickets a slight concern. This time he does beat the bat. Crook's going to call it a wide. To be honest, that was my instinct that it wasn't completely inside the line. See here, I'd say it's mostly inside the line, or some of it's inside the line, but I think some of it's over the line. I think Crook's been very good. Manjeet mentioning Crook's umpired very well this series. Hello to Diego Mendonca. He said he'd love to be here supporting, but can't, so I'll have to settle for watching it on TV. Nice shot by Darji. There's plenty of time. Strokes that through the offside, but Taj Muhammad will keep it to 1. Big wicket in the over, but they still get the 10 they need, Gamblers, to stay on track at the end of 4. It's 47 for 3. Terry saying, don't look away from the TV set. Does that mean he can look away from his phone? If you're watching on your phone, keep your eyes on it. Screen your calls. You can see actually we're ahead of their final rate at this stage as well. That red line is the difference between winning and losing. If you're ahead of it after the 10 overs, you win. Hello to Naeem Lala, who's watching from Poland, I think, Naeem. Hopefully you're well. Great to see you. Don't you love a little bit of fire in a contest? And everyone thinks it's just a bat fest, 170, 170. Sometimes it is, but you can feel the pressure's on right now. Now, here's a bit of a risk with Miguel Stoneman bowling over number 5. Has been taken to a couple of times. They've got a few options in here. They've got Macy that could bowl in the middle. They've got the left-arm spinner Vishwakarma potentially. Badenhorst is an option with his medium paces. He's over number 5. Right, in the air, and he hasn't timed that at all. It's going to be caught. Vishwakarma takes the catch, and Miguel Stoneman, he's going to take a wicket off his very first ball. You can see Darji trying to just drive that on the up. He never got too much of it. It hit him high up the bat, and Vishwakarma covered good ground to take the catch. So Gamblers stuttering in this chase is 47 for 4. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander, as they say in the classics. And right now, Hawaris doing what was done to them in the first innings. That one spiked like he's just received a touchdown in the Super Bowl. But this to me is the big fish. Karanbir Singh comes out at number 6. Now, if you don't get him, you can kiss the game goodbye. How will he approach the situation for? I would have thought maybe he'd come in above Coker, but they go with Coker at 5. Karanbir Singh, the Austrian international. Miguel Stoneman, dream start for him. Karanbir puts his careful pants on and just plays this away for a single first up. Manjeet saying he's really enjoying this series. An excellent series. We'll see what happens when the sun comes out. Good things happen. I know everyone was a bit frustrated 2 weeks ago. We lost most of the weekend to rain. I know I was doing those games from the studio. Coker, former Indian Royal. Watches this one pass harmlessly for a wide. Helix saying, getting interesting now. It sure is. Good movement here, actually. Funny that this time Miguel seems to be swinging the ball, but Faf can't. I think you'd have to pry the ball out of Faf's cold dead hand if you weren't going to give him the 5th over. This one is close. It's not going to be called a wide. Touch and go. This time Werris get the call. This whole ball inside. Close, to be honest. They lost the last battle with a wide line. This time they win it. Slower ball. Kokart whips it away, gets into the gap and gets 4. Nice shot. Don't mind the idea from Miguel Stoneman, try the slower ball, but he doesn't get it to hit the pitch. And Kokart, it's actually a good option. Doesn't try and overhit it, just make solid contact. Places it away from Vishwakarma. 4 steadying runs for Gamblers SC. 46 off 32. Looks easy, doesn't it? And this time, holds up again. Knocked away for a single. Just imagine what 2 quick wickets would do here. Funny thing is that whereas at this stage they were sitting pretty, weren't they? 62 without loss. Maybe a bit behind the run rate they'd like, but they hadn't lost a wicket, whereas Gamblers have lost 4 in the first half. Last ball of the 5th over. Goes after this, hits it hard, hits it well. Maximo! That's Curran for you. He's a very good 6-hitter. So Miguel starts with a dream and ends with a bit of a bad dream there as Curran after him. And at the end of the over, game still hovering. Time for some in-game analysis. Well, here's my in-finals day analysis. I think this is one of the closest finals days we've ever had. Not just in Portugal, but in any European cricket series. And the ability to build pressure, to create and take chances is going to be really, really important. Badenhorst then to bowl this over, 60 for 5, so 39 required in the second half. First one pushes Kokar back, just get a single. Even with this great run, just have a look at the required rate. They've got to take more wickets somehow. Whereas, otherwise, you know, just keep the good ball out, go after the bad ball. That'd be my tactics at this stage. Kokar hit a boundary in his 7. Badenhorst come out with a great 10th over yesterday of 2 for 3. Kokar just carves this one out to Naseem. That's a really good bit of fielding, actually. That wasn't an easy stop. Took it cleanly. Oh, Karambir can't deal with this one. Gets a bit big on him in the end. Now loses his line. Again, lose this line. Another run down the drain. Even with the start they've got, it would have to be a pretty remarkable few overs for Werris to pull this back. All right, in the air. That's going backwards, and that's going to fly. In fact, it might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo! Oh, Karanbir Singh. I don't think this was exactly what he meant, but he'll take the runs, and in a low-scoring game, those 6s worth even more. Now goes straight and pumps it. Maximo! Walking 677, end of the over. Badenhorst goes backwards once, goes forward once, and really, Gamblers, their game to lose now. That's 77 for 4 at the end of 6. Just 22 required now off the last 4 overs. Good game, though. Only hanging it so long. Where Ash? Let's see if they have another turning point here, the Swans. Yeah, what do you think about Stoneman? Not being brought back straight away. They went to Badenhorst. Now he comes back, Faf Stoneman. I get you kind of got to bowl the 5th bowler at some point. Only way I can see this turning for both these guys to get out in the next over and a half, particularly Karambir Singh, 20 off 6. Slightly slow ball perhaps, but Coker doesn't pick it too well. .22 off 22 required. No ball called. Just straining for that extra pace. Pushes the front line. See if we can see this one. Anything behind the line? Not quite. Now that hurts at this stage as well. Probably the one for the over as well. Free hit coming up for Coker. What Warish would give for another even 20 runs here. Here Conrad Greenshield's trying to make a few adjustments, but remember this is a free hit. Can move your field now. It's a regulation we relaxed here on ECN. Well, it's actually pretty well bowled. Does it stay inside? We'll get a physical run. It's going to go down as a bye. That was kind of a leg-cutting slower ball. Comes out the left of the hand of Faf Stoneman. Let's have a look. Yeah, when it goes past the crease, probably stays inside. Oh, this one actually gets Karambir upstairs. Gives it a little rub. 20 off 20. Now it becomes how long can you push this if you're Warish? Can you take it to the last over? Can you get the guys that are in? Can you put the pressure on someone? I can guarantee none of those guys in the dugout really want to have to come out there for Gamblers. They'd like to see this done by the 2 out in the middle right now. This one cut away, 4 runs. Karambir absorbs the blow and then gives one back in kind. Nicely struck, takes them up into the 80s. Great cricket match. Karambir has been a difference maker. No ball again for the foot. Check it out here. It's a bad habit, isn't it? Watch that left foot, the front foot. Needs to have something behind the line. And it's hard to see it because his other foot's in the way, but looks like that heel's on the line, not quite behind. Another free hit then. Karambia can swing the arms. And he does, and he nails it. He goes straight through Wirikun. Cuatro carreras. And he's a big man here. Remember, there already was a bouncer in the over. How's this one for bounce? Oh, yeah, that's probably high, you know. I think maybe they've said that's okay, but I'll take us to the end of the over. Maybe that's kind of shoulder high, not above, but brilliant hook shot. And 7 overs down. Gamblers 88 for 4. Having a look at what's coming up. Okay, the way things are looking, Gamblers are going to go straight through to the final tonight. That means we'll have Awerash versus Marlow in qualifier 2. Again, not impossible. Awerash could come back here, but looking highly unlikely at the moment. The next game is coming up in around about an hour and 20 minutes here on the network. So a bit of an extended break, of course. But you don't want to miss the second half of this one. This is still wide open. 3 teams remain in the running here in the European Cricket Series, Portugal. Eighth over, and they go back to Junaid. Needs a miracle over. This one's driven. Kokar happy just to keep the line moving at the moment. Can Junaid turn this around dramatically? Well, it's in the air, hanging in the air a long time, but with this guy, he's got so much power, he can still get over the fence. That's exactly what he does. Maximo. Just kind of rolls the dice with the flat bat and does the job. Oh, curious choice from Karambir to get a bit cutesy. Maybe spotting the field, thinks he can exploit it in that way. Kind of reminds me of Faf Stoneman, who tried this yesterday in the 9th over, and it set off a chain of events that would derail their chase completely. 4 to win, though, for Gamblers. Bowled by Junaid. And, well, in the end, gets through the field. They get a single. Been a good game, though. Sting's a bit out of it now, but Gamblers, they can sense the wind's not far away. 3 to win. As Koke hits this one, and that's going to be the victory. Gamblers, the first team through to this ECS final. Koke will put the finishing touches on. It's a brave effort by Awerash with only 98 on the board, but Gamblers, they find a way. And their contingent very, very happy with that result in the end. Gamblers chase it down with 13 balls to spare. Gamblers SC 100 off 7.5, defeat Awerash 98. And although the Swans will be disappointed to not get the direct passage through to the final, they can reset their sights on a very, very important match. Another knockout match to come between the Swans and Marlow. So a rematch of the 2022 final coming up in qualifier 2. We're an hour and 20 minutes away from the first ball of that one. It starts 2:15 p.m. GMT, which is 4:15 in Central Europe. It's 7:45 p.m. in India. Oh, that game is going to be an absolute banger, and gamblers, well, they can sit pretty. They can enjoy the afternoon sun. They'll be back in the final later on, the first team to qualify. Well, when you've only got 98 on the board and you haven't seen double digits defended in the series, you know it's going to be an uphill battle. Collier started with 2 boundaries, but there'd be a bit of spice in this one as he would hit a full toss to Faf Stone and Taj Muhammad with the early wicket. Swans weren't going to go down without a fight. Then Darji came, he was able to get 3 boundaries in there. Naqvi, of course, he's the big fish. He chopped on. And Taj was fired up. Got a little bit of up close and personal there with the Gamblers opener. Had to give way to his right as he had to go, but Ankushi started brightly, didn't he? Hit the next ball for 4. Was also able to crack a 6 out there, but then he got castled through the gate. Very good seed. Stoneman was trying to silence the crowd. Emotions running high. They were kind of running on pure adrenaline this stage, weren't they? Whereas Faf with a few not so subtle messages to the Gamblers supporters. Darji then went after he was able to get 13. It was unlucky for him because Vishwakarma took it. He spiked it into the ground. But they just needed to settle, didn't they? And that's exactly what they did through Amandeep Kokar. And then Karambir Singh with a really influential 35 not out. They were able to kind of keep Gamblers ahead of the rates. And Awarish basically set a pace and a kind of standard that they weren't really able to maintain through those middle overs. Closing in the end and chasing it down in the 8th over. Gamblers SC, the first side through to the final later on today. Well, lick your lips because there's plenty more tasty action in the second half of finals day. Now, we can have a look at that scorecard. Karambir, they held him back to number 6. Awarish had kind of punched themselves out a little bit by the time he got to the crease. 35 or 13 for him with 4 Maximos and 2 4s. 13 for Amandeep Kokar in there. I suppose the thing with Gamblers SC there, even though they lose wickets, they kind of always stayed on top of that 10 and over, never really falling too far behind. And in the end, they win out. Pretty consistent performance from the bowlers. 2 wickets from Taj Muhammad, who bowled with a lot of fire. 1 for Faf Stoneman, 1 for Miguel Stoneman in there. But really, that 98 was always going to be a tough defence. But you got to love the fight from the home side. Gamblers, though, sitting pretty. First team through to the final. The Swans will have to go the hard way through 6-time ECN champions here in Portugal, Marlow. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in about an hour and 15 minutes, take you into the qualifier 2. The toss is just about to take place. You can stay tuned in the chat and also at our website, europeancricket.com for that. We'll have a bit of lunch. Hopefully you can have a bit of a break, but set your alarm, do whatever you have to do, because back in 75 minutes, the second half is going to be even spicier than the first. I can feel it. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon here. Finals day in full swing at the SCG. We'll see you around the corner for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through finals day at this beautiful Santarém cricket ground in Portugal. Every year we come back, it gets even better, even more special. And what a tournament we've had. 14 teams started this journey and only 4 have made it to finals day. Only 3 still in the hunt. Gamblers SC waiting in the final for the winner of this match. It's qualifier number 2 and it's a rematch of the 2022 final. Awarish, the Swans, taking on Marlow Cricket Club. Now, when these two met in the 2022 final, Marlow edged out Awarish 89 to 55. So, look, that's a long time ago now. No, Awarish did beat Marlow earlier in the series. They weren't quite able to overcome them in the Super 5 stage. So I think this is going to be a really even game. Coin toss, very important. Tyrone Peters has the 2 skippers. Let's see who wins it.
Milo to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's tails.
We'll have a bet.
Are you going to bet?
So the news from the toss, Conrad Greenshields, his luck's come good at the right time, and he's decided to have a hit. That's confidence in his batting lineup. Of course, that didn't quite go to plan the last time they were out, only scoring 98 against the Gamblers side that ended up chasing that down in the 8th over and being the first team through to the final. Whereas led by Greenshields at the top, Barnhorst at 2, Faf likely to bat at 3. And for Marlow, a powerful sign as well. Zaib, interestingly, went down to 4. Mian Shahid had a feeling that he might come good. He put himself to the top of the order with Amandeep Singh earlier today. So, interesting there with Shazad listed to open. Imran Khan out of that lineup today with that slight hand injury that he sustained taking a catch yesterday. But you know what they say, bat for show, bowl for dough. And the Marlow bowlers are pretty tidy there, aren't they? Especially Meisterman and Gondal that can close it and he's out for you. Shamshir seeing a bit of a surprise packet with the ball earlier. Mian Shahid continues to take wickets in this series. Danny Askar, expect him to bowl this first over as we're almost ready to get going. Looking at the who will win. We're considered favourites here, 57% over Marlow, 43. That's an interesting one. I mean, Awarish did top Group B and actually had a pretty comprehensive win over Marlow. And when they took all 4 points in the earlier game. But they had one washout and then they did also meet each other in the Super 5 stage. In fact, yesterday in the middle game, Marlow 159 defeated, Warish 152. Just correcting myself, got my numbers wrong. In the intro, that final back in 2022, it was 99 to 85. Marlow putting 99 on the board, and that wasn't chased down. Well, not sure where the players are. Hopefully they'll be on pretty soon because we're getting ready for the opening stanza. Interesting that Conrad does choose to bat first. These are the numbers over the first stages of this game, of this tournament, as 44 out of 27. It's a pretty good percentage, isn't it? Actually, 62% of wins batting first. So runners have stood up more often than not. But, yeah, I suppose whoever plays better will win, full stop. Over the life of the European Cricket Network, it's actually around about 50-50. In Group A and Group B, the runs on the board held up more often than not. But actually, the percentage was a bit stronger in Group B with 64% of matches won by teams that are batting first. Now, here we go with Shamshir Singh going to open up. Okay, so they don't go to Danny Askar first up. Dave B in the chat. He's on his way to the ECS in Dreux in France. And he's asked any news from Rico. Well, I haven't heard anything yet. He'll be in transit today. He's Bardenhorst facing up. The first one's going to be wide down the leg side. And it'll just be the one run gets us going. Barnhorst. A little bit short, but this is hanging up in the air. Just down to the grasp of the fielder. I think he does pretty well to pull that back. It might get 3 here, you know. In the end, they'll settle for 2. So I thought for a second that somebody must be able to reach it, but you see, that's Vikram. Made sure that he was going to keep it inside the field of play. Didn't worry too much about trying to attempt the catch. Barnhorst had a little bit of an off game earlier. Was the 3rd leading run scorer in the tournament, leading into finals day. Would have been a chance actually for a genuine 3 there, I think, but I'm happy with 2. What do you think about not opening up with a left arm spinner? Danny Ascart, would have thought these two are pretty accomplished, paying pace, opening the batting, but Shamshir, surprise. Bowling option opening the bowling today. That's 4 byes. That's the risk, being up to the stumps. Roshan is a good keeper. And it's going to sneak between the gate, and Roshan, tail between his legs, is going to go back now. It's not an easy take, we'll say that. As the stumps are a bit of an obstacle to your vision, so is the batter. It wasn't really a genuine stumping chance either, because Badenhorst left his foot on the ground. Whereas catch a break early on. I don't mind the tactics from Roshan, but like I said, it has pros and cons. Another con of being up to the stumps is that if there's significant edges, they're not really catchable. They'll probably bounce off your body or maybe just miss you. That's why typically you would start back if you're 50-50. Shamshir is up in the block hole. His green shield's on strike for the first time. Over 500 runs in the series leading into finals day. All right, showtime here at the SCG. Skipper's on strike. Just watches this one closely. Happy to take the one. Get the pace of Shamshir Singh. These two teams are a little bit like oil and water. They don't mix. And that's what creates a healthy rivalry. I will say it's a pretty friendly rivalry off the field. As this one is cut away. Again, just another single. But I say this quite often, you know, going around. I mean, I'm going to over 20 countries a year, covering domestic cricket. And these kind of rivalries are what build competitions and they build up the community. Yeah, cricket's meant to be fiercely contested. At the end of the first over, it is 10 without loss. This is where we're at in finals day. We're halfway through at the moment. Punjab CC Amadora dropped down to the top 2 after they had 174 hunted down last night. Marlow beat them in the eliminator to be into this game, and Warash did finish in the top 2 but lost to Gamblers, who are waiting in the final for whoever wins this game. So just this game and one other. Matches number 97 and 98 in the series. Mian Shahid opens up. Badhorsh goes down the ground but doesn't really get it. Probably just as well. It's just a single. Interesting that Mian Shahid's actually bowling over number 2. So they're not going kind of express. I think it's a bit of a tactic. I think they like maybe having their quicker bowlers on at the end. If you crack the middle to lower order then. They're taking the pace off to these two. That one gets past Green Shields. Like I said, he's wily, Mian Shahid. Here's Wayne in the chat as well. Green Shields misses out on that delivery. Uh-oh, it's not a good ball. That's going to run away. 5 bonus runs. It's the dreaded Minimo. Oh, Roshan got up to the stumps. He's had a real working over so far. And really, Shahid doesn't miss his spots too often. Green Shields will take the runs for his team. Won't go to his score. Smashes the cover of this, actually hits it onto his own leg, I think. So he does go very wide of the crease. We actually saw Mian Shahid bowling a back foot no ball earlier. Conrad. He's a pretty tough character, played cricket in some pretty competitive places, but look at the old back thigh. Getting a workout. Sometimes you wear padding there, sometimes you don't. I think it's the latter for Conrad. Hanging full toss, and Conrad can't time it up. Knocked down in the circle, just a single. Can Badenhorst on top of Shahid. Well, hit and run. They'll have a pop at the stumps. Pretty well backed up there to prevent any overthrow. Warash did put on a decent opening partnership, but it probably wasn't quite as quick as they would have liked. In their last game, they put on 62 in 32 balls, these two. Haven't really been able to dominate attacks today. That's clever fielding there. Didn't want to risk the fumble, so just kind of bats it back. Fielding in pairs there. End of the second over. And Warash are 20 without loss. Look at that, probably not a bad idea. Unless you swing and miss it, I suppose. Hey, who's looking forward to France? I know that Dave is already on the way. Just needs to take a coach or a bus to get to Drua. And this is what you'll see on day one. Unfortunately, you'll be there before me because I'll travel in the morning. I'll get there probably by the afternoon. So I won't be there on the ground at day one, but I will be watching when I can. The Grinny Vipers taking on VSK. That's the Villeneuve Super Kings. Barbinians and Royal 94 taking part in the first day as well. Champshire comes back in the third. Badenhorst hit and run job here. That's getting away. That's going to the boundary. This is such a fast outfield. Seen it many, many times, especially when we had a spell of dry weather as we have over the last couple of weeks. And Warash, they like the result. Could see the emotions on full display. Warash and Gamblers going toe-to-toe in the last game. Edged and dropped. I'm pretty sure this is an inside edge. There's a big noise out. Don't think it was near the pad. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, that's a nick. Roshan puts it down. You can see there, Champshire couldn't believe it. Roshan is a very good keeper, but he's probably just missed a couple of fairly simple opportunities this week. Maybe the fatigue factor there. Now, Badenhorst just turns it away. Remember that one? Badenhorst dropped on 10. He hasn't hurt them yet. Hello to John Tucker. Watching a local T20 at Supersport Park in Centurion. Halfway between Joburg and Pretoria. Stayed there for a little while, actually. They turn around. Does this beat the fielder? It does. So Green Shields finding a way. I suppose we haven't seen any kind of dominant hitting that you'd want to see from a trophy-winning team today from Warash, but the day is young yet. Marlow, because they finish out of the top two, they have to beat every other team here on finals dates. They have to beat, well, they've already beaten Punjab CC Amadora. They'll have to beat Warash here. They'll have to beat Gamblers in the final if they're going to keep their stranglehold on this ECS. The Santharem Cricket Ground. They've won it every time. All right, this one is going to get away, but only from one fielder. They have 4 day trophies and they have 2 night trophies, Marlo. In fact, they won 6 out of the 7 trophies offered by ECN in Portugal. The only one they haven't won was actually Gamblers, who won the night series at the Miranda de Corvo Stadium in Coimbra in 2022. Pitched up, edged and dropped again. And look, these aren't easy. This was the hardest one so far. Roshan was sent the wrong way. And Bardenhorst gets dropped behind again. And it's more a kind of, it's a lunge more than able to get a step in there, Roshan. Because look at the footwork here. See, takes a big step to his left and then can't get back. So maybe a slight positioning thing. Had his weight going kind of towards the stumps. Anyway, hey, when it rains, it pours with chances. But none have been taken so far. Awarish, though, kind of mild in the power play, though 34 off 3. You put this next to what we saw in Q1 when they took on Gamblers. Yeah, didn't lose wickets in the first half, but weren't really dominant. Actually scored 36 without loss in that power play, so very similar start. Shahid's going to bowl out. Down the leg side, this will be called wide. Thing is, in that power play against Gamblers, they were 12 off 2. It was a magical third. 24 off Cambosh got them to 36. Sooner or later, these two are going to flick a switch, and I think you'll see them. They're probably looking to make more out of every delivery. In the air, this gets through the gap, though, and that'll be 4. So Greenshield ticking into double figures. I suppose if they are going to kind of invest in a foundation, these two, they'll want to turn around and get some pretty big scores here. Warish holding on to a narrow lead as far as the computer's concerned. That's the one he wants, but has he found the fielder? Well, he has, but on the bounce. That's that kind of in-between ball that Greenshields just hasn't quite been able to get it over the ropes. This is the one he wants, but you see he's slightly opened up in his front side. He's kind of fighting himself. Shazad actually does pretty well to stop the boundary in the end. As this is lifted up, and that's going to be 4. Well, boundary starting to peek through from the horizon. It's actually 4 4s in the last 10 balls now. Yet to have a 6 in this innings, though. Again, can't get under it. Shahid is just annoying to face. He's very accurate when he's bowling well. Doesn't really give you any pace to work with. Ronnie Spraggan saying enjoying finals day. Tough to pick a winner. You're right there. Maybe one of the most even finals days we've ever had. Hanging full toss. These are the ones that need to be put away. This one does go for 4. Greenshields might feel he's missed out on a couple of runs there. But still, boundary's a boundary. There's our 6th 4 of the innings. Both of these two have 3. Shahid's gone for 25. So they bowl out the openers. Wonder who they'll go to next. I mean, maybe Zaib, maybe Amandeep's in there for some off spin if you want. Shazad's an option, Gondal's an option, Mysam's an option. Anyway, that one is going to be up and into the hands of Mysam. So Greenshields just never finds his timing here in qualifier 2. And Shahid dismisses him with the last ball he bowls. A little bit short. Again, the shot's on there, but it's just a miss hit. And so Conrad Greenshields won't be the hero in this sudden death matchup. He'll go for 18. Well held down there by Said Mysam. And Warish lose their captain on the stroke of the 4th over. It's 49 for 1. It's a frustrating sort of innings, I think, for Greenshields. Probably here. He's not too happy. He won't take any further part in this innings. France starts tomorrow. That's going to be exciting. But look at all these places we're going. Going to Italy in a couple of weeks. Brescia in the north of Italy. We'll see Zanakvi there, actually. Need a Cup. Typically held in Malta, but with the unavailability of the ground at this time of the year, it's moved to France. In Estonia for the first ECS since 2020. England for the first time. 50-50 game here as Vishwakarma gets the nod at 3. Interesting. Bunhorst. Don't know, something about him today. Just seems a little bit afraid to pull the trigger at times. He's being selective, and to be honest, it's been something I've patted him on the back for during this tournament, because he's been selective in the group stages, but I suppose at this level of competition now, he's not getting that bad ball. So he probably has to go after some of the better ones. Can't get this one up in the air. Vishwakarma, former Nepali under-19 international. Now has a home here in Portugal. So it does create a left-hand, right-hand combination as the 50 comes up here in the 5th over. One thing we did see, though, in that previous game was that Conrad and the Oeris team really fought hard. Even though they had 98 on the board, they gave it absolutely everything. They'll give twice as much here, I think, with their tournament on the line. Well, they've crept ahead in this contest now. Whoever wins this, it's going to be a cracking final. Vishwakarma is a sweet hitter of the ball. Maybe sometimes lets himself down with shot selection, but let's see what he can do. It's Gondal getting the nod in the 5th over. That's pretty nicely played. Now, that's going to get through for 4. Well, the fielder, she had a pretty good run at it, but he couldn't quite keep it in the field of play. And Vishwakarma, this was probably my analysis of him, is that sometimes he tries to drag balls to the leg side. But this time he doesn't. He goes with the line of the ball, strokes it away for 4. Lightning outfield here. Gondal really didn't do too much wrong there. Comeback ball from Adnan. Goes shorter. Vishwakarma's sweating on it, and he's going to get another boundary. But Gondal changes plan because the Yorker got hit for 4. I still think that was probably the right ball to bowl. Now he changes it up, and really, Vishwakarma catches Gondal with his hand in the cookie jar, trying to surprise him with a short ball, pulls it away nicely for 4. Still no 6s in this innings. We've had 8 4s. Well, Mr. J. Grant saying he thinks a golden ball in the final is probably the best way to conclude this week with such close teams. Yeah, I can see what you're saying there. Vishwakarma, 2 balls, 2 boundaries. Can he turn this into a big score? Cracks one down the ground, tests the fielder. Mysom's up to the test. So they're really similar to where they were in the first half of Q1. They were 62 without loss after 5 in that game. Problem is, they fell over in the second half. They lost 8 wickets for 36 runs in the second half. I'll be hoping that doesn't happen here. Badenhorst needs to get cracking. That's exactly what he does. And he pumps it over the leg side. Maximo! You don't bowl short to Brendan. And that was like a bullet out of a gun. He does have a very good bat. And so Arash at the end of 5 are 65 for 1. See this one just dragged down by Gondal. Not a bad seam position. It's about hip high. Fielder was lurking, but he couldn't get around to make a play on that one. I know everyone's quite excited as well about the ECC. Going to France, and that's starting tomorrow. But France and Portugal, actually, they're drawn together in Group A. You can see on the right of screen, they're the teams that are playing in the ECC Premier Division. 4 groups of 5. But what about the other teams in that group? Guernsey, then Scotland 11, then Ireland 11. I mean, all these groups are tough. Thing is, even if you can't win your group and go further in the tournament, you want to pick up enough points to stave off relegation, because one team will be relegated to ECCX in 2025. Shazad comes in and he gets just caressed away. He's got in the pads of Vishwakarma. I'm pretty sure this is 4. See, they're pitched outside the leg stump. And yeah, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Good start to the over. I mean, that is one reason to put Vishwakarma up at 3. Creates that left-hand, right-hand combination. He's trying to upset the rhythm of the bowlers. Have been pretty accurate for the most part so far. Now goes straight and goes true. Maximo! Vishwakarma. Well, the big V puts it in the V and he puts it out of the Santarab cricket ground. Awarash hoping to build this into a competitive score. 143 predicted at the moment. It looks a long way off at the moment. But what I like about this shot from Vishwakarma, it goes straight. Shows the whole width of the blade. The jump Shazan on the back foot. 4 and 6 first 2 balls. Now this isn't a good ball either. That's going to go away for 4. The jump, struggling to bowl to the lefty here. He's wide of the crease. This is basically a free swing. Look where it bounces. I mean, to a right-hander, that might test him, but to a lefty, they'll have that for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Just remember, second half, I'll say it again, 8 for 36. That's what Warish lost in the second 5 overs last time. They're in a similar position this time. Shazad with a comeback ball. Better ball. Full toss drilled. Well stopped there by Shamsha. He's deputising for Najam Shazad down there. I suppose I call it a criticism, but the analysis on Vishwakarma is that he hasn't really been able to turn these starts into bigger scores. Does have a 50 on the network, but his high score in this series is 36 against Friendship. Barnhorst. He's going to slice this away for 4. Well, he's still there. And to be honest, at this stage, they're not in any wicket trouble. I think you've got to back your middle order. Barnhorst can really open the shoulders now. But I like this shot selection. It's on the offside. He takes it offside. Shazad's gone for 19 in this over now with 1 ball to come. It's in danger of going magical. Gosh. Back on top in this contest, 66% now. They fell behind momentarily. This partnership turning things around. They've already put on 35 in just 11 balls. This is hit pretty hard as well. Adios pelota. Maximo. The jump goes magical. And Bardenhorst finds his big boy boots and puts it up over long on for 6. End of the 6th over. It's 90 for 1. Now, they're going at 15 and over. And it's quite crazy. They've almost scored as many in this 6th over as they scored in the last 5 in the last game. That's T10 cricket for you. See, look at the batting still to come. I'd probably go at this stage. Stoneman's probably a good shout next, but then I'm probably going Wirrakun on current form. It's that kind of a situation. Maybe Junaid. You've still got batting under that. You've got Girish there. You've got Miguel there. And you've got options. That's a good thing to have. Hello to Steve Hogg, just with a bit of breaking news that Hungarian international last deployed just scored his maiden century for Middlesex. Thanks for the info. Elias, he was a great ambassador for European cricket, actually, and I know that Hungarian team that we'll actually see, he won't be playing for them in the next ECI, but he's had a really big influence. Vishwakarma fetches it, and he's going to get the gap. He's going to get 4. Amandeep Singh comes on. I think they like the off-spinner to the left-hander, turning the ball away from Rahul, but he fetches it and he gets it. Again, this might be the difference just from being in a little while compared to trying to play this in your first kind of 3 or 4 balls. Drags that lot of bottom hand in that shot. Yeah, Hungary really benefited from the involvement of the deploys. And he backs away. Probably thinking that that would be speared into his pad, so kind of trying to stay one step ahead of Amandeep, but it was a pretty good off-stump line there again. That's a really good ball. Just have a look at the way he uses his fingers to impart spin on the ball there. Really good off-spin. And now he's on the charge. Vishwakarma. Just a single. This has been a good comeback from Amandeep as the game got away from Marlow. And Jamshazad going for 25 in that 6th over. But so far, we've gone 4.1. Badenhorst, though, probably on paper, he's a better matchup against the off-spinner because he'll spin into him. I think he's trying to launch this one. Yeah, I just had a feeling, didn't have time to say it, had a feeling we might see the bouncer there. Amandeep does like to bowl this. Kind of takes that kind of charge down and smash down the ground out of play. I mean, this pullable, but using the element of surprise. Nice ball the over. It's been a good one. Amandeep probably underbowled lately. Steps across, gets a top edge. That's going to fly for 4. So Vishwakarma gets a bit creative. Anticipates that outside the off stump. Gets inside it. The 100 comes up now for Awarish. They're up and motoring. And Amandeep, despite bowling a pretty good over, he'll still go for 10. And the score 100 for 1 after 7. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the teams in France. I know I'm getting lots of questions about it because, yeah, we'll have 4 teams tomorrow. Only day, I think, in the whole year that you'll see everyone being new on ECN. And there are 2 teams in France that have played before on ECN, Drew and PUC, because they played in the ECL. But we're going to see those 4 teams first up. Apart from that, we'll see President 11. We'll see Paris Zalmi. We'll see CSPT Sarcelles, Paris Knight Riders, and Mitri will be playing. 11 teams there playing over 2 weeks. Well, Badenhorst just going to work this one down. Running, and, well, I think this is stopped. It's very close to stepping on the rope when he kicks this. I think you don't see the rope move there, so it's probably fine. Benefit of the doubt to the fielders anyway. Slow ball, Meissen coming on. Potentially can bowl 8 and 10. What a partnership, just what they needed as well. It's gone past 50 now, actually. These 2 have put on 54 in just 20 balls. 146 predicted at the moment. I think now, if we lose a wicket now, I think I'm going straight to Wirakun. Just like a free shot for him to go and express himself. Got Stoneman as a backup, Faf Stoneman. Junaid Khan's a good boundary hitter. This one is wide. He guides it straight to the rock, Amir Zaib. He hasn't bowled too much of late. Vishwakarma actually got out in that region previously, actually smashed it. But straight to point, Zaib took the catch on that occasion. was yesterday in match 8 in the Super Fives. That one's short. It's asking for trouble, and he's going to find it. Cuatro carreras. I suppose it would have been wide anyway. Badenhorst instinctively hooks, and he finds the boundary. Remember when these two met the first time in this series? It's match 45. Marlowe only scored 92 batting first. Whereas chasing it in just 3.5 overs. But a lot of water under the bridge has gone since then. It was all the way back on the 2nd of April. It's 12 days ago when they met. Just looking at that. Sawa, is he going off with a slight finger injury? Yeah, it looks like he might have just, not sure when, because no one fielded that, but you see it, he had a bit of blood, and so Mohammed Rizwan will come on as the substitute fielder. Badenhorst, 45. He invested in his innings and now starting to pay off. Kind of 200 is the minimum strike rate you want off your set batters, I think. Because you always normally have some batters will come in and miss out. They'll probably chew up a few balls. Belted. Don't think there's a touch on that. Stumps do the fielding. Just a single. Maybe a bit of luck there for Marlowe, because that was straight and it was going to be a challenging one for the fielders down the ground to deal with. I think Mullock was pretty happy that hit the stumps. .109, 13 balls left in the innings. Just have a look at that expected score, 144. Keep an eye on that. Mysom's gone for 9. Not a bad over at all, just the one boundary in it off a Gundy ball. Vishwakarma to swing away. Last ball of the 8th. Goes leg side with a lot of bottom hand, and that will make it to the boundary. It'll be 4. And he's a bit fortunate here, Rahul, that it doesn't go on the line of a field. It goes into the gap. They couldn't close it down. Mysom goes for 13. Probably a par over in the end, in the 8th. The score's 113 for 1. Can see here, didn't quite get all of it, but just creeping over the boundary. 8 overs down. Just the format as well there in France. We have 55 matches. You see the first 5 there, but yeah, 55 matches. And then finals day on the 2nd Friday. It'll be a Peacock Friday finals Friday. And I'll actually be a year older because I've got my birthday coming up. You don't have to send me presents, just send me some good vibes. I'll be 43. Also my highest score, I think, of my career. But anyway, Gondal's going to bowl the 9th. They say it all happens in the 9th. Brendan faces up. Oh, wow. Edge of the pitcher. I don't know if Gondal has stopped it or not. I think he's pretty happy not to be hurt by this. Sometimes I love European cricket. Just have a look at this, hit the edge of the pitch, and Gondal. I don't think any human is going to be reacting this quickly. Yeah, sees the funny side of it. Vishwakarma, though, the lefty gets the strike back. How well has the left hand, right hand worked here? They resisted the temptation to bat Faf Stoneman at 3. It's probably one thing they're lacking is some left-handed options in the lineup, whereas so making the most of Vishwakarma, who's 38 or 14 now in this sudden death matchup against their arch rivals Marlowe. Marlowe, like I said, played here since 2020. They've never lost a final. That's a good shot, though, from Vishwakarma. Going, gone. Maximo. Just a pickup kind of length. Gondal just misses this spot. I think he's going for a Yorker here. But look, a little bit short of it. And again, this is the difference. Just Vishwakarma with his iron compared to, when he first comes to the crease, and he looks a lot more dangerous at the moment. 44, he might even win the race to 50. 10 to come, 120 for Awerash. And now picks this one up and swings it. That is his 50. And he brings it up in 16 balls. What a great knock that is. So Vishwakarma, he's a powerful unit when he gets going. Have a look at this. Lift it up and gets a good ovation from all the supporters here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. Once more. Now he pokes this, and that's going to get away. That's another boundary. Vishwakarma now 54 off 17, and what a knock. And what a decision, like I said, to put him up at first drop. Gondal in the dirty 30s now. He's conceded 33 off 10. This is the partnership they lacked against Gamblers, who, to be honest, just probably were a bit more penetrating through the middle overs. Just trying to find that ball at the moment. This game's far from over, though. Whereas now expecting 151. I'd love a 150 score. Let me just remind you, Marlow did score 159 yesterday against the Awerash Bowling. 159, 152, a 7-run victory. This might not be enough. Hits this straight. He's actually late on it, so it holds up. But luckily, it doesn't carry to one of the fielders. So that's the kind of luck factor Vishwakarma. Mishitting that, but he survives to tell the tale. This over's gone 1-6-6-4-1. Gondal. Last ball of the ninth coming up. Badenhorst can bring up his 50. It's a pretty hard, and that will go to the fence. And Badenhorst brings up his 50 off 25 balls. Brendan Badenhorst gets a very good reception once again from his teammates. And these two are on a bit of a heater at the moment. It's the end of the ninth over. The score is 135 for 1. These two have put on 86 now in 5 overs, so 172 pace. I don't think they'll get quite that many as a total. You can see that Amandeep Singh, interesting that he bowled a pretty good over, but they didn't go back to him, even with the threat of Vishwakarma still there. To be honest, they'd probably go to him the last. We got Mysam, okay, he's also a pretty good option. Yeah, but not really trusting Amandeep with a second over. His over only went for 10 in the 7th, and I don't know. I think the lefty there, it was working pretty well. I know he did get hit for a couple of boundaries, but Mysam went for 13 in the 8th. 22 come off the 9th as it goes magical. Seatbelts on. Here's the last over. Mysam to take us home. Now this is a little bit of a one-hand job, really, but it'll be 4 runs. Vishwakarma probably could have left that alone, but he'll get 4. Mysam goes straight to the slower ball. See there, just kind of wafts at it. And Awerash lift themselves up, 139. So 5 to come, 5 pretty important balls. There's pace on and kind of catches Vishwakarma napping a little bit. Took a while to get ticking this innings, didn't it? Even without losing a wicket. They lost a wicket at the end of the 4th over. They were 65 off the first half already. We're up to 74 in the second. So it has been an acceleration this time around. 70-30 now, Warash, favoured by the computer. See you later. He gets a little bit too inventive there, Vishwakarma. Yeah, for everyone saying, oh, you know, if you let batters just run across and they'll just be ramping everything all day, just have a look at this dismissal, because if you do get too far across, you're a big risk of losing your stumps. That's what happens to Vishwakarma. But what a good knock. Can't quite get the better of Mysam here in this delivery. The stumps get disturbed. Mysam full straight does the trick. 59 for Vishwakarma. Gets a good round of applause. 21 balls for his innings, 3 Maximo's 9 fours in there. It's 139 for 2. Faf Stoneman gets the nod at number 4. Might have been tempted to go like a Wirakun here just because he's just a straight out boundary hitter first ball, but really got a lot of good options here, Warash. I suppose you're dealing with quite a quality bowler as well inside Mysam. In this fixture yesterday, match 8 in the Super 5s, Badenhorst actually kept Marlowe to a very, very tight 10th over. So far we've had 4 dot wicket. Here's Faf trying to dot the I and cross the T in this innings, and he steps away and misses one first up. Will be called a wide. That's a 50-50 call for me. Is it completely inside the line when it passes the popping crease or not? Maybe, maybe not. Mysam will have to bowl that one again. It's kind of umpire's call on that. 140's up, 3 to go. Can't deal with the bounce here. So just kind of losing his front side there. You see it with his footwork. That front foot going outside leg stump. Kind of a premeditated step. See, look there, and it just puts him in an awkward position to hit. Also, to be fair to Mysam, it's an awkward kind of length to drive. Soman might actually jump across here. Doesn't want to get caught leg side of the ball again. All right, he reverse jumps across. They're going to run. That's a smart run from Badenhorst to get home easily. Slower ball meant it took longer to get to the keeper. And Badenhorst, despite the direct hit, makes it easily. Hey, smart cricket, but also smart cricket from the bowler. Faf, this is why, I know hindsight's 20/20. Could have come out and whacked him, but Wirakun's a bit more of like kind of 10th over specialist. Swing hard. Maybe run anyway if he misses it. All right. The computer's pretty good, isn't it? It's predicting low 140s for a while. Well, that's where we've ended up. 141, last chance saloon. Badenhorst on 51's batted through. Mysam to deliver the last ball here in the first half of Q2. Slow one. They're not even going to try and run. So it'll be 141 for 2. Hey, what a brilliant finish from Mysam, though. Does get hit for 4. First ball of his over, but then there's only a bye and a wide in the rest of the over. So it looked like 150s is now pretty close to a par score. 141 for 2. I put par at probably 130, 135. So I think Warash, they'll be happy, especially with how they were bowling and fielding, the kind of pressure they were putting on earlier. But Marlowe, they'll also be pretty confident that they can chase down this 142. Well, check the forecast. It said sunny with a chance of golden ball, and maybe that's where we're at here in qualifier 2, because there's not too much between these two teams. Badenhorst and Greenshields opened up. Again, just kind of struggling to get the kind of timing they wanted. They had trouble kind of elevating over the ropes. It took a while until we had our first 6 in the innings. In fact, it was the very last ball of the 5th before we'd see a ball disappear over the ropes. Greenshields kind of there or thereabouts. Just one of those innings again where he doesn't really ever find his touch. Shahid ended up tempting into a shot down the ground, and it was hit pretty much straight down the throat of Syed Mysam. That was one wicket to be a while until they take another one, though. because Vishwakarma came out and he turned out to be a really good choice at number 3. That left-hand, right-hand combination. And along with Badenhorst, they ended up putting on 90 in 5.5 overs. So it's just what the doctor ordered, really, for a Werrish side, which struggled through the second half last time. Yeah, so striking at about 16.4 and over through that partnership. And Vishwakarma, he was a difference maker, wasn't he? And this time he kind of survived. And I talked about the fact that he hadn't really gone on to convert starts in this series. And in fact, he responds with 59 off 21, his highest ever score on the European Cricket Network. And just compact and powerful. He was able to judge the length pretty well. Jamshazad went magical in the 6th. Syed Meisom, actually, I think he fought pretty well through his 2 overs. Eventually, he saw Vishwakarma got castled. And not too much happened in the rest of the over. Just 2 runs off the last 5 balls. And those 2 runs were a wide and a bye. 141 for 2. Just 4 batters used, really only 3 contribute there, with Badenhorst 51 batting through. Again, took a little while to warm up, but at least he made it count. 18 for Greenshields, the captain was the first to go. Vishwakarma, though, the innings of the innings, striking 59 off 21, including 3 Maximos and 9 fours. The left-hander getting Werrish to a more than competitive total. As far as the bowling, I think Syed Meisom's a standout there. He took 1 for 18 and only concedes a bye and a wide over off his last 5 balls bowled, including the important wicket of Vishwakarma, who might actually have gotten a Werrish otherwise in the high 150s, maybe even 160, setting a big chase. Amandeep only bowled 1 over for 10. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go back to him. Mian Shahid was a little bit off early, but responded with the big wicket of Greenshields with his last delivery. We'll take a break. Tension in the air. And maybe a little bit that golden ball feeling, because it's that kind of a total. Marlow near enough if they're good enough, and Awera, they'll be putting everything on the line here, defending 141. Vinny Stanley, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a short break, back shortly at the European SCG for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for the second half of this one. 141 on the board for the host of Warish against Marlow. A rematch of the 2022 decider. Well, 2 years is a long time in life. And in that one it was 99-85. Marlow holding on to pick up the trophy. And here we are 2 years later, same ground. Got to say there's been some improvement since then. The outdoor deck has been amazing. The food is incredible. The hospitality is unparalleled. And the cricket has been exquisite. And right now, got a chase on our hands. Taj to get us going. 142 to win, and he gets absolutely T-boned first ball. What a shot first up. And yeah, I'm curious about who they open with. They're sticking with the combination from before. Mian Shahid lifts it up and out of the ground. Maximal 6 runs, and Taj, well, he's got to read the room. He's got to get full. If you bowl short to these openers, then you open up scoring opportunities. He's got to be full at the stumps. He's there to take wickets and bowl fast. He gets the idea. This one does swing as well. They won't quite get a bite. But look at this late movement. Taj Muhammad. Seen him bouncing around for a few clubs here, but to have a look at this late right to left, and Mian doesn't really have time to set his feet there. Another big outswinger. Mian Shahid can't deal with it. No. 2 out of 3. 6 ... to get us going. Well, it'd be interesting if one of these gets on the stumps. 50-50 game right now. Oh, well, there's your answer. And credit to Shahid, who has to hustle, get a single, but he actually sneaks across in his guard a little bit, so he feels he hasn't really reached reach those last two. So look at where his toes are. His toes are slightly outside the off stump, but he does well to jam down on it. And is that Usain Bolt or is that Mian Shahid going through for the quick single? Here's Amandeep Singh. He's actually been batting really well. I think that he's probably technically able to handle what Taj is delivering because he is strong through the offside. And this will swing from the right to left. It's a bit of a false shot. Feeling for the ball. Have a pop at the bowler's end. Well backed up there. Just a single. 14 and over is your par rate. Taj has gone for 8. Look, even the Maximo here, it's probably a par over. But Taj is there to do a job. He's really going at the stumps there, pushes it down the leg side. So the thing is, Shahid's up there to try and make the most of the power play, swing the bat, and they feel that, with Shazad to bat 3, maybe Zaib at 4. Yeah, these are all, it's a kind of a free shot for these openers to be uber aggressive against some pretty good bowlers. But also, they probably don't strike as quickly as either of the two I mentioned. Really good ball there to finish it off. So Taj goes single digits and Marlowe going to be playing catch up here at 9 without loss. Let's have a look at this one. Whistle past the outside edge. Girish Singh has been very good with the gloves, I've got to say, in this series. 110 matches since the Golden Ball, and whenever you see 50-50 on the win predictor, then there's a pretty good chance we could be going down the Golden Ball route. Last Golden Ball was actually Paris University Club versus Dreux. The two French teams competing in Group D of the ECL. They had a finals day Golden Ball in Q1, which sent PUC straight through. Dreux had to do it the hard way. Ended up qualifying, though, out of that group. Although, unfortunately, in the championship week wasn't their week, and they bowed out. All right, shake, rattle, roll, Junaid. Probably a little bit too short earlier on. He gets full, and I think that's where he does his damage, because just look at how much this moves. Whereas they will throw the ball around, thinking of a second in the end. They think against it, but Junaid is a genuine swing bowler. He'll actually swing it the other way most of the time compared to Taj Muhammad. He's kind of a left to right swinger, an in-swing bowler. Now pitched up. Well, that goes, should be out. Well, even had time to go to Junaid Khan there. It's a tough one. But I just felt that, Mian, he hits it and it gets the fielder so quick. If you throw to Junaid here, he's actually still ahead of where Mian is. But I suppose one's not a bad result any time for Warish at the moment. Nose is in front, the Swans. Now, this one is not where Junaid wants it. It's a hanging full toss. And it's out of the ground. Maximo! First real bad ball. It's kind of a knee-high full toss. And well struck. Made solid contact. Can they get something going here? 8 off the first 3. It's about a draw at this stage. Better length this time. They'll only get 1. You just feel the tension. It's only going to get worse, I think, as this innings progresses. Bowled him. Shahid tries to go to the well. This swings straight through the gate. The Marlow skipper trying to lift it over the leg side. But he gets done by that late movement, and Junaid is going to pick up the first wicket of this one. Shahid, again, goes to the top, trying to get things moving. In the end, he scores 8 off 7. And Junaid Khan picks up his wicket. Marlow, 18 for 1. Probably doesn't set the map so much. Look at the seam position there of Junaid. Yeah, just have a look at Junaid. This is what I'm talking about. He's a natural in-swing bowler, because look at the seam position here when he lets go of it. It's perfectly, see how it's kind of pointing to the top right of screen, and that's the reason that it moves in that way. Okay, so Najam Shazad comes out. Well, look, Najam Shazad and Amir Zaib, they've been the real form kind of engine room of this Marlow batting lineup. You have to get them before they do too much damage. Oh, this one goes straight through the legs, and Girish is going to bounce off his hands and go for 4 byes. Well, that's really frustrating. Again, the swing doing everyone there. Look at this. Yeah, Girish has to move, keep swinging on him, and he's basically beaten for pace there in the end. So, into the over, 22 for 1. It's a quick look at where we're at in the 2024 calendar. Really excited. Hey, what do we think about this England series? We're about 6 weeks away from that. Maybe 7. But it's going to be crazy. In fact, 5 weeks. Let's do my sums. But it's going to be something unlike we've ever seen before. So if you are in the UK, if you're in England in particular, in the Greater London area, come and visit us. Stoneman gets a bowl. Does get a bit of outswing first up. Yeah, not sure whether Faf gets in the way here, but I reckon this is a wide. I know it's kind of 6.5 a dozen, but look, Faf's right in the way of Crute, who just has to go on his mind reading, his kind of telepathic skills, and we're just get away with one there. Edged and gone. Little edge. Faf's away. And Amandeep goes for 9. And once again, runs at the crowd. Faf Stoneman coming on, breathing fire. Healthy edge through to Girish Singh, who holds on to this one. Mahalo 22 for 2, both openers back in the shed. Girish takes that, fingers up, that's the right way to do it. Good balance from the keeper here, always moving the right way. And so, dot wicket to start for Faf Stoneman. Marlow slightly behind the 8 ball, 22 for 2, but this to me is the partnership. Shazad and Amir Zaib united at the crease. And they've been doing some very, very good things. Najam Shazad, 357 runs in the series, including a best of 72. Amir Zaib, even more runs, 406, including 103 not out against the Fighters, his maiden ECN century. 2 very experienced campaigners. All the 2s. Deuce as well, 22 for 2 off 2.2. Stoneman wants to. This is where the rubber hits the road. A cut shot first up for Zaib, and it will be stopped. Upane getting a gig. He's actually a very good fielder, Krishna. I think that's a lot of the reason that he's in the side. It is important. Saves 3 runs there. So they've gone Taj in the first, Junaid in the second, Francois Stoneman in the third. Wonder who they'll go in the fourth. Do they go back to one of those three, or do they try another option? Maybe they go to spin early. Vishwakarma worth a go? Maybe, with the field going back at the end of the over. It's a good outswinger. Stoneman, he's basically a fast bowler with the fast bowler's mentality and a choir boy's body. But he's entertaining, and he wants to see the end of Najam Shahzad. He's yet to score. This one's a fraction short, though, and Najam's all over it. What a way to get off the mark. Maximo! Well, there's Miguel, who does the fielding. But yes, Stoneman doesn't have too much luck when he bowls short, because kind of negates that swing that makes him so dangerous. Now and then, I suppose, maybe to keep the batter on his toes, but Najam sees it a little bit short. It's only a little bit short, but allows him to play in that horizontal bat shot. Chris Ward says he's got a tingling feeling about this one. Steve McVeigh liking the fist pumping. And right now, it's Najam that's pumping, because he goes back-to-back Maximos to finish the third over. Seis carreras at the end of the third. It's 35 for 2. Rico just sent me a message, actually. He wanted to say that he's looking forward to France immensely. Rico also wanted to say hello to everyone here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. He's missing everyone. Of course, he was here for the first 2 weeks. And he wishes us all the best on finals day. He's making his travels to Paris right now. But, Rico, look forward to hearing you back on the air tomorrow morning. 35 for 2 off 3. Contrast that to the Irish power play, who were 34 without loss at this stage, so not too much in it at all. Hello to Trip, who's watching from the USA. Great to have you. Anybody else getting the golden ball tingle here? I've got to say, the percentages seem about right to me. I think 2 times out of 3 from this point, I think Irish get up. But Shahzad and Zaib, they are colossal figures. I think you've got to get through them. They do go to Badenhorst here in the 4th, and the first one is lifted up into the gap. That'll be 4 runs. Now, I'll tell you what I think the thinking is here. They don't want to leave kind of their other bowlers too late. So they're thinking this is probably a good time with the field going back, but it's still only the 4th over to bowl Badenhorst, or potentially Miguel Stoneman, or potentially Vishwakarma. Vishwakarma's one I might have gone to in this situation, because he's got 2 right-handers at the crease. He's a good matchup. I know he hasn't had the best few days, but really not an army of one there. Now this is hit. Does it get over the top? It does. Maximo back-to-back. Badenhorst has a very fine margin of error here. That's right into the hitting zone of Zaib, who keeps his shape beautifully. Hello to Diego Mendonca as well, saying, come on, Awarish. I know that both these teams, they're very, very well supported around the world. Now, next one, chops down on it. Chance here if it hits. Again, they had so much time there. And, oh, would you believe it? It's going to be a 5. Again, probably didn't need to be a full force throw. And sooner or later, if you keep throwing it this hard on this kind of a field, it's going to cost you. So he knew straight away, didn't have to throw that hard. And yeah, the fielders not able to organise themselves in the backup. So a rare 5. Gone 4-6-5. Who needs a 3? A 2 and a 1. We'll have the whole set this over. 50's up for Marlowe as well. Irish, their lead being chipped away here. Back down in the 50% now, 59. Good ball, though, from Badenhorst. Gets that one to go a bit. Gets Shahzad to check his shot. Zaib hits the 5, which means that Shahzad's on strike for the next ball, because it's an odd number. In the balance. Loses this one. It'll be a wide. It'll be bowled again. Tripp saying it's too bad he has to go back to work because he feels a little tingly. I'll try and be back for the final. I'll try and have a little lurk while you work. Tripp. Chases this, but it will be a wide. We're not a bad place to miss because he almost gets a nick out of Najam Shahzad, who almost swings himself off his feet. Barnhorst, danger of going magical here. Again, Shahzad kind of loses his head here. That's going to get through. It's going to go for 4. Oh, the fielder never really made a play on that. Didn't get off his feet. It's not convincing, but it will take the over magical. Marlow, let's not forget, they have never lost a European cricket series on this ground. That's dating all the way back to 2020. If they're going to do it today, they have to do it the hard way, and they're in a tight spot right now. Bardenhorst just trying to get out of the over. On the walk this time. Should only be a single. And that's the over that kind of gets Marlow back in the conversation. 4 overs in there, 57 for 2. Yeah, I wonder if maybe they're thinking now, do we go to the left arm spinner? Just they've been tested with their bowling depth. I think they've got 3 obvious bowlers in Taj Muhammad, Junaid Khan and Francois Stoneman. Bardenhorst, the 4th bowler. You've got Miguel Stoneman as an option. You've got Vishwakarma as an option. Conrad was a good bowler, but persistent shoulder injuries have pretty much forced him to be a batter only these days. Fifth over, time. Miguel Stoneman coming on then. So, yeah, they are trying to kind of get these 4th and 5th bowlers out the way in the middle, not wanting to have them bowling at the end. So, hoping that Shahzad and Amir Zaib might just kind of second guess really going after them. It's risky, but maybe a risk worth taking when you're ahead in the game. Here's Miggsy. Hit hard, flat, doesn't carry, and it bursts through the fingers of Naseem. That'll be 4. It is tough, I will say, having seen the speed with which it jumps off this outfield. Naseem kind of gets in a more or less correct position, but just the speed of that ball takes it through his fingertips and over the rope for 4. Ooh, short, and Shahzad misses out. Yeah, genuine bouncer there. Just catching Shahzad unawares. Asking, is it a wide? It is not a wide. It's a very good call by Malik. Miguel Stoneman, can he break this partnership? Not like that, because that is humongous. Maximo! Kind of in the slot. And Najam Shahzad takes a big stride and he whacks it. So now Marlow actually ahead of the rate, and they have the game back to a 50-50 again. Again, this partnership is danger. Mickey better off even bowling probably a full toss than this length. You see the ease with which Shahzad picks that up, and that's Big Daddy 6 territory really, into the deep blue. One ball can change things around though. This time it's a slog sweep out towards the boundary and over. Maximo, 6 more. Kind of a premeditated slog sweep there. Got to say, because they've gone all seam up so far, I think you've got to go to Vishwakarma. Maybe not straight away, but maybe straight away. You still got 3 quality overs potentially to finish off. But the thing is, at some point, you have to bowl either Bardenhorst or Miguel Stoneman again. But maybe not if Vishwakarma goes well and he can bowl too. You can see how different the scoring rate's been in the last couple of overs. With 35 off 3. The fourth went for 22. This has gone for 17. Last ball of the over coming up. This one's not quite there, and I'll make the stop there. There's Vishwakarma. We're just talking about end of the fifth over, and Marlow 75 for 2. Well, anybody's guess. Marlow actually ahead in the game now, according to the win predictor. But it's been a topsy-turvy contest. Marlow just kind of have the wood on Awarash in the European Cricket Series. Rico, of course, sent me a message saying that he hopes everyone's well, wishes all a great finals day. Also wants to know if you'd like to join him tomorrow at the Dreux Cricket Ground. It's about an hour out of Paris. That's why I'll be missing day 1 because it's a little bit of a complicated trip to get there from Portugal. Can't do it tonight, but I'll be there on Tuesday morning. 11 teams doing battle over 12 days of action. For more information, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. All right, they do go to Vishwakarma. This is really the only option for me here. Got to see how he goes. Can he get it right? 6th over. You see the difference that it makes already. Just that different sort of bowler. Batted well. Sometimes that kind of translates to the other facets of the game. Searches for that wide ball, but it's too wide. A bad spot to miss, though. Maybe he can get the batter to chase one. Maybe not one that wide, but around about the tram line. I just think if I was batting, I'd be happy with kind of more right arm pace, right arm pace, right arm pace. This forces you to kind of change your mindset a little bit. This is up in the air and out of here. Maximo! Zaib takes him deep. Marlow ticking. We saw this coming miles away, didn't we? This was the partnership that we felt could be the game-winning partnership if it lasts. At the moment, it's worth 60 in just 3 overs. Oh no, well this is going to Tortuga over the field and Nupane, and it's going to end up being 4. Well, I mean the effort was there, you can't criticise that. We'll check it out in the replay. Must have been a little edge there because it was signalled runs. Don't know if you can really call that a chance because when you're up to the stumps you have no time to react to the deflection. Jumps over Nupane, 4 more to the total. Hello to Silkesh Duchande, nice to see you as well. Got it down to 12 and over. And like I said, they've got good bowlers still to come. Not a good ball, this one though. It's too short, angled in. Maximo! 6 carreras. Now they get it down below to a ball. All right. Let me try and put my captain's hat on. So hard to reverse momentum. I think you've got to go back to one of your strike bowlers in the 7th. And I'm probably going to Taj to try and blast him out. And then you go, take your pick out of Vishwakarma or Badenhorst or Miguel Stoneman in the 8th. And then you've got 2 good bowlers to finish as well. You've got Junaid and Faf to finish. Assuming we get that far though, this is hit pretty well. That's into the gap, that's 4 more. So this over goes magical as well. It really is a case of the haves and have-nots here for the Awarash bowling attack. They've used 6 different bowlers so far. Taj Muhammad went for 9, Junaid 9, Francois Stoneman 13. But the score has exploded in overs 4, 5, 6. 35 came in the first 3. And at the moment, 61 have come in the next 3. And that's even with a ball to come. Badenhorst probably the guy I'd be going for Depending on how this goes. Can they break this partnership, the Swans? Lifted away, and that's going to be out of here. Maximo. I just moved that fielder in front of square. I think Zybe, he notices and says, all right, I'm going to make sure I go behind the umpire. And he will get 6 runs to finish the over that ends up going for 5 consecutive boundaries after it started with a dot and a wide. 27 come off the 6th. It's 102 for 2 off 6. Marlowe in the box seat now. Yeah, I think you got to throw everything you can at this partnership. And actually now I'd consider that they've got it down to, 40 off 4 overs. I'd consider just bowling your 3 genuine bowlers now, and you're happy if you get to the 10th over. That's a problem for down the road. They do bring back Taj Muhammad in over number 7. Tension in the air. What a partnership this is. It's worth 80 now. They've only been together for 22 balls. I feel like this is the biggest over of Awerish's tournament so far. Searching for a turning point. Here's Taj Muhammad. But it's short, and it's not a good delivery. It's going to disappear as well. Maximo. Had to be fuller than that. He knows it. A warm-up ball, bad time for it. 34 off 23 required by Marlowe now. Dragged down on this pitch. You're not going to get away with that too often. Doesn't matter if you are as quick as Taj Muhammad can be. Target shrinking. 34 needed now. This one is a bit quicker in the air. It should just be a single. Zybe, if anything, he's even hotter than Najam Shazad. 43 off 11. Almost 4 a ball. Still think a couple of wickets here. They've got 30 plus to play with, but where are these wickets going to come from? Oh, now maybe half a chance. Maybe not. I'll sneak through for 1. A little bit of glove in that according to Krut Patel. So that'll be an extra run to Zybe. Puts him within reach of the half century. Hello to Kroom saying, yeah, you can't leave things too late here. That's true. I think you're trying to stay alive as long as you can. Hope for a miss hit. Hope for an opportunity. Najam Shazad gets the strike back. And he's just going to flick this one away. And, oh no, you wouldn't believe it. It's been deflected. And in the end, it's deflected away from Junaid Khan. Miguel Stoma did well to get a hand to it. Everything rolling Marlowe at the moment. 28 off 20 now. And Najam Shazad just finds the gap. Miguel does well. Junaid's trying to back him up. He's doing the right thing, but couldn't react to the change in direction. Now picked up again, and Taj Muhammad can't quite get it right in this crucial over. Maximo, 6 more. And Marlowe, well, it's theirs to lose now. Shazad brings up his 50 as well, by the way. Bringing it up off 16 balls. What a knock at the right time. Has to be a colossal comeback from here. Last ball of the over. Knocked away. Shazad will be more than happy to take the single. As that over goes for 19. Marlowe, 121 for 2. This is where we are on finals day, and pretty shortly we'll be able to enter that name to join Gamblers SC in the final. Still a fair way off, about an hour and a half until this Portugal decider. Join us 5:15 p.m. GMT, 7:15 in Central Europe, and 10:45 p.m. in India for the final game of our Portugal adventure. It's been a big 3 weeks of action. In fact, 3 weeks today. We started things off. 107 matches across both the competitions. They go to Badenhorst here. He's been good from time to time at the death. Now this is in the air, and that's also going to travel over the fence. Maximo! Shazad just having an absolute heater here. 58 off 18. Now it's down below a run of ball. Got to say I'm a little bit surprised. I know Badenhorst has been good towards the end, but they do have Junaid Khan to use. They do have Faf Stoneman to use. Badenhorst doesn't find his Yorker. That one's dispatched. Now this is belted back at him, and that's going to be 4 more. Well, really, this could be over quickly the way things are going. Awerash undefeated through the group stage. Hit a couple of hurdles in the Super Fives, but still qualified with a double chance. But looks like they're going to go out in straight sets here. Just 11 required now. And this one is going to be lifted up. It's going to be 4 more. So it probably wouldn't have made a difference. I mean, you're looking at everything together, but it seems, I suppose, disappointing for Awerash that Junaid Khan potentially won't get a second over. Neither will Faf Stoneman. I know Awerash, this will sting them a lot. Obviously, the ECS doesn't come around so often. Marlow, they just find a way, don't they? Yeah, they haven't obviously won the trophy yet, but they've had to do it the hard way today. They have to beat all other 3 teams on finals day. They've beaten Punjab CC Amadora first up, the top Group A. And that sneaks in. They're going to take the points here against Awerash, I'm sure. And then Gamblers waiting for them in the final. Big swing and miss to finish. So game stays alive to the 9th. Badenhorst ends up none for 36. And the score is 135 for 2 after 8. Yeah, Gamblers and Marlow, they only met once in this tournament because they were in separate groups. And that was actually in the first match of the Super Fives on Friday morning. And it was a great game. Marlow were in early trouble. They fought their way back to 116, then were able to defend it, keeping the Gamblers to 101. And despite that, Marlow finished 4th in the Super Fives on run rate. Gamblers finished 1st. So it looks like it'll be the 2 second place finishers in the group doing battle in the final with the 2 top teams from the group. The groups in Punjab CC Amadora and Awerash falling by the wayside. That's unless Junaid Khan can do something really special here. They do have 2 very, very good bowlers to bowl, but running on the smell of an oily rag at the moment. 7 to win. And that will tie the scores. Maximo. Zai brings up his 50, and what a great time. Somehow this plan's worked for Marlow. I mean, I just opened with these 2, honestly. But they've had Mian Shahid and Amandeep Singh setting them up, and then these 2, Shazad and Zaib, knocking them down. Any score will win it now for Marlow. And it'll be game over. In fact, it'll finish with a 4. So Zaib will finish 54 not out. Shazad 66 not out. And they'll finish with 120 runs between them. So we said that was the key partnership. They came together at 2 for 22. And they end up putting on 124 for this second wicket. And Awerash, well, you got to feel for them. They've always gotten so close here in the European Cricket Series. They're a very close-knit team. They were thrilled to represent Portugal in the European Cricket League in 2023. Unfortunately, they can't go with Marlow once again at the pointy end of the tournament. That's the format, I suppose. Anything can happen. And anything probably will happen. The final then, excited for that, starting in pretty much 90 minutes from now. Gamblers SC versus Marlow. Rematch of the first match of the Super Fives. Coin toss about to happen probably in just a few minutes. Stay tuned to the chat. I'll let you know what happens with that. And also, you can always check out the scorecard on our website, europeancricket.com. But, yeah, it's going to be a pretty entertaining final. There'll be a lot of fire in the belly of those two. And I suppose what we see, it's the two previous ECN trophy winners that'll go head-to-head in the final. When Mian Shahid came out, he did hit 1-6, but he got castled for 8. Amandeep Singh was his opening partner. See a good swing from Junaid there, knocking the top of the middle stump over. Faf Stoneman came in and he was able to get Amandeep before he could do too much damage. So everything going to plan there for Awarish. They were fired up, but then Najam and the Rock come together and they put on 123 in the end, actually, in 6 overs. And so with hitting like this, what can you do? I suppose Awarish, they might be a little bit disappointed. I think there were a few too many hit-me balls in there. But really, you just got to sit back and admire the hitting of these two hitters. I kind of took a bit of a gamble going to their kind of less premium bowlers earlier, thinking, look, can we get through these middle overs? Can we sneak through? But Shazad and Amir Zaib saying, not on my watch. And some big runs of boundaries as well. So after there were 35 in the first 3, we then saw 67 off the next 3. And really the scoring never slowed down. That was lifted up high and over the fence. Taj Muhammad was brought back to break the partnership, but then he couldn't really stop the bleeding either. Not quite getting his location. And nothing seemed to be rolling the Swans' way. No one just rolling perilously close to the outstretched hand of Junaid Khan. He wasn't able to stop it. Just looking for a turning point that never came. I mean, they never really had an opportunity either. Junaid, he came back, but the game wouldn't last too much longer. Marlow chasing the 142 with 10 balls to spare. And I suppose when you've got such even teams, you look at what Gamblers SC and Marlow have done today, they deserve their place in the final because they have been able to perform when the pressure has been on. Najam Shazad top scores with 66 off 23 balls. Get a classy knock from him. 5, 4, 7, 6 is in there. Amir Zaib, the rock was solid. 54 off 14. Going even faster. His strike rate was 386. Looking at the bowling, well, in the end, everyone looks pretty mediocre. If you look at the figures, Stoneman 1 for 13, Junaid 1 for 19. Taj Muhammad did bowl with some fire early, but couldn't quite replicate it when he came back late in the game. And really, hey, what's the biggest difference for me in that game? I think Marlow were just better at clearing the ropes. Look at the total sixes. 14 sixes to Marlow, only 5 for Awarish. So you're not really going to win too many ball games like that. And that is even with Marlow facing 50 balls to Awarish's 60. That's life, as they say, and the sun will still come up tomorrow for the Swans. They can be very proud of what they've achieved, though. Getting right to the last stage of this tournament, and they'll be back to the drawing board. Big summer for them as well with the domestic championship, the T20, of course, deciding the ECL representative. I'm sure they'd love to be back there again in 2025. We'll have a break then, not too far away from the toss. We'll let you know how that goes as soon as we have the result. And then we'll be back in an hour and 25 minutes for the decider. It'll be the Gamblers SC taking on Marlow Cricket Club in the last dance of this series. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, back with you for one final fling when we return to the South Rome Cricket Ground for the final in this European Cricket Series, Portugal. what a 3 weeks we've had here in Portugal. We've had wind, we've had rain, but right now we've got bright sunshine and we're about to have our 107th match of the adventure. Of course, the Western Shield was great last weekend, but coming up we now have the final of this European Cricket Series. It's going to be a great game between two teams that have won ECN trophies before. Can Marlow continue their stranglehold on this ground, or will the Gamblers lift one for the first time at the SCG? I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Portugal final, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. This is a huge game coming up in one of the most even kind of finals days we've ever had. Just look at these four teams on paper that started the day. Only two teams have made it to the big dance though, and it's Gamblers SC in their first final on this ground in an ECS taking on Marlow. Now, Marlow Cricket Club, they have won every single ECS we've had here. They've won all four of them dating back to 2020. And they've actually won 6 out of the 7 ECN trophies. That's including their 3-night series we've had in Coimbra. And the other trophy was won by Gamblers SC, who won that trophy back in 2022. Now, both these teams, they've had a lot of success. Gamblers actually have a 9-4 record, which is a little bit underwhelming, but they've just found their best form at the business end of the tournament. I think Marlow now with a 13-3 record, they've looked very, very solid as well. So this one, very, very hard to call. When they met yesterday, it was a cracking game in the first game of the Super Fives. Marlow recovered after some early trouble, putting 116 on the board. In the end, they held off the Gamblers, keeping them to 101. So it's a fantastic afternoon for cricket, 29 degrees, and it doesn't get much better than this. I'm so glad that this tournament gets the finals day that it deserves, and Mother Nature has certainly played along. Let's get ready for the coin toss now. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the two captains. It's important. Let's see who wins the coin toss in the ECS Portugal final.
Marlow to call.
Head.
Head is the call. Bat post.
Well, there you see, no hesitation in batting first. And so we're almost ready for the big dance. It's match number 98 in this ECS. It is the ECS final with Gamblers SC and Marlow, two teams that have actually had some success in ECN tournaments, with Gamblers winning a night series in 2022, but all other 6 trophies offered by ECN in Portugal have been snapped up by Marlow, who actually have done it the hard way. They will be chasing here. I suppose the big question, can they keep Gamblers down early? Particularly Zayn Naqvi has been very, very solid in the Super 5 series, brought in the Italian international. It's been a real journey here. Gamblers SC played in Group A, which was kind of ruined a lot by rain. Ended up in second place in that group. Marlow actually finished second place in their group as well. So the two top seeds bowing out here on finals day, being Punjab CC Amadora and Oeiras. But yeah, these two teams, what do you think? I didn't even know who's going to be favourite here. Naqvi listed at the top of the order. Goliath likely to partner him. Kumar at 3. Kokar at 4. Karambir at 5 listed, but they could kind of mix and match. They've got a lot of good players, both of these teams. 55% favourites, Gamblers CC. Do you agree with that? Let us know. ECN European Cricket Network. The chat is open for business. And after 3 weeks in Portugal, we are going to have our winner. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. A lot of people tuning in on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent. Also, of course, we are live on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. If you are watching right now, why don't you subscribe? And turn on notifications. We'll let you know when the cricket is on. Spoiler alert, it's all the time. Goliath ready to face up. This should be a banger of a game. Gamblers recently playing in the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket, wearing their ECL kits proudly. Marlow to get going. And once again, they're going to open up with Shamshir Singh, who's been a bit of a bolter with the ball. Goliath and Naqvi ready to go. Strap yourselves in. This will be a big one. It starts with just one run to Goliath as it's helped round the corner. Conditions couldn't be nicer, really. Far cry from early in the tournament. There's all kinds of problems with the weather. And I suppose in a way, it's good that this is a 3-week tournament instead of 2, because we've been able to kind of build towards the climax, the Super Fives, and obviously finals day today. It couldn't have been any better. Yeah, but along the way, especially in Group A, we had some real issues. We had kind of 22 matches abandoned. Most of them kind of middle end of that first week. Down the leg side. Pretty good block by Roshan. And a little bit of an off game, I suppose, in the last game. But he's a very solid wicket keeper. Welcome back if you are watching the chat. His last game of the day. So it is a final, but random questions are open if you feel like it. Kroom is back watching from the UK. Short, asking for trouble. And if you ask for trouble here at the Xantharame Cricket Ground, most times you'll find it. Maximo! Short and down the leg side. Shamshir does not get that right at all. Naqvi's away. Back-to-back centuries. But did miss out earlier in the day. Dismissed for just 7 against Awarish in qualifier number 1. We will see Zain Naqvi for Fresh Tropical, his Italian club, in just 4 weeks' time. Shamshir with the comeback ball. Now just guided over. It's a very intelligent shot. Doesn't try to smash it, but makes solid contact and gets enough bat in it to take it up and over the fielder. Cuatro carreras más. So Naqvi up and ticking. He's one guy that they'll want to get pretty quick smart. He has 4 centuries now on the network. 2 this weekend. And 2 in international fixtures last year. 1 against Austria on home soil. 1 against Equipo España, the Spanish team, on their home turf right now, though. Naqvi's ticking. And they've just kind of made their own bed here in a way. It's too straight. And he steps across and helps it over the leg side. High back lift, holds that bat high. And we know straight away that's not coming back. Gamblers 55%. Partly, I'm sure that's because of the quality they've got in their team. Marlow, though, they're not going to go down quietly. Marlow, because they finished outside the top 2. And remember that all 4 teams involved today, they were equal on points after the Super Fives, all on 13 points. Now, this one is lifted up. Naqvi is going to get more runs. It off was up in the circle. And 4 runs the result. Yeah, so normally Asad Mahmood, you saw him there, he's not in the 11. He would often bowl his first over. Yeah, I suppose they're going for players that are a bit more multi-dimensional in the wash-up here. First over's gone magical. Slow ball, swung away, high, and just out of the grasp of Amarikram. In the end, they'll go back for 2, and there's 24 off the first over. 24 without loss. Well, what a start. I wonder if they're tempted to go spin here, or kind of pseudo spin with Mian Shahid. This is the tail of the tape so far. See, Marlow had to beat Punjab CC, Amadora, they did. They had to beat Awaris in qualifier 2, they did. That's why they're here. Gamblers, they finished top of the table because of a crazy 174 chase last night. They beat Awaris in qualifier 1, automatically qualifying them for the final. They are going to spin. Thought they would go pace off here. It's been Daniel Askar to get us going. This one's in the air, uncontrolled. Should be gone. It is gone. Well, he's got a bit of company there, but the main thing is it's taken. And so Gollier misses out in the final. He'll go for just one. Yeah, you can see there. A frustrating end. It was a simple catch in the end. So, well, things changing quickly. Gollier, he'll be bitterly disappointed. He can't do more. Very handy guy to have back in the shed. He just kind of had his best form escape him, I think, in the latter stages of this tournament. As he departs, the score 24 for 1. Gondal takes the catch, easy as you like. Hello to Chris Smith. Good to have you with us. Hello to Dave Bennett as well. Ascar gets him off to the races. Ascar, immediate success, but this is not a good ball to Kumar first up, and that'll disappear over the fence. Maximo! Oh, gets it wrong to the new batter just when you want to be kind of compounding the pressure. You can see the sun's a factor on that side of the ground. It's American, pardon me, out there who puts her hands up, but can't do anything about it. Flying away there. We're flying next to Bissaway to France. Before too long. It's going to be something pretty special. Now the reverse from Ankush. That's a remarkable shot. It'll be 4 runs. But what a shot to pull out at this stage. Very brave. Probably had a feeling it's going to be outside the off stump, so might as well have a dip at it. Ankush gets 4, now stays right-handed. And interesting here, they don't want to take a run there. He likes this matchup. That's why, what a shot, once again. I mean, that is such a difficult shot to execute. So he turns down the one, says, who needs one when you can get 6? It's the reversimo. Kumar likes it. Gamblers like it as well. Now, finishing off the over, and it's going to be another boundary. Gamblers runaway train here in the first 2 overs. Ascar ends up magical as well. Despite the wicket of Gollier, he goes for 20. And at the end of 2, Gamblers SC are 44 for 1. Oh, what entertainment we've had here. The European Cricket Series, Portugal in 2024. Plenty more coming your way on the network this year as well, including the kind of heightened sensation of the ECC this year, because 2 divisions, it's going to be a very, very interesting task to get from ECCX up into the main ECC. Maybe there'll be promotion and relegation at play. Right now, though, Naqvi has been very good in that area. Shahid gets too close to his pads and disappears to the boundary as well. I'll put it with the rest. Marlow needed a turning point quickly. Now this is cracked, and once again, he's going to enjoy watching this fly out of the ground. What a start from Naqvi. He's 32 off 7 now. Maximo. Again, it's just also good knowledge of where the outfielders are, and more importantly, where they aren't. '50s up in lightning speed. It's a great take by Roshan down the leg side. Just hurls himself away. Another run to the total, though. Roshan is a very good keeper. Had an off couple of days. The pad, but they won't get a run here. It's angling down the leg side. Shahid just has a knack of coming up with important wickets. Hit straight, he likes it, it's just a push, but it's gone miles over the boundary. Maximo! Naqvi with 2 tons in the series. How fast are those hands as well? Snapping through the ball. SCG in wonderful shape. Spring has sprung. Here in Portugal. Now able to get inside this one as well. That's running away. Pretty decent stop down there from Amir Ikram. Gamblers started 55%, but now with this start, they're over 80% favourites. Roshan sprints down to have a word. Ivan saying this has been such a great tournament. I agree, Ivan. It's been probably the best so far. The quality of the cricket. Anyway, this is short. It's hooked away. And it won't be stopped. Great effort out there. But the result, 4 carreras más. Shahid involuntarily joins the magical club. 22 coming off that over. And at the end of the power play, 66 for 1. Let's have a look at these power play overs. All magical with 24, 20 and 22. Nick saying, well, he'd have a gamble on gamblers right now. Well, starts don't guarantee wins, though. I cast my mind back to Huddinge, the Swedish club. They were 100 without loss after 5 overs against the English club Hornchurch in their group final. Hornchurch ended up keeping them to, I think, 138 and then chased it down. But certainly, you'd rather be 66 for 1 than on the other side of the ledger. Seem to be going earlier and earlier to Gondal when they're in trouble. So now he's actually bowling in the 4th over. Shake, rattle and roll. Gondal gets smashed out of the ground. Very compact, very fast hands. Zain Naqvi sees carreras. Have a look at this though. It's a very good batting shape he's got. And now Naqvi 45 off 11. Once more. It's looking like he's going to get more at the moment. A bit short. This is pulled away. Just a single. Ankush Kumar. Scary thing is, he's going it for a ball as well. How about the reverses from Ankush? Gondal just trying to win it over here. What's a win? I don't know if you can go, say, 12 or less. Something like that, even 15 or less at this stage. Just don't want to be going 20 plus all the time. Although the juniors cricket, nice to see you. We're a Ruskin man as well. A little bit of late in-swing there, but that's going to be away from the field. He can't get off his feet. 4 más. Kumar. Well, he's come out and he's hit 6 boundaries out of the 7 balls he's faced. Marlowe won the title here in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. They've had to work so hard to get to the final here in 2024. Right now, they are miles behind in this game. 77 for one walking sticks. Halfway through the fourth over. Now more runs. Can't get on the pads of these guys. Maximo. Gondal disappears over the fence as well. Oh, who can they go to here? I suppose Najam Shahzad's an obvious one. We haven't seen yet. Maybe Amir Zaib the Rock. Meister, do you go to him earlier than you otherwise would? Maybe Amandeep's a good call. With his off spin, just change it up. Crazy pace. They're on 226 pace at the moment. Rare dot ball. Really rare dot ball. Oh, to Jules Udabridge as well. Good to have you with us. Momentum's such a hard thing to catch. Such a hard thing to get back. Now goes up and holds the pose. But what a catch! Well, Shahzad has gone to the beyond and he's taken an incredible one-hand grab. Off the bat, looked like it was sailing over the rope, and to be honest, it was. Looking for a turning point, and it's Najam Shahzad that comes up with it. An incredible catch because he keeps his feet planted inside the line. And just have a look at this. Leans back, keeps an eye on the foot, and says, yep, that's that. So no issues with the catch at all. Ankush Kumar, still a fantastic contribution, but he'll go for 34 off 10, and it's 83 for 2. Is that a turning point? They can turn into something more. Marlowe. End of the over, 83 for 2. Still magical pace. Whoa, Nelly. What a catch, honestly. So they do go to Amandeep Singh now. New batter coming in is Darji. Won't be facing. Naqvi on 46. Darji is left-handed. Amandeep's probably a good matchup. First one is that quick one that Amandeep likes to push through from time to time. Let's see, Naqvi not really picking the pace of that one out of the hand. Now just slower. Gets Naqvi to be careful. The thing about Amandeep, he's very good. He's a master of the subtle variation. Two-dot balls to start this over. Here's a quicker one again this time. Naqvi's waiting for it, and that's his 50. And so, Naqvi delivering once again. Gets his 50 zone, Naqvi, and he brings it up in very quick time, just 15 balls. And he saw the quicker one, he saw the slower one. Maybe back of his head, he's sweating on the quick one again, thinking it might come back. It did. And he pulled it straight down to the ground. Naqvi with 2 centuries. Next one. Think about one, they think against it. Partly, I think, because Naqvi's going so well. Probably not too fussed. Giving up 1 run for the opportunity to keep him on strike at the moment. Now, there's a slow one, and he picks this too, and he thumps it. Maximo. 6 carreras más. Oh, wow. What are we watching here? Naqvi worth the price of admission at the moment. Not even halfway through this innings, he's already 58. He misses this one though. So end of the over. Amandeep actually kind of wins a few battles in there. There's 4 top balls and 2 sixes in that over. So 12 come off it. Probably a win for Marlow. End of the 5th, and the score is 95 for 2. Well, bit of in-game analysis. Well, let's talk the variety of the attack and how important that is. So you can see here Marlow, they have a left arm spinner, they've got a right arm spinner, they've got Mian Shahid, who's kind of a slow medium. They've got faster options like Gondal and Meissen. They've got bowlers that like to bowl at the start, bowlers that like to bowl at the end. I think they're a well-rounded attack. So I think that's what you can go to at this stage where the game seems to be running away from you. So you kind of saw Amandeep doing it then as well within an over. Don't give Nakvi the same ball twice. Don't give him the same pace twice. Don't let him settle. Kind of won 4 battles out of the 6, but the other 2 disappeared. Juniors cricket saying the catching in this tournament has been very high quality. That was a great grab from Najam Shahzad, wasn't it? All right, 6 over, and here's Meissen. Starts with a rolling cutter, which Darji will just work away to the leg side. He's off the mark. That's actually the first ball that he's faced. Came in on the dismissal of Ankush Kumar. That ridiculous Statue of Liberty play from Najam Shahzad over the rope. He's taken some amazing one-hand catches over the years on ECN. Meissen is going to have a crack at Nakvi. And he beats Sim first up with a bit of a cutter. Chris Smith saying, when one of those 6s left the bat, he was fearing for Martha. Up again in the tower. Yeah, Martha and Martins and Dennis here at the ground. They've been wonderful. We've had plenty of other crew from Spring Productions cruise through over the 3 weeks as well. A few working offside as well. Doesn't quite feel right there, Meissen, so he aborts the attempt. So Meissen, very clever operator. Another rolling cutter, but this is picked and it is sent. 6 more as Nakvi swings his way into the 60s. Again, one thing about Nakvi, most of the time, he just kind of stands still and waits to see what it is. He's not kind of premeditating, he's not shuffling around the crease a lot. He's also pretty clever at trying to get into the bowler's mind. I mean, he's a bowler himself, so Nakvi. So you might be thinking, okay, that was the kind of pace-off cutter. He might be getting ready for maybe a quicker, shorter one, or maybe something a bit quicker this time. Got a game between the ears as well, isn't it? Does Meissen stick slower stuff? Does he go pace? Well, this is in the air, and this hitting at the moment is so clean from Nakvi. Maximo 70. And kind of just stands and delivers, hits it on the up, has full faith that he can get at the journey. Well, I don't know what's next really. Just keep trying different bowlers maybe. Maybe try some Sawa with some left arm spin of his own. I don't know. Yeah, there's 6 more. And this one is kind of in the slot. Maximo Nakvi. He's about as hot as you can get right now in the final. Just look at how he keeps the head down there. Just look at how he kind of sends that up and out of the ground. And he's very, very still. Keeping his eye on that ball to the very last moment. Chases one he probably should have left alone though, and this is holding up in the air. He'll get away with it, and I think that has been stopped. So he'll get two. That's one he probably should have left alone. Pretty sure that the rope never gets touched here, and the ball certainly stopped in its tracks. So it'll be 2 runs, and at the end of the 6th over, it's 116 for 2. That over went magical with the 3 Maximos in the middle. A 2 and a 1 as well, 21. A bit of a comment from Jules saying, yeah, good set of results for young Corey against Jersey. Yeah, Spain 34 in the world, taking on Jersey 24 in the world, and winning both of the T20 internationals today. And tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's just a 2-match series in the end. Tell me if there's any more to come, but yeah, I believe it's going to be a 2-0 win to Spain there. Amandeep gets another go, this time at Darji. Darji knows his role here. Knock it out for 1 and watch the fireworks. Nakvi 78. Scary thing is, he could probably do it this over. He can get hold of Amandeep. Oh, might have been a fingertip on this, you know. Amandeep to his left. Very tough to call this a chance, but yeah, maybe got a tiny bit of skin on it. Darji down the leg side. He might have just grabbed the pad. No, says Kroot. He says, hasn't hit anything. Yeah, check this one out in the replay. Yeah. Umpire makes the call. Well, many dot ball's good ball at the moment. Here's the thing though, because this is kind of a classic one-man band situation, if you can kind of hold up the other end, or if you get Nakvi, by the way, that wide was actually reversed after umpire kind of realised it hit the pad. So this over's gone 1-1 dot, and then another dot. So Amandeep doing a really good job. And Darji gets a bit of swinging room this time, and he puts it over the offside. Maximo! Darji gets in on the action. I was going to say, though, okay, we're talking kind of like high 120s with 3 overs to go. Say you get a wicket, maybe keep it to 10s, 150s, kind of chase. You wouldn't count out Marlowe. It's actually a really good shot, and good shot selection as well from Darji. Well, in the end, Amandeep bowls a pretty good over. Does go out of the ground once, but he only goes for 8 in that 7th over. And the score is 124 for 2. Coming up tomorrow, Rico Fu. Well, I hope France is ready for him, and I'll be there for day 2. But get ready for the snake bite, because the Vipers are coming your way, taking on the Vilnius Super Kings in the first ever match in the ECS France. Balbinians and Royal 94 also featuring the first day of action, first of 12 in the ECS. Then we'll finish with a 3-way ECI featuring the hosts France as well as Hungary and Romania. Stay tuned. Earlier start as well. 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. More cricket coming your way on ECN. Nakvi 79. Just loses his shape first up, and the top ball feels like a win. It's okay, 124. Just think about it. If you can get Nutvi, if you can keep things quiet, even though you've taken an absolute pounding, you could still potentially be chasing 150s if you can fight back in the last 3 overs. And we know that that could get chased. Gamblers themselves chased 174 last night at this time of day. Again, this is a tramline ball, but it is hit. It's hit straight to the fielder. Well, there's the turning point. Meissen just kind of hangs the worm on the hook for Nutvi. And he's going to have to go. Plenty of noise around the ground, but Nutvi, that's a great innings. You can see Shamsha goes up and says, well done. That's a fantastic knock. You've got to appreciate that as a cricket lover. Marlowe, though, I just feel there's an opportunity for them to win these last 3 overs now and keep it to something reasonable. So it won't be 100 for Nutvi. He'll fall on 79. Again, it would have been a wide. But he had a dash at it. And he found Najam Shazad this time. A two-handed catch. But a fantastic knock from Zain Nutvi. Puts his team in great shape. In the 8th over. 124 for 3. Thing is, plenty of batting still to come. And they go to the big boy. Karanbir Singh, the Austrian international. So one continental international replaces another. This is a situation tailor-made for Karanbir as well. Slow ball first up. Really good work by Meissen. Well, a few people were predicting the 100 in the chat. I don't blame you, to be honest. Nutvi holes out. Darji 8 off 6 with 1 Maximo. Karanbir new to the crease. This game ain't over yet. Marlowe, according to the numbers, if you played this game 3 times, they'd win once and Gamblers would win twice. Still decent chance. Now, rolling cutter and fast hands from Karanbir. But, oh, can you believe it? It's going to be another wicket caught on the boundary. So it's going to be a duck for Karanbir Singh. Meissen rolls the dice with the cutter again. And it comes good. So 1 brings 2, and there's been absolutely no runs in this over so far. Karanbir takes it on behind point. But unfortunately, finds the fielder. So it'll be a 2nd ball duck for Karanbir, and the score is 124 for 4. I told you, you don't call these games too early. Both teams get an opportunity. Just think about what Marlowe did in their last game. I do have a feeling, though, why wouldn't you just open with Najam Shazad and Amir Zaib? Just let him, give him the free license from the get-go. Maybe Amandeep you could keep up there. But anyway, Kokar gets a hit. This is down the leg side. This will be called a wide. It's the first run in the over. Well, there's Awarash. Well, they've invaded the cube. I know they're bitterly disappointed, obviously not to be playing in this match right now, but be very proud of their efforts. Been great hosts too. Kokar, a little bit packs a punch. Amandeep does the fielding out here, keeps it to 1. Derek's had a pretty easy day at the office, if you ask me. But he does appear to send Karanbir off. 126. 13 balls remaining in this innings. Darji needs to find another gear here. Last ball of the 8th. Rolling cutter, but it's not the right spot, and that's going to find the rope. That's 4 runs. Meissen bowled a really good over there, but just let himself down. You can see that he's ropeable with himself. got onto the pads of the left-hander, didn't make the adjustment. Darji puts him away, but still just 6 runs off that over. That 4 as well as a single and a wide. 2 wickets, and 2 important wickets came in the over as well. And after 8, Gamblers 130 for 4. Marlow, though, definitely back in this contest. All right, so now we're into over number 9. They say it all happens in the 9th, and a good 9th one way or the other could really kind of swing these percentages. Gets this one a lift, Gondal. Dot ball. Roshan goes a little run for no reason. Shouts some encouragement. Suddenly that expected score of 152 in this series, I think that's chaseable. Might be called wide. I'll cast your mind back to 2 days ago. So when these two teams met, it was actually in the first match of the Super Fives. And it was a real kind of topsy-turvy affair. Marlow batted first on that occasion. Just found a way to get out of a tight spot. This one's hit really well by Coker. Slightly over-pitched or under-pitched, depending on what he was going for. But Coker holds his shape and puts it up and out of the ground. Maximo! 6 runs, and Marlow, yeah, in that game, they were actually kind of struggling a little bit. Ended up posting 116. Yeah, but they were kind of spluttering along. This is down the ground, it should just be 1. Shazad cleans up. Yeah, but Marlow, despite only having 116 on the board, they kind of found something with the ball, keeping Gamblers to 101. And a very entertaining start to the Super Fives. Hello to Elsboy, who's tuned in for the final. Great to have you. Gamblers, remember at one point they were right up in the 80s, kind of 80 to 85%. Now they're back to 64%. Hello to Jack Grealish as well. Good to have you in the chat. You've got some time to spend with us. Says he thinks Marlow can chase something in the 150s. Gondal gets another one past. Lots of noise out here. Remember, 4 times we've had European Cricket Series here in Cartucho at the Santarem Cricket Ground. This is the 5th. All 4 have been won by Marlow before that. Before this. Also, they won 2 out of the 3-night series here in Portugal. Oh, that looks high, you know. That's going to be called. Yeah, good call. That's waist higher above. So, who won the other trophy? The 7th trophy that Marlow didn't win? Gamblers SC. We're still a fairly new club. There's plenty of new clubs popping up, though, in Portugal. 14 clubs in this series. I remember back in 2020, it was only 6 that took part. Good length on this. Coker takes it on. Finds the fielder, though, just a single. So they escape further punishment. That was a free hit. Couldn't put it away. Last ball of the over. What a comeback. Last ball for Gondal. Ah, well, accidental, but who cares? That's going to end up near the party cube. That'll be 4 runs. Darji is going to get the boundary. Where are us? There's still a few fist pumps happening over there. That'll be the end of the 9th over. Gamblers 145 for 4. I remember that at the 6 over mark, they were 116. And at that stage, they were actually on 190's pace. But then Amandeep came on to bowl out. He only conceded 8. And then Mysam came on in the 9th. He removed Naqvi. He removed Karambir Singh. He only went for 6. So they went from 116 off 6 to 130 off 8. There were 15 off that 9th over, so they're 145. Probably 160, the most likely total here. What does the computer think? 158. All right. We'll see who's right. Coker facing up. All right, this is lifted up, but it's going to be straight to Mysam. So Coker's going to have to go. Shamshir Singh comes back. He bowled the first. He's bowling the last. Gamblers lose a 5th wicket, 145 for 5. But if I was going to use a couple of R words to describe this crowd, I'd say rowdy and raucous. Sometimes wonder what the Butcher Matza family must think. What have they created here? You got the invasion of the supporters at the moment. 145 for 5. Prakash comes out to bat. Funny thing with Darji, it's hardly faced actually. He came out on the fall of the 2nd wicket, so came out to 4 overs. He's faced 10 out of the 31 balls since. Anyway, Prakash, he's going to swing straight away, and that's going to go. It's going to be a golden duck for Prakash. So Shamshir coming back and having some success. He's on a hat trick now, 145 for 6. Amandeep judged it well. Chris thinking Gamblers might be holding all the aces. Well, time will tell. Marlowe with a pretty modest starting hand, but they're playing it well at the moment, aren't they? Hillsboy saying that he's enjoyed my solo effort over the last few days. Well, just the way it's worked out, really. Corey, he should have been here the whole week, but he's been called away on international duty. And he's enjoyed his series against Jersey. 2-0. He's already texted everyone about it. 4 to come. Mandeep gets a bat. He hits that really well, but it's a hat trick. Wow. How's that for Shamshir? 1, 2, 3, and there's hat trick number 11 of the season. Coming in the final. Not even aware it's getting on the action, but it's a nice catch down the ground. And the action just keeps on coming here on the European Cricket Network. What an innings. Right now, they were 145 for 7. By the way, who's to say they can't get 4 and 4 here? So, Shamshir Singh gets the wicket of Saini for a golden duck. Caught by Najam Shahzad on the boundary. And well, look at these names. Only 5 people have ever taken 4 wickets in 4 balls. Shaidur Rahman, the Portuguese pacer, he was the last to do it in Barcelona against Spain. That was back on the 25th of November 2023. It was first done in 2020 by Dish Panika. He took a quintuple wicket maiden. Here's a double hat trick ball. Oh, and it's so close. What a closeout from Shamshir. So it won't be a double hattie, but still. Action aplenty. Still no runs in this last over. And still no runs in this last over. They should run. And he's going to be run out. But really, Darji needs to be looking to get the strike back. You can understand what Mailer's thinking. He's thinking, look, I've missed a couple. Don't you want to go? But he's going to be out. I don't think that's stumped. I think that's run out because he is looking to run. What a dramatic final. ECN finals, they're unlike anything else that you'll ever see. All the pressure, all the excitement. I don't think there's any doubt for me it's run out because he takes off to run and then basically gets radio silence. All right. Last ball then. Well, there will be a run in this over. We didn't have one so far. I'll go for two. Should probably be out as well. So 5 wickets fall in the last over. And just that one run off the last ball. So a couple of run outs to finish. That is chaos. Shamsha is going to end up with figures of 3 for 25. What do you make of that? I mean, with Zain Naqvi there, it looked like they were going to score something huge, like 190 or something like that. But, yeah, Darji kind of bats through. Obviously, at the end, it wasn't really as many as they would have liked. But in the end, 146 for 9. Harlow, they'll certainly feel now that they've got a real chance in this as they end up with 146 for 9 in a game that has all the makings of an ECN classic. Let's go back and look at some of the highlights. Early on, Zain Naqvi into his work, but Golia didn't last too long. He ended up going for just the one before he skied one. Gondal took a simple catch. And for Gamblers, Ankush Kumar came out. And honestly, he looked switched on. He was able to hit some reverses out of the ground. He seemed to take on all kinds of bowling. He rocketed into the 30s with just a handful of balls. And have a look at this. He's holding the pose. Then Naqvi into his work, 79 off 26. Is what he would ultimately score. No shortage of effort from Marlow, of course. They're not going to give this up easy. Needed to be something pretty special, though. Naqvi motoring, but one-handed catch got rid of Ankush Kumar. Naqvi went for 79, and then, well, they tried towards the end, but kind of fell off the cliff a little bit. I mean, the 9th over is a bit of an outlier, but yeah, if you look at those last 4 overs, they went 8, 6, 15, and 1. So after being 116 after 6, and they were on kind of 190s pace, they're only able to score 30 off the last 4 overs, and half of them came off the 9th. Shamsha, though, special moment for him, taking a hat-trick, his first on the European Cricket Network. And understandably, they go for the run last ball, but yeah, a hat-trick to start the over, and then 2 run-outs to finish. And Shamsha Singh finds his way onto the hat-trick Hall of Fame. 3 for 25, his figures. But here's a fun fact. 24 of those runs came in the first over of the match that he bowled. In the end, 5 for 1 in that 10th over. And Gamblers now are looking at more or less a par total. Zain Naqvi dominates with 79 off 26 with 10 out of the ground, 3 fours in there. Supported by Ankush Kumar with 34 and Darji for 11, who went late in the piece. Apart from that, Kokar with 9, but really nothing else to talk about. Just the 5 extras. I think that's also the reason that this is 146 and maybe not something like 160 for Marlow to chase. Never judge a game too early, that's the lesson. Shamsha finishes with a hat-trick and a 5-wicket 1-run over in the 10th. 2 were run-outs though. Askar with a wicket in there. Gondal with 1. Myson battled hard, 2 for 27. Amandeep though, I think he was very, very good. In fact, I'd probably even say he was the best of the bowlers because He only went for 20, bowling at a difficult time to set batters. Just wasn't able to get that breakthrough. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back pretty shortly. This one's on a knife's edge. We'll be back in around about 8 minutes for the final innings of our 3-week Portuguese adventure. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'll sit tight, and you might as well put away the rest of your seat. You'll only need the edge because the trophy's on the line, and only one team will raise it. 147 for Marlow to go back to back to back to back to back. Otherwise, gamblers will lift the trophy to SCG the first time. We'll see you the exciting conclusion after the break of this European Cricket Series, Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. This is the SCG. Take a good look, because it'll be a while before we're back here in Portugal. And this has been a really interesting final so far. Match 98 of this ECS. It is the final. Gamblers SC finishing top, but only on net run rate in the Super Fives. Marlow finishing bottom of the 4, but only on net run rate. Actually, these two had the same amount of points. They're meeting in this final. Gamblers batting first, 146 for 9 off the 10 overs. Marlow, 147 required. Look, don't forget Marlow, they had to chase 142 against Huerash. They did that with 10 balls to spare. So they'll fancy their chances. It was a crazy kind of innings. It was kind of 6 overs that were heavily towards the Gamblers, and then the last 4 came back to Marlow. 116 came off the first 6, but then only 30 more were added in the last 4 overs. Cambosh to get us started. The perfect break to win, 147. Here we go with the last innings in Portugal. And he's bowled him. Very first ball. Can you believe your eyes? Mian Shahid has a 14th duck on ECN, and the crowd goes absolutely bananas. It is a little inducker from Cambosh. He's kind of playing on the back foot, kind of caught on the crease. Check it out here. Oh yeah, it's actually off the body, so it's pretty unlucky, but it still ends up on the stumps. It's a royal derrick for Mian Shahid. I suppose the thing is, it doesn't waste any time. And the score 0 for 1. If I'm completely honest, I probably would have opened with either one of Shazad or Zaib. It's kind of effectively the way it is. Amandeep Singh at the non-strikers end, waiting for his partner to join in. Barry is in the chat saying he's supporting Marlow because of Najam Shazad. Well, you know, didn't have to wait too long to see him. Okay, here's Shazad facing Cambosh. Good contest. Absolutely crunched by Shazad, but it won't be a run. So yeah, Amandeep Singh and Shazad at the moment. Zaib will bat next. Got to get through that top 4, I think, to have any chance. What a good ball from Cambosh. Goes down the leg side for a wide. A crazy last over. Went wicket, 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 dot, run out, 1 and run out. So they went from 145 off 9, looking like they'd get, let's say, 160. Only get 1 extra run. 146 total. Shazad doesn't really get this one the way he wanted, but he'll get away with it. Just a single. Just say that nerves are jangling around the ground. Big crowd in for this final. Amandeep will get a chance to face Gamblers. Interestingly here, they're given a 59% chance. I don't know. I suppose I was saying earlier, I thought 135 was par. Some of the hitting today, though, even that feels a bit low now. Hit leg side, but they only get a single here. Quiet first over here. Gets away with this one. This looked like it took a bit of the line, but does Shazad move early? Let's have a look. tiny step. I don't know, he's a bit lucky to get away with that one, Cambosh. Last ball, the over. Hit straight, and that will get away from the field of 4 runs. Marlowe swing back, but the Gamblers win the first over. 7 for 1 after 1. Shazad lit it up in qualifier 2. It's the top scorer in the match with 66 off 23. Involved in a 123-run partnership with Amir Zaib. Here's the Nelson, 1-1-1 matches hits a golden ball. Well, one thing we've never had is a golden ball final. I mean final. We've had finals days matches be golden balls, but never an actual final. Well, a few lurkers here at the ground as well. Checking this out is Karen Beer. Over number 2, gets his past Amandeep Singh. Now Amandeep for me is, obviously he's doing a pretty good job at the top of the order. But I just feel he's got probably 2 overs here, 3 max to make an impact. And if he doesn't, I think if they're falling behind, you've got to get Zaib out there. He was just so good in that last game, 54 of 14. Amandeep, he's going to swing away. This one is high, and that's out of the ground. So that's what he's there to do. And he is very good over the offside. Maximo. Marlowe fight back. Not an easy shot at all, but he makes it look easy. Amandeep Singh. Karen Beer didn't enjoy that too much. Wow, that's taken off, you know. It's going to be a wide. I think Karen Beer realised it would bounce this much. Golly does very well to even glove it. Look at that one. Go miles over the head. It's a good call, I think. 40-60 at the moment. Side edge onto the pad. The jump calls and Amandeep responds. This is a really tense final at the moment. The jump. It's been great when the pressure's been on. Swings at this. Just comes back off the pitch, but did it come enough to get inside the line? Bounces a long way outside. I think that's probably got a bit of the line for me. Karen Beer might have given a little bit of a thank you on the way past the umpire that time. Now pitched up and hit straight and hit powerfully enough to carry the rope. Maximo! 6 carreras. Gets it back straight away. Najam Shazad, over 100 matches of ECN experience behind him as well. Caribbean's gone for 14. That's pretty much a par over. What a contest. Nice ball the over. Oh, that's shocking, really, from Karen Beer. Oh, that's gone very, very wrong. Oh, I mean, he's been so accurate, and that one has gone a mile down the leg side. Well, that's very, very expensive at this stage of the game from such experienced campaigner. Let's see if he can come back and finish this over. It's gone for 19 now. Oh well, angled away, this will be 4. So the second goes magical in the end, and Marlowe are 30 for 1 after 2. So, plenty of cricket coming your way on the European Cricket Network. Starting with France tomorrow, Rico Full. You'll have to ask him what he did on his week off. I actually think he's been lurking and watching some of this series because I know he's very interested in the outcome. And he wanted to say hello to everyone, and he'll be in France. He'll probably be there already, actually. Brescia, the next stop after that, where we'll see Zayn Nakvi, who you're seeing playing for Gamblers right now. Wide to start over number 3. Marlowe actually ahead in this game now by a Michael Jackson nose. This one's heading down the leg side. I'll get a leg by. Throw comes whistling in. Pretty much every time the ball stays on the field, that's a win for the fielding team at the moment. 4 sixes and extras is a win to the batting team. (50-50). That's what the computer's telling us. Pitched up. It's a cracking cover drive, though. That's 4 runs. And this shows me Shahzad's on a little bit. I think sometimes the better bowlers bring out the best in him. Occasionally we've seen him just trying to hit this over the leg side, but that's the shot. Cambodge does kind of nip the ball away from the right hander a little bit. 4 carreras. Marlowe just hanging in there at the moment. Now this one's going to get past the keeper. And I think there's a little bit of bat on this. Maybe a bit of bat, bit of pad, but it gets past Kuldeep Golia. And 4 more. This is why this format of the game, it is the most exciting form of cricket pound for pound in the known universe. Because there's no way you thought that Marlowe could be ahead after 6 overs in the first innings. They were 116 against them. And there's only been 6.5 overs since then. And now they're ahead. Well bowled by Cambodge. All they can do is drag this out for a single. Marlowe 6 trophies out of 7 in Portugal. Wanting to make it 7 out of 8. Wanting to keep their monopoly on this day series. They've won 4 in a row, dating back to 2020, the Wild West years. Look at the cricket from 2020 and look at the cricket you're seeing right now. We showed one of those games. It was a Golden Ball game between Rossio, now known as Gorka 11, and Uerash, that finished in a Golden Ball. It was one of the classic games we showed during a rain delay. And you just couldn't even believe. Oh, well. How's that from Golia? I've never seen a stumping with a helmet. Yeah, but the rate of improvement, kind of mirroring what's happening all around Europe, actually. Two balls left in the power play. Oh, this one sneaks through. I wonder if this got a little bit of a something on the way through. And was it bat? Yeah, maybe a little edge, but I mean, maybe not. And also, keeper can't really be expected to hold that up to the stumps. Goalie at least blocks it, make sure there's no run. Last ball of the over. Flicks it. Really, really good shot. It's going to be 4 runs. 1 bounce 4. And so Amandeep is very composed, isn't he? It's kind of goes with the angle. Never really bit away from him. And so end of the power play. 45 for 1. after 3. .7:23 and 15 through the power play. They're right on the red line at the moment, Marlo. Saying Nakvi, the man of the moment. 2 centuries and a 79 in this concluding stage of the European Cricket Series. Nakvi did it with the bat. Can he do it with the ball? Checks his shot here. And they're thinking about a run. Well, that could have been out. In fact, has that hit the stumps? I reckon this could be out. The bail took a long time to fall because it just flicked the stumps. I think gamblers are quietly confident here. But have a look at Amandeep. He overcommits. Zayn slips initially and then there. He's definitely out when it hits, but where's the bail? Is the bail going in? He's out. That bail's out for me. This is super tricky. He's still out there. He's gone because he never actually gets in. So this, I'll give you the 4-1-1 on this. It flicks the stump. The bail's slow to drop, but if you actually look at the dive of Amandeep, he actually, his bat bounces and goes up. He's never in. I'm pretty sure that bounce. We'll have to have one more look at it. So yeah, he dives. Definitely, obviously, the ball flicks the base maybe. So he hits the base and it's disturbed. But is it permanently disturbed? Bounces. I think that bounces off the line. In my opinion, he's never in. In my opinion, he hits the line and it bounces up. I actually think this is out, but I can understand it's a difficult call. It's a real difficult call because you have to give it out when the bail is permanently dislodged. And then you've got the secondary issue of the bat, I think, hitting the line and then coming up. I don't think he's ever over the line. If his bat is over the line, when it bounces, he might be in. And yeah, for me, it looks out. And I'll wait for the call here. I heard a cheer, but I'm not sure which way it is. Gambler's not really celebrating, so maybe if the on-field call is not out, then maybe they feel that there's not sufficient evidence. The thing is, with that, the bail was jiggling, it was wiggling, but had it at both sides exited the groove? This is where it's actually pretty unclear about when a bail is actually dislodged. Because this is such a big call, they might want one more. Now, here's my reading of it. Right. Okay, so look. The ball definitely hits the stumps while he's out, but there's 2 issues. Is he even in when he bounces off the line? So look here. And I know, let's have one more look. So look, there's 2 issues. When is the bail dislodged? And is Amandeep in the crease or not? My opinion is he hits the line, but he's not in. So it's jiggling around here. It's jiggling. He's definitely out. Now, but also look at the bat. The bat comes down, and to me, it doesn't look in because you see the chalk kind of disappear. And so I think this is more out than in, but is it conclusive enough? So yeah, I mean, when you're looking at this long, we're talking about a genuine 50-50 here. My feeling is he's out. They're taking a long time to look at this. What's your call at home? It's, again, because he got the front on. This is where it'd be so much simpler if you just said it was out the moment the ball hit the stumps. And in the end, I think they've said he's not out. So, look, the process is followed there. There's an element of doubt. There's kind of multiple factors. I think the old, if you're a fan of the legal shows, that's a hung jury probably. But in the end, he'll be not out. And hopefully we can finish this game while the sun's up. I have a suspicion it's out, but maybe not quite the burden of evidence was there. All right, back to the action. Shazad gets the next ball. That's probably one of the more insane dots that you'll ever see. Like I said, I think they did everything they can. They had so many looks at it. Every time you looked at it, you probably had a different opinion. So yeah, with the on-field call being not out, if it was out, given out on field, then they would have stayed without. So they basically said, look, we looked at the video evidence. And look, it does hit the base, but that's fine. Base is part of the stumps. So yeah, tough one. $50? $50. Be like that decision. That one's hit, and Amandeep, he was millimetres away from dismissal, but he's still there, and he can make an impact. Maximo! I suppose the thing is, if he was out, obviously, he wants to stay there, he wants to score runs, but look who's to come. Amir Zaib. So, at this stage, 9 wickets in hand. If he was out, maybe it could have been different. A few people saying, yeah, the base was hit, but the base is considered part of the wickets. Looks like it's all kicking off now. And have a look at this. Everyone's kicking off now. And look, it's competitive to say the least. Shazad and Golia having words. There's a lot on the line here. Umpires coming in, and you can see it's everyone's having to just settle things down out there. Kroot comes in. You know when Kroot comes in, that he's going to clean up things pretty quickly. Anyway, don't doubt the commitment of these players. '50's up for Marlowe. Amandeep pushes. Gets a single. How tense is this right now? So yeah, so a few things were going on with that run out. It comes down to a judgment call. And so you'd have to have conclusive proof that the umpire was wrong on the field. And it probably wasn't quite there because it was unclear when the bail fell. It was unclear when he dived, if his bat was in or on the line. As this is lifted up by Shazad towards the leg side. And that's out of the ground. Maximo! 6 carreras. Just a little bit of length off it, and Shazad's having a really good day with the stick. Yeah, so when you add up all those elements of doubt, it kind of didn't meet the burden for the third umpire to be satisfied that the umpire was conclusively wrong. And, you can understand that. If there is doubt, they stick with the on-field call. Nutfi gets whacked. Gets absolutely whacked. Taste of his own medicine here from Shazad. Maximo! As the fourth over goes magical. And Marlowe, 65 for 1. Steve saying it looks spicy. This is a proper final. It's 7:38 local time. And yeah, we're actually only about 24 minutes away from sunset. Maybe 34 minutes away from sunset. But anyway, you can see the tension, the emotions almost spilling over there. Parkash gets a ball. Well, almost time to clear the benches, Major League Baseball style. Parkash is going to bowl 5. What's your opinion there? Okay. Amandeep faces up. Lifted up over the leg side. And Amandeep is going to be caught. That's an unbelievable catch. Well, Shazad caught one in the first innings. And gamblers basically say, look, I'll see you and I'll raise you. And that's a ridiculous bit of fielding on the square leg boundary. That was left hand. I mean, we're going to have a look at it. But it seemed clean. Does he ever touch the line? I don't think so. He jumps. He lands. You don't see the rope move. Still doesn't move. Remember, the benefit goes to the fielder on these. Takes another step. You never see the line move, and I think that's a clean catch. But it looks out. It's given out. And a fantastic catch. And now, well, you can see that Amandeep's out, but obviously there's a bit going on at the moment. Oh, well, that is an incredible catch. Zai will come to the crease. Like I say, he's in such good form. Not a bad thing that he's out there, but Amandeep, he'll have him going for 19. He's almost run out. He's definitely caught in the end. The score, 65 for 2. What a catch, though. Have a look at it here. Oh, that's such a great shot of it. Jumps, lands. Again, you have to be sure he touches the rope. The rope never moves. About 3 blades of grass to spare. But a ridiculous catch, really. Defender Mela, take a bow. Saib comes on and he'll cut away, but this is cut off by Mandeep Saini. Proper final, this, as said in the chat. That's smashed. That's absolutely smashed from Shazad. Balle. Manos arriba, Vito, porque eso es 6 carreras. If you want to hear more of that, coming to France in the morning. .43 or 15 for Shazad. Parkash round the wicket. Oh, is there an edge on this? There is. And it's a great catch by Golia behind this up. Parkash gets 2 in the over. This one, it's his own doing. A big moment. This partnership is nipped in the bud before it even had a chance as Shazad edges behind for 43. Golia with a great catch, low to his right. And Malulu's a third, 72 for 3. Golia. See, he's well balanced here to move to his right. Sees it, protects the ball. And well, he swings his arm so quick that he almost kind of dislocates his shoulder. Look at the wobble on that ball. Just have a look at this seam position of the ball. See here, it's seam up, it wobbles away a little bit. It's still wobbling away. And Golia does really well to hold it. And Shazad, he knew it straight away. He's nicked off. Amir Ikram comes out at number 5. Where's the percentages at? Marlowe fall behind in this final now, but only just. Oh, this is in the air. Ain't going too far at all. Oh, it's dropped. Oh, no way. Sikri took a brilliant catch earlier. This time he's blinded by the sun. And Ikram gets super lucky to get away with that. That should have been 2 and 2. Straight through the hands. Lucky not to wear it in the forehead. Clock was stopped for the review on the run out, by the way, so they're not in huge time trouble here or anything like that. Well, this is hit, and it's a top edge, hanging into the sun, and that's going to find its way across the boundary. Zybe will get a life. It's been given 6. We need to have a look at this one. Fielder kind of had a play on it. It's hard to tell. Not really in focus. Probably looks more 6 than not. So, I mean, if it's given 6, I think it's staying 6 based on that evidence. Might need the night vision, the way things are going. 5 overs down. The score 79 for 3. Well, what I would say is that Rehan has criticised my ballet, but here's the good news. If you want the proper stuff, tune in to France tomorrow because Rico will be there. He does do it better than me. That's his thing. But I know a few of our viewers have missed Rico this week. Hopefully he's enjoyed the week off. He's deserved it. Well, in-game analysis, this is where you find out what you're made of. I've played in big games. And you can do all the training you like. You can do all these things, but dealing with nerves, dealing with the kind of gravity of the situation, it's something you can only really practice or experience when it happens. So what I used to do, deep breaths, try and keep that heart rate down, try and make clear decisions. Kumar comes in, rolls an off cutter out. This is in the air as well. Another wicket this time. Naqvi takes the catch. Ikram goes early. He should have been caught first ball. He is caught second ball. Ankush Kumar strikes immediately, and it's 79 for 4. We've had so many great catches today. I mean, that one is made to look easy, but what you don't see is that Naqvi just takes off so quickly to make that into an easy catch. Gamblers SC against Marlow. What a fantastic spectacle we're seeing in this final. It's the final the tournament deserves. All right, so Ankush gets a look at the left-hander now. Azim Sawa coming in. Zybe's the key for me. He's been in such good form, the Rock. Century in the series. Not on strike yet. This is down the leg side. They don't take on the extra run. Will be a wide though. Dave B, have you arrived in Drurp? Let us know. Sawa, we're pushing it off the mark here. Do not count out Amir Zybe, the Rock. All right, rolling off cutter, and Zybe absolutely smashes that one. Well, look how big that is. That's over every fence that we could even think of. Massive hit, Maximo. This game's still very much alive. Well, that'll take some finding. Weather in Drurp, by the way, a little bit cool tomorrow, but should get through the first day without too many dramas. All right. Well, talking about deep breaths when I used to play in these pressure situations. I feel like I need to take a couple myself right now. Gamblers won their ECN trophy on the 3rd of August 2022 at the Miranda de Corvo Stadium when they played Gorka 11 in the decider. Chasing down 74 off the second last ball. A ball by Kumar. A bit of the calm before the storm about this. Rate required at the moment. It's just over 14 and over. Oh, this one. Well, he likes it here. He has hit into his foot, but has it bounced as well? Hit. Oh, I think there's a frame in between. I think for me, there's too much doubt. It comes up. I don't think on that evidence you could say it's out. Good awareness, though, from Kuldeep Golia. So, interestingly, he throws the glove away, and he has time to do that. So, interesting one. But only 9 runs come off that over from Ankush Kumar. Starts with a wicket. Ends with a couple of dots. 88 for 4 after 6. 59 required off the last 4 overs. Yeah, getting ready for a big finish here. This is hit down the wicket, just one. Oh, who's your money on? Too close to call for me. This is struck down the ground pretty firmly again. Should just be a single. Next one down the ground, again, just a single. This is a good start to the over. Karambir Singh coming back. $70-30 to Gamblers now in the shadows. All right, this one is hit straight, but how far? Well, far enough. Sawa opens his shoulders. Maximo. 6 runs, look at that. Gives himself a little bit of room. Over pitched by Karambir, only just. Disappears out of the ground. Is there another twist here? 50 off 20 required. So he puts a bit of length on it, and that gets hit. That could have gone all the way, you know. Maximo, given 6. Let's have a look at it. Looked to me like it just got over the rope. Yep, gets over the rope, 6 runs. Are we looking at this kind of first ever Golden Ball final before your very eyes? Not a good ball, that'll be a wide. Really enjoyed this final, topsy-turvy, plenty of emotions. This one's slightly overpitched. That's hit very hard, but a very good stop down there by Amandeep. This has the feeling of one of those games in England where it gets to like 9 o'clock. Remember, we started 15 minutes later than usual as well. End of the 7th, 105 for 4. Rico full standing by as we'll get ready for the first 5 matches of the ECS. France coming your way. Live from the Dreux cricket ground. Yeah, some concerns about the weather there, but hey, everyone cross your fingers. Rico full standing by, and I believe he has reached France. Get to know a few more teams as well in that series, starting slightly earlier tomorrow than the series here. 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Why don't you join us for another 2 weeks of great action? That'll culminate in finals day on the 26th, and then 27th and 28th is ECI. And he's nicked off here, first ball of the 8. And Golia, well, he's strutting around because he knows that's another piece of the puzzle. Sawa goes for 15, 105 for 5. And at the moment, Zaib just can't get the strike. He's 16 off 6. But Amir Ikram came in, went 1 off 2. Azim Sawa goes now for 15 off 8. So there's 10 balls that have been faced by his partners at least. What a good game. $105 for 5, 42 required. Short, and just Shamshir Singh, he'll get off the mark with 1. Well, basically, put it this way, Marlow, they're between a rock and a hard place, but the rock is on their side. He's 16 off 6. He's very capable of pulling this off. 15 and over required, more or less what it's been the whole time. Belted. There's 6 you don't need anymore. That was like a bullet out of a gun. And these are huge Maximos. 6 carreras. Amir Zaib grabs it, shin high full toss. Thanks for coming. Parkash searching for the Yorker, but he gets it wrong. Question from Ucha, where is Drew? It's about an hour to the west of Paris. Now, gets a bit of length, hits it hard, but hits it straight at the fielder. Just a single. Now, what do you think here? 50-50. That's what the computer says. The computer's smarter than any human. Parkash 3 for 22 in the final. 2 rocks still to bowl. Oh, he goes upstairs on Shamshir. We're nervous just watching. Imagine what the players are experiencing out there. That one was eyebrow high. Last ball for Parkash. He's got 3 very important wickets in there. He got Shazad, Amdeep Singh, and also Sawa. Last ball worked for just 1. I don't know if that's a single you want at the moment, if I'm completely honest, but I suppose a run's a run. And with 2 overs remaining, Marlow 114 for 5. Well, if this does go to a golden ball, we might need to get the glow in the dark ball. Because right now we're 15 minutes from sunset. Have a look at the 5 wickets in the last over, by the way. A quintuple scoop ice cream. Terry's asking, is this the final? Oh, you bet it is the final, Terry. And this is like, I know you like your Australian football as well. This is kind of like the last 2 minutes of the grand final. One team needs a couple of goals to win. Biggest over of the tournament so far then. And Ankush Kumar is going to bowl it. And we continue to bowl a lot of cutters, and rolling his fingers on a lot here. Okay. 33 required off 2 overs. And he's chopped on. And more importantly, it's a dot ball. Ankush Kumar has done the job. He's removed Shamsha from the equation. Just an inside edge. Comes back onto the stumps. Again, it's that same sort of delivery, a rolling cutter. You can see it's a thick inside edge, wasn't it, onto the off stump. And Ankush says, yeah, not to worry about it. I've got this all under control. That's why I wasn't sold on them taking the single last ball of the last over, because I just thought the Rock, you want him in the business chair, not 22 yards away. Ankush gets a bowl at Gondal now, batting 8. He swings and misses. But this is the ball that's causing everyone trouble. Ten to come. Oh, got to run. Keeper's end might be on here. He's run out. But to be honest, it's worth doing. At least to get Zaib on strike. Gondal's going to be collateral damage. Good composure from Ankush. I thought he might have had a pop at Zaib, try and run him out. Then you can really put the game to bed. It'll be 114 for 7. But I actually think if you offered a dot or that, if you're Marlowe, you'd actually rather that. Goes the old underarm. But yeah, the reason is it gets Zaib back on strike. And he's the one guy that gamblers, I think, fear in this situation. 33 off 9. But yeah, this is why, I know hindsight's 2020, but I said it at the time, I don't think I would have taken the single last ball, last over. Now this over's gone wicket, dot, wicket. But Zaib has got the strike back. 9 balls to go, they need 33. He knows what's coming, can he deal with it? Well, the answer is yes, to an extent. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! And really, that's where he should have been 3 balls ago. 27 off 8 now. What a great final here in Portugal. And they've got Nakvi to come back and bowl the last over. The thing is, there's no real mystery about what Ankush is bowling. He likes to bowl these cutters. And Zaib likes to hit these cutters. 2 massive deliveries to come in the 9th. Absolutely crunched. And that'll beat the fielder. Thought he might have had a play on that. A Sikri out there. There's 4. Now, Mysim's no Gumby with the bat. So I still think you're going for the boundary here. You can always get the strike back. You can trust Mysim to give you the strike back. But don't limit yourself to a 1 here. That's what I would say. You've got the better of this battle with Kumar. See if you can finish with a 4 or a 6. Last ball of the 9th. And he does. He crunches it. Going, and out of the park. Maximo. Oh, the Rock was left at the other end for 3 balls in that over. Imagine what he could have done if he'd faced all 6. We'll never know. Sliding doors moment. 130 for 7 after 9. Of course, hopefully you'll be able to see the trophy ceremony because sunset's not too far away. But that'll be coming up after the end of day highlights. Stay tuned. But we still don't know at this stage who is going to take the trophy away. Hello to ECN Boss in the chat. Are you my new boss? Golden ball's on here, you know. 130 on the board. If we do get a tie, there's 16 off this over. We're going to a golden ball. 2 runs to win the trophy off 1 extra delivery. And Mysim's got 1 job. Get to the other end. I honestly just think that you'd you'd give Zybe 5 balls and not take any singles and back him to at least get 16 for a tie. 18 for a win. 17 required. Last over in Portugal. Misses. Oh, clever. Clever. They can run him out the other end. He's fumbled it. Should be out. Is out eventually. Okay, so Mysim kind of reads the room eventually because he needs to hold his end safe. And I think he does just get back. So let's have a look at it. So here we go. Here's the first one. Mysim just realized he's got to get back. Does he get back? I think he does. Where's that bat? Is it? Oh dear, not another one. Still got another frame or two to go. I think he's in. Even with the back of his bat, he's in. Right? And I think that he's going to be running out the other end. But it's quick. It's quick. Oh, I say quick thinking. It's medium speed thinking from Mysim because he really should have kept it safe straight away. And then I'm pretty sure this has gone by a step. It is going, and lights out for Mysim. So that's the result that Marlow wanted, even though now they've lost an 8th wicket. But yeah, we see more of this. You don't want to just kind of let your partner be run out. You realize, look, I can be sacrificed. Mysim's going to go without scoring, but he does the right thing eventually. Had to think about it. The wheels were turning. So 130 for 8. We've got 5 balls left in the day. 5 balls left in this tournament. Honestly, I don't know who's come out, either Roshan or Daniel Askar. He might as well stick a deck chair at the non-strikers end. It's Askar that's come out because, for me, Amir Zybe needs to face all 5 of these balls. I don't think you're running, especially with 8 down. So they need 16 to tie. They need 17 to win. The sun's setting. That's probably a very good image because the sun's setting on this tournament. What a tournament it's been. Zybe's not running here if he's smart, but he is swinging. Natfi. 5 to play. Smashes it. There is 6 of them. Maximo. Oh, how about that for a shot? Incredible hit. Lifted up and out of the ground. The rock is dangerous. The rock is there. Nakvi disappears. Wow, what a game. 10 off 4. You're not running again. Askar surely has the message that he can just take it easy. 49-51 on the win predictor. Oh, he misses out. That would have been a big wide as well. Zybe knows he's messed up there. 3 balls left, 6 and a 4 to tie the game. Look at the left foot, just opened himself up. If he spotted that, he just should have got inside it. Then you make Golia do the work. Can only afford to miss one more. Amir Zybe, what a game, what an advertisement for European Cricket Network cricket. The most exciting cricket in the universe. Well bowled. Oh, why are they running here? They're going to have to go for 2. He's fumbled it. He's fumbled it. It's gone for 4. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, my word. What a time for the Tortuga. Maybe the pressure. Maybe that is why you run. Because it forces a fumble. You knew they wanted to come back for 2. And now they're 6 away from the tie. They're 7 away from the win. And how about Mela there? Oh, well, this is like the most high-stakes game of rock, paper, scissors that we've ever seen on ECN. Is Rock going to win? 6 to tie. Again, I don't think you're taking a 1 here. Missed. All right. Oh, Zybe, sometimes he's had it, sometimes he hasn't. He's 49 on out of 15. If this is a 6, we've got our first ever Golden Ball final on ECN in over 5,000 matches. Our first in 111 matches. Here we go. It's Maximo or bust to tie the game. Amir Zaib can be a hero for now. Nakvi just needs to keep it on the ground or in the park. Is this the last ball? 6 to tie off the last. And he smashes it. It's a gold ball. That has gone miles out of the ground. Oh my word. Zaib brings up his 50 and we got a tied final in the dark. Well, I hope it's a full moon because we're going to extra time in this ECS Portugal. Oh, wow. And there's no prizes for guessing who's going to face the golden ball. We've got golden ball 57 in the final. Oh, my word. What can you say? Zaib under pressure, delivers. And unbelievable. 7th golden ball of this season. And Tyrone, well, he's had a long day, to say the least. What a shot by the Rock. And if he can get 6, he can get 2, can't he? So here's the rules if you're not familiar with the golden ball. And it is our first ever golden ball in a final. It's our first golden ball to decide a trophy. 1 extra illegal ball is bowled by the fielding team. That's gamblers. The batting team needs 2 to win. If they don't get 2, then they don't win. And this is the other thing now, as we see the consecutive golden balls. This is the 7th of the season. But only 2 bowlers are eligible to bowl this. So whoever bowled the 9th and 10th are eligible. For sure, Zaib's gonna face. So it's either Ankush Kumar or Nakvi that have to bowl. And they're both similar. And so I actually think that really Ankush Kumar against the Rock, he went 6.46. And then Nakvi went 6.4.6. So if you look at that, 6 balls out of 8 against whoever's going to bowl the golden ball went to the boundary or over. So this would be, well, it's the biggest golden ball as far as a situation that we've ever had, because this ball, this next 30 seconds will determine the trophy. After 3 weeks in Portugal, and Nakvi's going to get one more crack. He did beat Zaib twice. The other thing is, you should have your fastest runner out there at the other end. Golden ball 57, the first ever golden ball in a final. Askar will be off with the pitch. 2 for the trophy for Marlowe. And he's put it out of the ground! Unbelievable finish here in Portugal! The Rock's the hero, and he sends golden ball 57 out of the ground and he sinks the gamblers. Unbelievable finish! The Rock has taken them over the edge, and he's a hero around the country. Unbelievable! And Nakvi, for all of his heroics in this Super 5 stage, he ends up getting pounded out of the ground, and Marlowe get their 5th consecutive trophy at the SCG. It's their 7th trophy out of 8 on ECN. It had spice, it had everything. It was naughty, it was nice, but it was sweet from Amir Zaib off the last ball. You'll have to excuse my voice, but the first ever golden ball in a final, and Marlowe have come from the clouds. Zaib hit it into the clouds, and Marlowe winning a golden ball. Oh, gamblers, they're shell-shocked. Almost like the dealer pulling a 21 against a bunch of 20s. Well, I know the dust will settle, everyone will settle down, but Marlowe can enjoy the moment. What a finish. Golden ball 57. And well, you can see there's a lot of emotion out there. You don't want to see it on a cricket field, but obviously there's a bit going on. You can understand that. And well, there's a lot of emotion. You can understand that. There's been a long 3 weeks. You hate to see it spill over. Cambodge, he's hot. It's a golden ball win. I mean, It's equally heartbreaking and exhilarating all at once. But everyone, you can see how much it means to these guys. You'd rather them show more emotion than less. And in the end, I think cooler heads will prevail as the sun sets. The stroke of sunset. It's the sunset golden ball, final ball thriller that puts Marlow over the line. The final score is Gamblers SC 146, Marlow 146, with Marlow winning the golden ball thanks to Amir Zaib. Well, we'll give the players a chance to settle down. You can understand the emotions. But in the end, it is the first ever ECN golden ball that decides a trophy. And what better place to have it here than Portugal. Eventually, I think everyone will settle down. I mean, Imran's got a broken hand. He's still gesticulating pretty aggressively. But you can see everyone just getting involved. It's nice. I think they'll settle it down in the end. But, I mean, when we're able to calm down, we'll realise that this is a crazy moment for cricket in Portugal. Kokart, well, he's head up as well. Everyone's out there. It's Marlow and Gamblers. Oh, well, believe it or not, we're not too far away from tomorrow. And Grinny Vipers take on Villeneuve Super Kings in the morning. We're running over, so we'll rush through this, but 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Oh, I'm just holding on here. But 4 new teams to ECN on show. Rico full. Well, Rico, the ball's in your court. Maybe you can respond. I'll be there with you Tuesday. I could probably use the day off to try and get my voice back. Our first ever ECS in France will begin Monday morning, which is tomorrow morning, as we'll go and look at the highlights of this second innings. And oh my word, well, when the sun was out, Mount Shahid, he got rocked off the very first ball, chopped onto his leg and went on. That's consigned to the history books. It's it was a crazy game, and it had that feel all the way through. Our first golden ball of Portugal. And I don't often see that. I mean, this seems tame now, doesn't it? When you look back at it. But credit to Marlow for getting there in the end. This was a funny one because it was pretty inconclusive in the end. Amandeep was allowed to survive. Didn't really cost him a run. Either way, it just meant he got to keep batting. But remember, I said, do you even want Zaib out there? Because he's been in such good form. Amandeep, though, battled hard. 19 off 10 for him. 2 sixes and a 4. That was an amazing catch. Remember that. This has had absolutely everything this innings. Shazad nicked off at an inopportune moment. He went for 43 off 16. But then, enter the rock. Amir Zaib. He wasn't going to let Marlow go quietly. He ends up on 55 off 16. But if you add the golden ball 6, it's actually 61. This was a bit of a funny one. That was hit into the foot. Probably hit the ground first. But Sawa wouldn't last too much longer. And then Ankush said, hey, what's the big deal? He rattled the stumps there. And actually we had 3 balls that weren't scored off at the start of the ninth. But yeah, I mean, Meissen, he does the right thing here. He realizes he's got to get back. It doesn't matter if he's run out. He still almost makes it. Forces a throw out of the bowler. And so, yeah, it came down to the rock. You see that this gets him on strike. And with 8 wickets down, he needed 16 to tie. And then, off the last 5 balls, we got 16. It went 6.4.6. And it's crazy. He has to hit a 6 to keep the game alive. And then in fading light, he puts the next one back even further. And he knew the moment he hit it that Marlow had won this trophy. And he is carried off, and rightly so. The Rock He's not light, but Marlow light-headed here as they take their 7th ECN trophy in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. Just pure emotion there, and of course, emotion does spill over a little bit towards the end. I'm sure everyone, when everything calms down, they'll be able to sort things out in a gentlemanly fashion, but it's, I suppose, an ECN Classic, probably the best final we've ever had. Amir Zaib with 55 off 16, but he does hit the golden ball for 6. And yeah, I know, obviously you don't like to see it building over, but you've got to realise these guys are only here once a year at the Santhrop Cricket Ground for an ECS. They're fired up, it's emotional, it's raw. You know they care about it deeply. They're human beings at the end of the day. But Zaib with a match-winning innings. Effectively 61 off 17. Najam Shazad with 43 in there. Amandeep got them off to a decent start with 19 off 10. Sawa with a handy 15 in there as well. As far as the bowlers went, I mean, it was a decent effort. I mean, look at Karanbir Singh. Didn't quite find it. He none for 40. Just lost his range a couple of times. 3 for 23 for Jai Parakash. Thought he was brilliant. Kamboj early, 1 for 21. Was moving the ball around. Ankush Kumar 2 for 25. Naqvi, unfortunately for him, couldn't quite hold on. They gave him the golden ball. He's been so good for gamblers in this series, but that game had so much action. It'll be remembered for one thing: our first ever golden ball in a final. Marlow tie the final with gamblers, but they win the trophy thanks to a Maximo from Amir Zaib. Well, we will have the trophy ceremony pretty shortly. But yeah, we're fading light. We'll have to probably wrap that up as quick as we can. So I'm going to be very, very brief. I'll say, please, if you are watching, if you could like this video and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And EuropeanCricket.com is the home of European Cricket. You can check all the fixtures and all the player profiles of the French teams coming up, especially because 9 out of the 11 have never played on ECN before. I'll be back for the trophy ceremony in just a few minutes. I want to say a big thanks to everyone, though. I'll say it again during the trophy ceremony, but to everyone around the ground, to everyone at the club that's put us up here, the Werris Cricket Club, to all the players, officials, the umpires, I think were outstanding, and obviously tempers flaring there a fair bit, to all the Blue crew, the ECN crew around the ground as well. It's been a ride. I'll need tomorrow to compose myself. I'll be watching out in France. But now we're going to leave you some of the best bits of the day, but then straight after that, we'll come back to the trophy ceremony. It's a golden finish to 3 weeks of action. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, I'll see you at the trophy ceremony, but if not, then we'll see you in France tomorrow. Enjoy these best bits of the day, including a finish unlike we've ever seen before. For now, it's hasta pronto. Or 3-2-1's always a traditional way to do it. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the trophy ceremony for the European Cricket Series here in Portugal. Well, as you can tell, day is turning into night, and it's probably a fitting metaphor for what was a really, really exciting 3-week adventure here. I think I want to say a big thank you to Cricket Portugal, and I know that we couldn't do that without their support. I want to say a big thank you to the Butchamatsa family and everyone here at the Awareness Club that hosted us so well, including all the ball retrievers, obviously to everyone that was in the kitchen feeding us every day. It was absolutely incredible. The service was amazing, and we really feel like part of the family. So big thank you to everyone. Every time we come here, it gets even more special. Now, we'll try and wrap this up as quick as we can because we know the emotions are flying high, and you know that's just natural, I think, after such an incredible finish to this 3 weeks. But also, I think it was wonderful to have the first ever Western Shield here. I think that's a tournament that we would like to see just gain more and more exposure to show the best of Europe and also the best of the British Isles. The British and Irish side ended up winning that 6-3 last week. Obviously, that was a very special thing, and to have it here at the SCG, I think was wonderful. I also want to thank everyone from the Blue crew, the ECN crew, as well as all of our crew from Spring Media. They're absolutely sensational. Thank you so much. Long hours. I know you'll be packing up long into the night tonight. I want to thank all of our partners, Dream 11 Fancode, as well as HCL Software, Paramatch, and also Local Lifestyle for these wonderful trophies and medals that you'll get today. Also Bizaway, they get us all around Europe, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Let's get into it though. It has been a tournament almost like any other. It's been a very, very tough first half of the tournament, obviously with the weather, but big thank you to everyone that pitched in. I know particularly the Group A teams were affected, but it just shows your commitment to European cricket, and I think that is to be applauded. But I also want to just encourage everyone here, whether you won, whether you lost, whether you had the day you wanted or not, to just remember where we're at on this journey. It's 4 years since we were first here, and I start thinking, where will we be in 4 years' time? So it's just a little kind of nick in the timeline today. Enjoy it, reflect on it, but just never forget the adventure that we're on in ECN. So I want to say to all the players, win or lose today, you deserve to be applauded. So I'm going to applaud you. Well done. And after all, it is the love of the game of cricket that brings us together. Okay, let's move on now with the trophy ceremony. We're going to start with the third place medals. I know that Fatima and Sandy will be helping with the presentations today. And 14 teams entered this tournament, and I think that says a lot as well. We went from 6 teams back in 2020, now to have 14. It's quite amazing. So the growth is exciting. Even though some of the teams weren't quite able to make it into this stage of the competition, I think they developed a lot throughout the tournament, and they'll be better for the experience, and that's really what it's about heading into a big summer of cricket. Obviously, ECL Championship qualifications on the line this year, and really it's wide open. I think that's the way for it to be, and I think that rivalries, they make a competition, okay? So I don't think they're a bad thing. Obviously, emotions can run high, but the rivalries and the stories are what makes a cricket competition special, okay? So cherish your wins, you know, reflect on your losses, but think what can you do to be better, and what can you do, I suppose, to set an example to those that are playing in Portugal and also around the continent. Okay, the third team that were able to just get in the medals, and they were an incredible team, really. I love the way that they win together, they lose together. They're sometimes a bit in your face. It's a type of cricket that I can relate to, playing a lot in the first grade system in Australia. They topped Group A, had a kind of a mixed time in the Super Fives, had a tough day today, and couldn't quite put their best performances together. But I want to congratulate them. I hope you cherish your medals. 3rd out of 14 is still a very, very good effort. Please welcome the bronze medalists, Awareness Cricket Club.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Well done, mate.
Thanks, William. Congratulations.
Good on you, man. Best luck. Have a great summer. Going on up. You deserve it, mate. Thanks for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic efforts. I also just want to quickly mention, obviously, the teams that didn't quite make it into the medals, but Punjab CC Amadora, I think we're a wonderful team. I know some of the guys are still around. Top in Group A, really, really exciting. And I mean, I don't need to tell you if a couple of other things had gone differently, maybe you're here lifting the trophy. But that just shows you how close this competition is in Portugal at the moment. Time to talk about the second place team now. And this team, they are really, really entertaining. And I suppose in a way, they're kind of the upstarts of the competition, but I think it's a label that you wear well. Obviously, you do have an ECN trophy from 2022, but I look at the quality in the team and how you turned heads in the ECL recently. I know that was a really exciting adventure for you. Looking forward, obviously that would be your ambition, to have a summer that gets you back there. You know, come together, look to each other, and again, just enjoy the adventure. There's so much talent in there. On another day, it goes another way, but that's what's beautiful about cricket, and that's why we love the game. So I want to invite you up to collect your silver medals. Please welcome Gamblers SC, the silver medalists. Well, mate. Congratulations. Well played. Well done. Well played, mate. Well done, my man. Well played. Congratulations. See you soon, my man.
Yeah.
Well played. Well played, Carmen. See you soon, man.
Only.
Keep going.
Boss. Only. Idhar. Come on, boys.
Our tradition.
One. Tradition. 2, 3. Yes!
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Congratulations, Gamblers SC, second here in the European Cricket Series, Portugal. Okay, so now I have to talk about this team that will raise the trophy tonight. And out of 14 teams, really, I said to them at the start of the day that in the Final Four, if you win it today, it'll be your best yet. And it probably feels that way, I'm guessing. You were challenged in a way you were never challenged before, finishing fourth after the Super Fives, but only on run rate. You had to beat all other 3 teams to raise the trophy. And each game could have been your last. So I think you're known for kind of playing your best when your backs are to the wall. You did that today. Again, the ambition for you, I'm sure, would be to make it to the European Cricket League after a big summer today. So I want to congratulate you. Enjoy the win, but enjoy the season, enjoy each other's company, and enjoy what's going on in Portugal. Please welcome your gold medalists, Marlow Cricket Club. Well done, man. You can just stand behind there, okay? Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. See you in the morning. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, we're running over, so I'm not going to take too much more time.
We just want to congratulate.
1 second. We will get to that.
Please come.
We will get to that.
come. No.
Just one moment, right? So, I want to
Marlo,
say
thank you.
congratulations to Marlo. Now we are running a little bit over time, and guess what? It's dark, so we have to get to this, but there is one individual award that we will hand today, and this is the MVP award for this series. So obviously only one player can take the MVP award, and we had magnificent magnificent individual performances. We had hat tricks. We had centuries, more centuries than we'd ever seen before. And really, in the end, it came down to one guy that we decided was the difference in the end, scoring his first ECN century along the way and getting his team over the line off the very last ball of the final. Your MVP, Amir Zaib of Marlow. A magnificent individual performance. And as far as that game goes, we've had over 5,000 matches now on the network. We've never had a golden ball in a final. So you guys there, you will be part of history forever, playing the first ever golden ball final. An incredible game. Well, now it's time to invite Mian Shahid, the Marlow skipper, to come up and collect the trophy. Handed over by the Butcher Hudson family. And why don't you take it back to your team? Come around, boys, because you're champions of the ECS Portugal 2024 Marlow Cricket Club. I don't know about you, but I am spent. That's about as long a day as you could hope for, and it doesn't get any closer than that. A golden ball to finish off an amazing time. 107 matches across 3 weeks. Our best ever ECS in Portugal. Join us tomorrow. Rico full standing by a little bit earlier, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. I'll have the day off while I get there. Hopefully I get my voice back. On behalf of everyone here at ECN, enjoy this show. It is special. Thanks for being a part of it. We'll see you tomorrow for more action in the European Cricket Series. For now, it's hasta pronto.